just to get too sloppy. Things I showed you, I can't try me. Ooh, after the daylight, it started in the hotel. Some ice cold drinks in this dark room. We went from a high school friendship to some post-scout actions. Saw some sweat fall off your face into the dance floor, babe. Dance on, babe. Sweat falls off my face inside. Stand up, babe. Stand up. Stand up. It's nights like this we're wide awake. It's times like this you shy away from me, babe. Started in the hotel lobby, cleaned up just to get too sloppy. Things I showed you, I can't try me. After the daylight, it started in the hotel. It started in the
Smash that.
The butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that, not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. What you waiting for? I've been feeling low. Won't you give me more? I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that, not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. Control, no matter where we go, we're never going home.
It's a wonderful Friday. We're happy to have you here with us for the SMITE Challenger Circuit Qualifiers. My name is Finch, and we have some pretty good games lined up for today, so hopefully you all enjoy competitive SMITE as much as I do, because we're about to have a lot of it. Joining me here on the desk, the chairs, lounge, whatever you want to call it, I've got Mifflin right here with me. Miff, how you feeling today, bud?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to be here, man.
Yeah, good. I'm happy to have you here with me. This set that we're going to be looking at, this is Dan's Land up against Team Gaming, Hate These, Twitter. I don't know exactly what they landed on,
something,
but
right?
This is the Hate These squad right on the other side. So I expect it to be a pretty competitive match. This Dan's Land team is one people should be familiar with. A lot of PS4 guys on this roster, as well as this Hate These team as well. Hate These on this one, Kierme. Some more guys certainly be familiar with. So coming into this one, I'm expecting a competitive match to start right out of the gate. Now this is going to be from the quarterfinal. We're not going to normally be doing this, guys, but because it was kind of a bit of a light day, we've got one quarterfinal match that we're going to start with. That's all the way down there at the bottom left. Then we're going to be going into the semis right after that. So we're starting with this Dan's Land and the Hathy matchup.
Yeah, I would expect to see a lot of good play out of the Dan's Land squad. These players have been playing on PS4 for a long time.
They have been, yeah.
They've been playing together as well. Sweet Potato and Snad, they've been together. They've been boys, truly, and they've done really well. They made it to the 3rd place, I believe, last year in the console 2020 finals. So.
Yeah. They were on Big Money, I think is the team that they were on. So yeah, that was a team that kind of made a bit of a late surge towards the tail end of that year. So you can certainly know what kind of action we're going to expect. It's going to be a scrappy match, I would expect, right? Probably kind of like some run it down mid type energy happening in this game, lots of action. But we love to see that kind of stuff, right? Everyone normally at this point is qualified because this is the quarterfinal. This is a big matchup. You have to make it into the semis, and then those 4 teams all make it to the group stage after that, which will be happening 2 weeks out from now. There's 3 weeks of the open bracket play.
Yeah. All the tension is really in your body now, right? You know that this game, it matters a lot. They need to make it to these quarters.
Yeah, you don't want to have to go through having to do a whole nother week of this type of competition. I mean, Mifflin, you used to play in these kind of all-day tournaments, right? What is it like when you have this much SMITE all back-to-back? Does it really start to weigh on you after a while?
It does. You know, the first 3 hours, you're like, all right, cool. I mean,
I'm
me
good
and
at
my
SMITE.
boys,
I love SMITE.
I love this game. I'm playing with my boys. We scrim all the time. You know, 4th hour rolls around. You're like, I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm thinking about lunch.
Right.
5th game, you're like, I'm ready. Okay, I'm just trying to qualify at this point.
Yeah, can we please go ahead and qualify and get out of here? I totally know what you mean on that one, Mifflin. Speaking of, let's go ahead and get started. Let's get into the picks and bans for game number 1. Remember, these quarterfinals are a best of 1. So by game number 1, I mean the only game. You have to win here. After that, it is the best of 3 in the semis and the finals. But this first one, you got to win it. And I think that's why we're seeing Susano banned away right away. He is such a strong jungler right now.
He establishes so much lane dominance for everybody. He can go anywhere. He moves through the jungle so quickly, and he has such good setup that it really doesn't matter even if you have a high pressure lane. He's just going to pull you in. He's going to do the majority of the damage himself.
Moja banned away on the other side. No big surprise that we're seeing that one taken away. The Horus as well. So an eye towards some supports on the side of the Hathy team, Hathy's on Twitter, whatever we're going to call those guys. And then on the other side, Thor and Persephone banned out. So a little bit of jungle trying to take some of these picks away from Kierme, it looks like, as well as Persephone who's just a strong mid lane.
Yeah, looking at these bans, it really seems like they know it's going to be a scrappy game. These are high contention gods.
Oh, but Xing Chen making it through. And he's largely thought of as just one of the best supports right now. I mean, he gives you so much pressure. He's good at multiple stages throughout the game. This is a great first overall pick, I'd argue, here right now. Do you like this one? Would you have rather seen something else prioritized here? Or are you down with the Xing Chen?
I like Xing Chen a lot, but looking over at Hathe's side, Cuckoo Khan is so dominant this season. You can't just let it slide through like that. He's going to control the lane so well, and his team fight presence, especially with the closed off jungle as it is now in Season 7, the lanes in the jungle are a bit more narrow. Tornadoes are going to be so much more potent.
It really is, man. That mana build that's out there for these mages now, we're able to go like Book of Thoth, Polynomicon, Book of the Dead, those sorts of items, they really, really work well for Kukulkan. So that's why he's been rather potent. But here's a guy I know that you've been pretty high on, this Camazotz coming in. He's a jungler that's not going to do much else except damage for your team, so you got to make sure you're bringing that.
You're right. Camazotz is completely damage focused. He's going to be all single target. But the interesting thing about Camazotz as well, he might not be in the jungle. We might see him going to the soul lane. It's a flex pick, and it's going to keep Hathy and the boys. Their ban phase is going to be a little bit iffy now. They don't know where that's going.
Well, you were talking to me before we even started this game up, when we were just kind of getting ready for the day to start, about how much sustain we saw in the solo lane. It wasn't even all warriors necessarily. We saw a lot of something like Chang'an and then Camazotz, kind of to your point. Do you think that that's something that we might see a bit more of here today as well?
looking at the comps, Dansland could slot some healing very well, and it would keep them sustained in the fight. They have a good frontliner as is. They have decent damage, but we see the Daji come out, so I think it's fair to say that this Camazotz is going to go solo. We're not going to see a healer.
I think so. Certainly plenty of self-sustain for Camazotz, but not going to be topping off the squad. The Daji in the jungle, something we've seen a little bit more of lately. I don't know if I'm 100% sold. There's a lot of good junglers. I'm not the hugest Daji stan, but certainly will be strong here for this Dansland squad.
Yeah, Daji here fills out Dansland's squad so well in that she is a important beads burner,
Yes,
right?
you
Jin
have
Shen,
to.
he's not going to be able to just grab them if they have beads. Daji, she's going to get rid of the beads for him.
A pretty good situation. So those two will be working at the beads burners together. On the other side, Sun Wukong coming in. We've seen Sun Wukong a bit more, but he feels like the jack of all trades, master of none. Do you really want somebody on your team that kind of does things well instead of a specialist?
I like Sun Wukong in this comp for one reason and one reason only. He can sit on the mage very easily. He's going to be able to get back there and sit on the Merlin and keep him from free casting.
Let's see if that's what's going to happen. This Sun Wukong give Merlin a hard time, or will Dansland grab the win? Game number 1 starting now.
I appreciate you, Finch. Dolson down here on the cast aggro, bringing a little tenure. And Doug, of course, back spectating for us. Everyone back in production, so, you know, so much tenure and experience in this squad. If anything goes wrong here, no chance it's my fault.
How do you mean? You mean there's no way that you say the wrong god name or god ability?
No.
I don't mean to Hindu man you, but you did kind of set yourself up for this.
No,
You know
I
what
did.
mean?
Yeah, but I withstood the impossible quiz that Hindu threw at me.
Yeah. And I won't do that to you. I promise you that, at the very least. Welcome to the
Well, I
casting
appreciate it.
desk, Dave.
Yeah, right. We're standing
Glad to
by
have you.
on the casting desk. I'm excited to jump into this one. We haven't gotten to see kind of a match of this, I guess, magnitude yet in the qualifiers. We've jumped right into the semifinals where all 4 teams are already in the group stages. So, Aggro, this is really the first one where between Dansland and Hathi, either you win and move on to the groups, or the group stages rather, or you lose and you're gone.
It's a good point. I mean, the semifinals and finals, it's really all for seeding. These are the most important matches. The quarterfinal matches that are one game only, win or go home, and then that gets you into that group stage where then you can fight for seeding in the semis and finals of that week. So you're right. These are higher stakes than normal. And both these sides have fairly decent competitive experience. I mean, you might not recognize every single name on both sides, but Dansland, as Mifflin highlighted on the desk, has a lot of experience together, a lot of it on PS4. So you know that those guys have some synergy at the very least. And then on the other side, I mean, Kiermi, Hathi, More Brooklyn, Wheels, these are guys that you should recognize if you've been a fan of the amateur SMITE scene for some time. A lot of AVGL experience, a lot of SML experience. So it's a matter of which side is just going to be able to put that experience to good use here.
Well, I'm excited to kind of look at the Snatty and Cybrito matchup in that solo lane. Camazotz and Yorm, I think, talked about as 2 of the top-tier solo laners here. What do you kind of make of that matchup up there in that solo lane?
Camazotz should be able to just withstand everything Yorm's going to throw at him through that sustain. Yorm is really not a great solo you type of god. He's the you can't solo me most of the time because he's fairly safe. And Camazotz is the same way, but with way more actual kill potential in this lane. Yorm doesn't have the burst damage to handle someone with Camazotz's level of sustain. So I'd expect Snatty to be able to invade if he gets a little bit of help. Sweet Potato on Daji usually ganks solo very well, but you can't pull Yorm because of that passive, so that does make a difference. That Palau ultimate is a lot less valuable on that solo side gank. But you've got a Warrior on the other side and Wukong in the jungle. That's not a whole lot of fight potential early on, so I wouldn't be surprised if you end up being in a spot where you see Dansland and the boys put a lot of pressure on that solo lane.
And you brought it up, kind of the Wukong pick. I know Daji, that sudden burst potential. Wukong, I think, has been debated as a strong or not strong god for a decent amount of time here, but Hathi obviously feel confident grabbing him in the jungle.
I mean, we saw a lot of data, remember, play Sun Wukong ADC to an insane level of success last year at this level. Still scratching my head on how we got to that point, but it certainly worked for him. I think that Wukong is one of those gods that we see because he's a comfort pick for a lot of players. He's a fun god to play, but I agree with the assessment that he's not particularly strong. Jungle is an interesting spot for him, though, because I think his problem in solo lane is that he doesn't die ever in team fights. And your team gets everyone else killed, and they're all still alive. Wukong just ends up surviving, and it's like, well, that didn't do a whole lot for us. He's a god that you get to ignore as a backliner. And as a jungler with a more damage-oriented build, maybe you can't ignore him. I think that that's a valuable thought process. If in solo lane he doesn't do enough damage, but he always survives, what if we just shift that curve a little bit? What if we just make him more damage so he gets a little bit less survivability, but then does more damage to the point where you can't ignore him?
There's a potential gank happening in the long lane here. That's the Wukong. He's going to make his way in. Bashes down a little bit of damage. Just the final shot there. It is Kirmi finds first blood in this one for the Hathi.
And this is what you expect out of the warrior jungle. It's not the fight potential is great early, but the gank potential is. They usually have very good CC, and they can withstand a little bit more damage than most assassins. Whereas my Sweet Potato, Daji's a scaling assassin, one of the weakest assassins in the early game, but one of the best late game, 100% scaling on just about every single ability. So no surprise to me that we see Kirmi want to step on the gas a little bit earlier. I think it's the right idea with this Wukong jungle for sure. You don't necessarily want to be taking 1v1s in the jungle a whole lot, but your 2v2s and 3v3s with the warrior are going to be stronger than that with the Daji.
That's going to carve out a good lead for the Chaos side in this matchup. About 500 gold, 500 XP, not too bad 4.5 minutes into this game. What do you make of some of these long lane builds here? I mean, you go Hunter's Blessing and Boots on one side. Maybe back to that thought in just a moment as Sweet Potato has found a potential kill here on Kirmi. Xing Qin is here on the assist as well. He's going to get himself out of that one back to safety. They're going to force back the Wukong, which is a little bit of a win there. But between Wheels and the Hachiman on the other side, you know, one goes into the early, you know, potential Bloodforge, potential Devo's Gauntlet build. The other goes right into the Warrior tab.
Yeah, I think it's just two different styles. I mean, you really want to get those boots online pretty early as Sweet Potato tries to get the fight going early here in the mid lane.
That's right. He grabs the link, stuns one back. This one might just get it out. You mentioned to me, we were talking about Camazot's, the kind of get out of jail free card that is his ultimate. And
oh yeah,
he was under a bit of duress there, but able to pop up into the sky, plug away a little damage, and get himself back out to safety.
Look, Dave, we're supposed to stay pretty unbiased here as casters, and I'm going to do a bad job of that real quick. Camazot's is something else, man. I mean, this guy just does so much. He lacks a lot when it comes to CC. He doesn't have very much control. But when you do this much damage and have this much survivability, it's very, very hard to counteract.
There's still another skirmish happening in the mid lane. Stun, looking for a little bit extra. That's Nano that finds the kill on the Hathi. It's a Kukulkan Khan that's now down. They're looking for a little bit extra, though. Are they able to get out with the one for none? It looks like they are. Xing Qin so low, but able to get right back into tower range. That's a big win for Dansland. Get them right back into this game. Close that gold gap.
And I really like the way that this whole team is playing together as a unit. Earlier on, we saw Your Bad Kid blink in, go with that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. He got the shell from More Brooklyn. He got the beads from Hathi. Now, or excuse me, it was the other way around. Daji went in earlier, got the beads from Hathi, got the shell from More Brooklyn, and then Your Bad Kid goes in a little bit later. Now, knowing that CC immunity is down and guarantees the kill onto the enemy mid laner. I think that Kukulkan Khan is a premier pick right now in the game. I think you should be grabbing him just about every time you can, and getting Hathi behind on a god that really dominates one ahead is a good look for sure.
I think this solo lane has been a bit of a tug of war. I mean, I think either the Yorm or Camazotz have found themselves a one-level lead. And now you look at this Daji, Sweet Potato looking for a little bit more, does connect on one of those chains, pulls back Cuckoo. He's able to get the Spirit of the Nine wins off, but Nano's looking for the dive. Nano finds the kill and is going to get himself back out of range. Kirmi is going to try to find the final shot onto Nano, make it back for a 1-for-1, but that Xing Qin tosses back too. Are they able to capitalize? Looking for the final shots onto Kirmi. He's back under the race. Sweet Potato, he makes it a 2-for-1.
Really love that play by Nano to make sure that he gets the kill onto Hathi. He takes a lot of tower damage, maybe a little bit too much, but then the choice to transform out of fire and into the arcane stance gets him that little mini knock-up, which forces Kirmi to commit the ultimate, which then means that Your Bad Kid's ultimate's going to land every time because of the blink pickup by Kirmi. No purification beats for him. That's a good example of being a mid laner, knowing that you're going to die, but doing what you can to force the hand of the enemy and set themselves up for a good trade in their favor. 2-for-1 in the mid lane. Good accuracy by Sweet Potato. Took him a couple extra shots, but eventually got that link onto Hathi. And Hathi does what he can. He drops the ultimate. You have to assume you're getting bursted from 100 to 0 as soon as you get pulled. So you try and return as much damage as you can with that ult. Ended up missing, but that's a tough shot to take for sure.
I think you got to give the nod, though, to Hathi. I mean, at least staying somewhat close level-wise. Just now getting to level 9 is Nano. So Hathi, you imagine, maybe about half a level behind there, despite 2 kills and 2 deaths for Hathi. 2 kills, of course, over to Nano. So maybe that's kind of the benefit that you bring up about the Kukulkan, even being so far behind with 2 deaths and your opponent being up 2 kills. You're able to kind of maintain your status in that lane.
Definitely. It's very easy to just walk around, drop the Whirlwind on the mid wave, start rotating to back Harpies right away. That's one of the strengths of this character. It always has been, even when he wasn't considered a meta selection. His clear was never really the problem once he got to this point in the game. It's that later on, that damage became very unconfirmable. With the change of the Whirlwind last year to reduce that latch time, the amount of time it takes for the Whirlwind to attach to you, basically added another damaging ability to the kit.
We have seen so much aggression from Sweet Potato, and he's going to connect. That's beads from Haiti to keep him alive from that Daji ultimate. That's a big stun onto 1. Kiermi looking for some damage on the backside. Spirit of the 9 wins. That flies through. Wukong looking for the dive. So close to finishing off the kill, but that's no good. Xing Qin tosses a couple back underneath tower range. Your bad kid finds the kill. And Kiermi's going to get out alive. Sweet Potato is going to excise his right to get out as well. Kiermi, only death in this one. Another good fight there from Dansland.
Really, really strong. I mean, Sweet Potato a little bit inaccurate with the ultimate so far, and that's going to have to clean up as the game goes on. But I love the tempo that Dansland is going with. They're not letting this mid 3v3 really rest on their laurels and get to that Kukulkan late game, which can be very, very potent. They're forcing fights very, very early because they have such impactful ultimates. As soon as Haiti uses those beads, as soon as Kiermi steps up without an ultimate, either Potato or Yar Bad Kid is going to be able to make a play. And Yar Bad Kid's timing on these ultimates has really been perfect so far.
Well, Renjaru was the first one to start off with those gloves, and now he's the first one to finish off the Devourer's Gauntlet, although there is some debate over Devos versus Bloodforge.
It's been this, I'm actually surprised to see the Devos. I've seen pretty consistently Bloodforge for a lot of these players, and it's really just that Bloodforge has a relevant passive, is all of your power up front. You don't have to spend your time stacking, and is more power. It is less lifesteal, and that can end up mattering. I mean, if you're looking at something like a Wukong that's going to kill you over a couple rotations of abilities, not all at once, maybe that extra sustain that Devo Gloves gives you up to 24% at full stacks as opposed to the 15% that Bloodforge gives you. It's a fairly big difference in sustain, so I actually don't mind the option here. I would have been tempted if I was Wheels to go straight into Bloodforge to try and take a fight over Renjaru knowing that he's stacking and knowing that I'm already behind in stacks.
He grabs the Devos as well, but a fight on the backside of this Gold Fury here. Yar Bad Kid is just going to play Enforcer, try to keep them backed off a little bit. Sweet Potato looking for some chains, going to dismount, hopefully into a safe spot. He's going to have to blink himself away from that one. Fight maybe still raging on Yar Bad Kid. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel is going to spin around, not connect with anybody, but this opens up the door for Haiti to start off this Gold Fury. Snatty, he's in the back line, doing so much damage to Haiti. Kukulkan Ultimate's going to swoop itself through, doesn't connect on anything. Snatty finds himself some free damage, a free kill on the backside, and maybe just a little bit extra here.
Now it's Yorm in trouble, going to have to channel that ultimate. Now that both solo laners have used their ults, but I don't know that either one is particularly healthy.
That's a nice 3-man knock-up there, but he's got himself in a bit of a bad spot. Surprised maybe they didn't try to disengage with the third charge of his ultimate there, and he's going to go down for it. Nano Bruv blinks away. Snatty's still looking for a little bit extra. No mana right now. Blinks on through, connects with the 1. The 2 is there as well for a little bit of healing, grabs the kill. And what a turn there from Dansland. They grab the Gold Fury to boot.
I mean, look, the SMITE playbook says you have Kukulkan, you do objectives very well. You secure them better than anybody else, so let's just ignore the fight, get the objective, and try and get out.
Yeah, it's easy, right?
Right, but when the Camazotz is just wailing on your mid laner, you've got to turn and help him at some point. And Hathi stays dedicated to the cause. He's staring down that Gold Fury ready to ult it, and then as he's getting ready to secure, I believe that was Kiermi who ended up leashing it and getting it over and letting it go. Really, really sloppy there from the Chaos side. And credit goes to Snatty. When I'm talking about the ability to dive backlines and sustain through everything and then get out, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why Camazotz is so nuts.
He's doing a little bit more diving here, unable to steal away the blue buff, but makes life difficult. And that level lead that has been back and forth so often in that solo lane,
you know,
now you pull that 2 ahead if you're this Camazotz thanks to a couple of kills.
Maybe it's the way he walks just
waddle,
makes me mad. How is a dude who walks like that beating me up this badly? You know, like
he's so unassuming, right?
He's never doing leg day at the gym. He's the guy with boulder shoulders, but, but no base to stand on. So he's waddling like that.
Skipping leg day is all 7 sins in the Iron Church. That
you can't be doing it.
You can't be doing that.
You cannot be doing that. Who walks like this, man?
Well, he doesn't care, right? I mean, he jumps and flies a good majority of the time.
See, that is creepy. This less so. I don't know. Maybe that. Look at him. He's just scratching his face.
Well, you got to be scared of it. He's 2 levels ahead. He's got 2 kills in his back pocket. He's 4 items into his build, counting the start of the Blessing. I mean, Cybrito, I mean, he's building into defense, so he's able to sustain through this Camazotz, but maybe that's not what Camazotz is worried about at this point. He just wants to extend that lead and melt those squishies in the backline.
Exactly. It's a waste of your time to try and solo the Yorman lane 9 times out of 10. It's much better to try and transition that lead and go into the mid lane and really bully out Hathi, who's been bullied so far.
Well, how many times have we seen this aggro? Sweet Potato jumping forward, up to the ultimate, grabs Hathi this time. Looks like beads were used, but now Xingqian into the back line. Sweet Potato getting chased down by Kirmi, unable to escape that one. That's a kill for the Wukong. Traded back immediately by who else but that Camazotz. Kirmi is up in the sky, into that ultimate. Looking for a little bit more. Snatty has to burn the ult as well, just for a bit of disengage here. Kirmi looking for a little bit more, but he goes back. We end this one at a 1-for-1.
It's the right idea by Sweet Potato, but you've got to be a little bit quicker on the execution. In plays like that, you really don't want to sit up in that Pal-Al forever and let everybody converge on you. You want to blink 3, go up, hit the first chain, insta-cancel it, force Hathi's beads, and get out, so that then your Batkin can come out and over the wall. The set plays by Dan's Land have been good so far. They've been able to do good work on, we pull the beads, then you go in and punish him for it. But it's been too slow to develop. They're doing it well, but it's taking a little bit too long. If we speed that up a little bit, it's going to be much more effective.
Well, your 15-minute check-in has Dan's Land 2K gold, maybe in some change in the lead on this one. Maybe 1.5K, 2.1K experience though. Large part thanks to that Gold Fury that they were able to snag, but Hathi, they answer back with a Pyromancer of their own. They're still getting the benefits of that one back from base. We've talked a lot about this Camazotz. I kind of want to look at that build a little bit more.
Sure.
I guess the question is always, you know, if you're this far ahead, maybe this hybrid damage, but into some tankiness as well is the right way to go.
I think it is, because Camazotz is not like a lot of other solo laners who you just got to build a whole lot of defense and then you'll CC them to death for your team.
Yeah.
Camazotz isn't doing that. He's not CCing anybody. He's slowing them at most. So you really just need to be able to get in there and get your hands dirty and brawl and get the kill for yourself.
You don't want Heartseeker on Camazotz?
I mean, you do. It's honestly not a bad 6th item on Camazotz solo. You just want to punish them as much as you can with your damage.
Sweet Potato's trying to ram this this strategy into the ground a little bit. He jumps up into the sky, pulls back Hathi. It works out for him this time. Camazotz has been relentlessly ganked by this Daji, with Kirmi still waiting in the wings, trying to answer back. Sweet Potato's able to blink back to his teammate, but unable to get out alive. Now you have your bad kid just trying to peel back, and Kirmi's able to get out alive as well. Snatty elsewhere finally does grab that solo kill on the Jormungandr. You talk about a 2-level lead, a 4-kill lead now in that solo lane. You can tell what Dan's Land wants to do, aggro. They have been executing the same play over and over and over again.
But it hasn't really gotten them too much yet, Dave. I mean,
you're right.
Hathi's the same level as NanoBruv so far. I mean, Hathi's been less of a factor for sure, but is still getting the farm that he needs. Looks like Hathi's going to go into some defense right now. Maybe a Magi's is where he's going. But here's the problem with this is that he has no pen so far in the entire build. And yes, you are going to die, but you're going to die with defense anyways. Against a team that has Camazotz, Daji, you're going to die.
So that worries you. He's not going to be able to do as much damage potentially.
It's a common misconception. Your job as a backliner is not to live. Maybe Hunters is a little bit more important because you do objectives far better. For mid laners, it is not your job to live. It is your job to do damage, regardless of if you live or not. And so building defense in that slot doesn't really help you that much. It's much better to just 1-for-1 yourself every fight, or 2-for-1 yourself if you can. Especially Kukulkan. I mean, if you find a big ultimate in that corridor when they're trying to kill you in the jungle, you're 3-for-1ing them. I mean, you're fine dying. I just don't think that that's the mentality the mid laner should have.
Well, we've seen an example of the big Spirit of the Nine Winds that's able to kind of counteract one of those ganks. It just hasn't happened consistently. Only twice has Hathi been able to turn around, at least in assist.
But
on some of those ganks.
but that's in mid lane. That's the most wide open area you can be in. Later on, these team fights are going to be in the jungle, much more narrow corridors. You'll be able to whirlwind one entrance, Spirit of the Nine Winds the other one, and then they might kill you. But again, you're taking one or two with you if you play it well enough. And you're going to have way more peel at that point. Kirmi can help you. Cybrid can help you a little bit more. It just feels like I just don't like the mentality for that. I think being scared to die as a mid laner is one of the worst things that you can do in a competitive setting.
Well, I mean, Sweet Potato, we have just been talking about it. He started off so many of these fights in the mid lane. Still 2 levels behind Kirmi on that Wukong. They are going to start the Primal Fury here. Hathi is somewhere close by, so who's going to be able to capitalize on this one? They're going to turn their attention from the Fury and maybe decide to fight instead. Cybrito, ultimate crashing down onto a couple members of Dansland. They are going to peel off the Primal Fury, so health being regened here. Kirmi's found a stun onto Snatty in the back line of this fight. Low health bars for Hathi, just a couple. They might just disengage this one with no deaths.
But this is better for the Chaos side because they have the Terra, so they have a little bit more sustain. So they can withstand a little bit more poke, but they got significantly more poke than that of Dansland's side.
Snatty, now he's the one who's zoning out. Primal Fury melted away, confirmed by Dansland. They're looking for a little bit extra aggro. Kirmi blinks himself into that one. He's able to get into the ultimate, up into the sky, but now Sweet Potato looks to pull back one, and he grabs it. Renjaru in the back line. There's a big ultimate from Kukulkan with Snatty grabbing one as well. So it's Primal Fury as well as 2 kills for Dansland. Really
Beautiful fight by the solo laner Snatty. He's played very well so far this game. He goes in exactly at the same time that Kirmi goes in, and so Kirmi looks like he's going in all alone, but I don't think that was the plan. I think that this Camazotz is so big that he's forcing all that attention to go to him right away on the blink in, so it leaves Kirmi very isolated. He's still able to dive effectively. I mean, look at how healthy he is. That new Shield of Kadushi is helping out in that regard as well, giving him some protection, some power, and upping that healing. No Divine Ruin for Hathi.
Yeah.
I just don't like the build. I think that you have to be able to do a little bit more in these team fights. I know that he's been getting focused, and I know that that's the whole game plan from Dansland, but when you pick a character like Kukulkan, you have to be prepared for that. You're not getting to free cast on that guy.
I mean, do you think Hathi's the one that needs to go into that anti-heal to kind of knock down Snatty a few pegs?
Yeah, because Divine Ruin is very easy to hit multiple people on Kukulkan. I mean, you just hit Snatty with a Zephyr, and that's going to be on him for a while, and that's going to make all the difference, especially if Kirmi's able to hit him as well.
Pyromancer one more time, started up by Hathi. Kukulkan looking for it. Kukulkan grabs it. Snatty, though, is looking for some kills on the back end of this one. This is the same story we saw last time. Dansland grabs the Fury. Hathi grabs the Pyromancer, and it looks like they're going to be able to get out alive on this one, hugging that tier 2 tower for dear life, but it's a Pyro for Hathi.
But look at how little damage that Snatty's taking. I mean, he just ate a Zephyr and a full Whirlwind and took he took what, 20%? That's not enough.
They're looking for Fire Giant as well here. Sweet Potato up into the sky, and now you got Jormungandr kind of peeling this fight into 2 different fronts, pulls back one, and they're able to grab the kill onto that Terra, so you have a 5v4 for Dansland. If they look for a little bit more, Snatty's got some good damage onto wheels here, drops down the ultimate. They are unable to finish off the kill. He's sustaining himself through this fight, dashes out. Sweet Potato blinks right on through. They might think about going back towards this Fire Giant after this fight. They've got 2 kills in their back pocket. Nanobruv elsewhere on the map is able to get the kill as well, so that's 3 in this fight for Dansland. Potentially looking for 4 here on Hathi.
Hathi just too low and really doesn't have that much damage in the kit. A couple good Aegises by both Nanobruv and Sweet Potato to make sure that they're healthy. And this should be a decent Fire Giant opportunity now. Hathi having ultimate and knowing that he's going to have that best confirm in the game is a little bit spooky. I don't think that you can really hold this retreat against Dansland, but you don't have to force it right now. You're winning every team fight handily right now.
Sure.
And it's not like the Chaos side scales that much better than you into the late game. I mean, Wukong Jungle is already past its most effective point in the game. It's really a mid-game pick. Hathi's going to continue to get stronger, but not if he keeps building like this, so you don't have to worry too much about him. And really, the Terra's the one you're most scared of, but Mort's been fairly ineffective so far this game. So at this point, if I'm Dansland, I'm willing to take this late.
Well, we're healthy, and we've spent our gold, say Dansland, and maybe now's the time to work on this Fire Giant. It's down to about 10% HP. Zone is on. Jormungandr in the middle of the fight, as is standard, nearly able to burn him away. They do. They grab the kill before he's able to go into that World Serpent ultimate. And Snatty is zoned out. 3 members of Hathi here. They're going to peel off the Fire Giant right back to that tier 2 tower. They do not want to leave that circle.
Whoa, Dave, he spent at least 200 HP zoning 3 people by himself. You know, that was hard work.
And then
by
sustained it
right
back
there.
up, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, don't worry about that part. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You start building the Magi's at a point where you really could have used it, but at this point, you don't need the Magi's. You need damage to be able to kill this guy. Snatty's going to walk at you for 10 minutes, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it.
This might finally be confirmed Fire Giant, and yeah, I guess it will be when the Camazotz is able to push back 3 members of your team. Hathi do not want to take that fight. Gold lead extends to about 6K now, 23 minutes into this game. Experience pushing up to 10K. Tier 2 tower on the short lane is under duress.
And this is going to be a lot of gold that Dan's Land are going to be able to get through this Fire Giant, because when you see 6, 7K leads in 23 minutes, usually a tier 2 or a tier 2 tower or 2 are down at this point. That's not the case. Dan's Land have really gotten this lead fairly organically, and now they're going to end up getting even more through getting these towers down. I mean, that's what, 5,000, 6,000 gold on the map by way of the towers, including the one they just took down, and an Oni Fury coming up. So this lead is big right now, but it's going to nearly double in size fairly quickly. And I don't think there's a whole lot that Hathi on Twitter's team should do to stop that at this point. You're definitely not contesting Oni Fury. I don't think that you can contest on tier 1 or tier 2s. There's a Phoenix defense or bust. Kukulkan is very good on the defense because it's very easy for him to clear those waves and stay safe while doing it. But at this point, they're going to be so far ahead by the time Dan's Land's team is starting to siege these Phoenixes that I don't know that defensive prowess is going to be enough.
Well, that's so often where we see these games kind of stall out, isn't it, on the Phoenix defenses, and even sometimes turn around. Do you like what I mean, is it pure just brute force here? You have enough of a lead that even though the Phoenix is standing there, you should be able to take these fights?
Snatty hasn't gone below half health all game, as far as I'm
not sure he will.
You run it down here.
That's what they're looking to do. Looking to jump backwards is Wheels. Fight one more time, split off in half. Sweet Potato in the backline is able to grab the kill with Snatty. This is a 2v4 in the backline of this fight. Daji pulls back one, back to that pillar. Fight still happening under the Phoenix. They're going to look to peel themselves off. You are a little bit split here if you're Dan's Land. You have to be careful. Renjaru down very low. Kiermi's able to find the last shot. Your bad kid spins around Kiermi. Is he able to get out alive? Yorm is going to crash down one final time. He dashes out. Snatty finds the kill onto Terra. This is a 2-for-1. Phoenix still stands.
Is that a full health Camazotz the whole time underneath the Phoenix?
Yeah, don't check your eyes.
Never seen that before. Wow, that's crazy. Look, good job by Cybrid to keep Renjaru out of this fight. That's huge that they've lost their Hunter. That's going to be their main Phoenix killer. But they still don't have an answer for this Camazotz.
I mean, it's got to feel good at that point. And even if the rest of your health bars are chipped down, you got a Camazotz that can go right back underneath that Phoenix. You might be able to try to end this game if you're able to get a few more kills. Kiermi just out of range of Sweet Potato. Titan attacking as well. You got to be careful, Daji. Get yourself out of that one. You're going to. Kiermi's able to escape with his life. Back to the fountain he goes, but the chase is on from Hathi. 10% health maybe on a couple members of Dan's Land. Kukulkan swoops on through Snatty. There's a half-health Camazotz in the backline, but he's just going to jump himself out, get himself away, and grab left Phoenix.
See ya. We're out of there. No worries. And this is where those Oni waves really come into play as well. It keeps pressure onto the Hathi on Twitter's team. I hate that name so much because there's a Hathi on their squad. At least Dan's Land, I believe that is Nanobruv, if my memory serves. So at least a different name. That it makes it a little bit more helpful. But either way, I really think this game has really come down to build choice in the way that both sides have played some of these team fights. It's really been the Snatty show so far. I mean, look at his player damage. He's done 1,000 more damage, or 10,000 more damage, excuse me, than anybody else on his team at this point. And he's tanked a ton. He's really done his job very nicely. And if you're looking at how you're going to game plan against this Dan's Land's team moving forward, it looks like they're going to be moving on to the semifinals unless something changes. I would be looking to take Camazotz away from Snatty for sure.
Shown at 27 minutes here. No serious objectives left in the jungle to take the Fire Giant. Still about a minute left on respawn. That means it has expired on the 4 members of Dan's Land who still had it. You got left Phoenix down. You got mid Phoenix exposed. Which way do you go here if you're Dan's Land?
I think you're willing to wait out Fire Giant at this point. Fire Giant has fallen off, so it's going to respawn in about 40 seconds.
Yep.
You're not at a whole lot of risk to try and push, but why have any amount of risk? Instead, if you just sit around this Fire Giant, wait it out, you either force the Chaos side into a really bad team fight around Fire Giant, or you get a Fire Giant for free and then start the siege in a much easier position. I don't think there's any reason to rush right now if you're Danceland side.
They're just going to hang out in this right side jungle, maybe grab themselves some vision. But if you're Hathi, I'm not sure as a team you're really looking to take this fight. You were able to grab at least a kill and chunk down some damage underneath your Phoenix. Maybe you just let this one go and try your hand at a couple more Phoenix defenses.
Completely agree. You're going on the Phoenix defense for sure. There is good news from the Chaos side. There's some pen online finally 28 minutes in for Hathi. He's got the Charon's coin, so he'll do more damage to Snatty, but more is probably not enough at this point. Again, it's not a Divine Ruin, it's not anti-heal, it's not a Soul Reaver to try and chunk through all this HP. This is an HP-heavy build for Snatty. So Soul Reaver would do a whole lot of work, but that's way more expensive than the Charon's coin. You just don't have the gold for that at this point.
That's Fire Giant secure. Right side Phoenix now under attack for Danceland. He's going to look to poke a little damage. Hey, let's blink in a couple of times. Sweet Potato into the back line. He's going to force the Kukulkan entirely out of this fight. Jormungandr into the World Serpent is just going to try to peel off for the rest of his team here. Yarbad Kid holding on to that ultimate. No ultimates used just yet from Danceland. They're going to still have those into this fight. Absolutely exploded his Cybrito on that Jormungandr. My Sweet Potato's able to find the kill onto Wheels, and Kirmi, maybe he's able to pull one back. He does onto Renjaru, so that's a little bit of damage out. Kirmi up into the sky. Where's he going to choose to land? I'm sure he's not long for this world. He's just going to wait this one out. You might just turn your attention back to the base. Let him go. Snatty, why not 1v2 one more time? That's a big fight from Danceland.
Really good job again by Snatty and Sweet Potato. Into the back line immediately and just forces all the damage dealers back. Kirmi's able to do good damage in conjunction with Cybrid to bring down Renjaru, and that's been a problem so far for Danceland, is that their Hunter has not been able to stay safe in these 3v2s and 2v2s that they're having, and that's certainly something that they need to work on as a squad. But look, when Snatty's creating this much space for you, you should be able to do a lot more with this lead, in my mind. It'll be a process for sure, but if Snatty's playing like this, you'll be okay.
This could be it, aggro. There's only 4 members immediately ready for Hathi. It is going to be left side Phoenix taken down. Right side has also fallen, so only mid lane Phoenix remains. That is the Titan under attack, but just a few minions here. Looks like Danceland aggro, they're going to look to spend their gold, maybe get back, buy some of those consumables, and give this one final push. At 20-7, 13K gold lead 30 minutes into this game. We'll grab the Primal Fury, maybe give it one final push into the enemy base.
3K gold for Yarbad Kid and Nano at this point. I mean, basically right at that same mark. Certainly plenty to spend it on. And Snatty gets to do this.
Well, he doesn't have to back, right?
He doesn't. What could he ever need? I mean, he's got 2K gold, but he's already sold his boots. He actually picked up a Hydra's Lament, which is very, very good on Camazotz. A lot of quick fire abilities that you get to auto-cancel very, very well.
It's that 6th item you brought up.
Yep, it's a good sixth option to do a little bit more damage. Isn't great with more defense-oriented builds because it is off your scaling, so Heartseeker is definitely better in that spot, but he likely just didn't have enough gold at that point to pick up Heartseeker, and that he had it before that last fight. Instead of selling it and kind of resetting his gold total, instead he just seems to be willing to buy a power potion and get everything ready to go for this, what should be final siege.
Well, with 2 minutes on the Fire Giant respawn, you got about 50 seconds now remaining on 4 out of 5 members of Danceland. It's really been Renjaru. That's the only one that's been falling with these Fire Giants up, but I think the rest of Danceland is okay. He's been able to do enough in the meantime to keep them in these fights. Snatty is going to position himself, just try to maybe move forward. You see the respect, and maybe it's more fright than respect from the rest of Hathi. They are immediately backing up under this mid Phoenix. Do you like this call? Go for the 3rd Phoenix rather than push down one of the other side?
100%. I would have liked to see Danceland's team push up these side lanes a little bit more. You want pressure on the Titan with these fire minions, so instead of just all 5 walking up mid, why don't have 2 in mid, 2 on one side, 1 on the other? You get there at the same time anyways, and you have a lot more pressure on the map, but this play where they're kind of waiting it out seems to be working okay, but Fire Giant falls off them right now. They're seeing if Snatty can bait himself around this corner.
Potential bait hanging out in the Hathi speed buff. Hope he's going to turn around and grab it immediately. They do not have any ward coverage. Hathi sense something is up here. They do not want to step out of their base. Snatty is just going to face tank as he has. Finally, that right lane is caught up.
I don't know if they sense something necessarily. I think
they're just scared to move.
I think it's more that they know that they can't kill Snatty no matter what they do. Snatty is truly capable of surviving a 1v4 at this point. You would need all 5 members in order to kill this guy, and I think Snatty would have to mess up.
They're going to pivot back, I think, one more time for this Fire Giant aggro with Snatty, as you mentioned. Looking to 1v4, at least zone out. Finally, some of those lane minions have started to catch up with the Phoenixes, but in reality, it seems like the plan all along for Dansland was maybe grab Pyro one more time, grab Fire Giant one more time. We've got the Phoenixes down. They are going to probably respawn by the time the siege is underway, but maybe let's grab one more Fire Giant and put the icing on this cake.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred to see Dansland make a final push on that mid Phoenix when they had Fire Giant for about 40 seconds. If they had pushed up side lanes better, I think they would have had a really good shot at either ending the game or at least completely exposing the base. But we're picking hairs.
Yes.
Well, picking hairs isn't really a phrase, but sometimes you just gotta make one up as you go. We're splitting instead this time around.
It's about all we can do with this one seeming like it's all over for Hathi, as Dansland are going to move in on this right side Phoenix with Snatty. One more time playing zone. He's going to re-engage on side Brito on this Jormungandr. Still does a good bit of damage. That sweet potato into the back line. This could be the final fight of this game. Looking for some chains to pull some back, and he is able to connect on one more block, and he is absolutely decimated in this one. Jormungandr is able to knock up a few. Titan under attack here, and he grabs another 4-man knockup, but there's not that much follow-up. Kirmi is able to find his way into the back line. Renjaru gets his name in the kill column this time around. Wheels moves himself forward. 3 members versus 2. Dansland turns it around. You got Hathi against 3 aggro. I'm not sure he's going to be able to defend.
I don't like his odds here, Dave. I'll tell you that much. I mean, there's still a lot of healthy bars on the other side. A lot of damage still on the table as well. Dansland going to move on and punch their ticket to the group stage.
And what a turnaround. I mean, I guess it goes without saying, that's the Snatty show through and through.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you talk about the Camazotz and how powerful he is. Maybe not surprised at all with what we saw out of him. No. You know, I brought it up kind of with how that lane was going so much into that game. The Yorm and the Camazotz were so close. He just pulled away around that mid game.
Look, I really think it just comes down to builds.
Sure.
I just don't think that the itemization was there to take down this Camazotz. Yes, the lead certainly played a factor, but eventually it's going to get to the point where you're all 6 items, you're all level 20. It's how do we get there a little bit more smoothly next time around. I think that Dansland just looked like the better team through and through. It looked like Snatty was the best player on the field, and I thought their teamwork was much better. The way that they took those 3v3s in mid looked a lot more cohesive than that of the Chaos side.
And it was very calculated as well. I mean, they wait for those Fire Giants. They don't overly force anything. You could tell it was very cool, calm, calculated. And that's an important one. We brought it up pre-game. When you're in these quarterfinals, they are now moved on to the group stages. They'll have a semifinal and potentially a final to play later today. Yep, but that was a win or come back next week game there for Dansland. Yep. And they make good on it. You'll see them in the semifinals later today. We're going to send it to a quick break before we break it down.
Welcome back to the SCC Qualifiers. We just got through with the last quarterfinal matchup. Again, that's something we were just doing this week. Don't expect it next week as well. And Dansland, congrats to them. They have made it all the way through to the semifinals, which means they are one of the 4 who are already on to the group stages. Still Finch here. I'm still joined by Mifflin with me here on the desk as well. And Miff, we can take a moment, I think, to talk about that last game because it was a... That's Snatos, right? That is that Camazot's running the table basically up against everybody else, way ahead in player damage, like 15K more than everyone else. I mean, he had a monster performance.
The only people that are even approaching him in player damage were the enemy team. So saying it was Snad, it really was. Camazot's, we saw him at the end there, he sat on the enemy Phoenix alone for about 3 minutes, and no one approached him. And I can't blame them.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to use him as bait, but this might be one of those first times that your bait was too strong. Like, no one is going to spring that trap, right, to try and fight that Camazotz at that point. And you heard them talk about this a bit on the cast, but there were a lot of issues, I think, on the side of the Hathi team here in this one, right? Certainly some of that was that Hathi Kuko Khan build, a long time to get Pen online, even longer to get any anti-heal online. I mean, there was a ton of stuff, I think, throughout the entirety of that game that they could have done better.
Yeah, we saw Hathi hit Snad in the late game with Zephyr. Snad shrugged it off, jumped on the wave, and I think he overhealed it.
Yes,
so.
If he had taken more damage, he'd have healed that up too, right?
Yes.
Certainly was at a comfortable position. So that was that last set that we just saw. The next one we're going into is our first semifinal of the day. This is Caden Fan Club up against Mxiety Onset. This Mxiety Onset squad, one you guys should absolutely recognize. Tons of former SML players who've been at this level forever now. These guys are constantly grinding. And then this Caden Fan Club team, I don't quite know them as well, but certainly you should recognize Caden, a really popular jungler. It's been around for a while. You got any read on these two teams?
Well, Mxiety, it's what I believe to be the strongest team still in the bracket. We've got Diesel, Sybil, Sops. We've got all these huge names. They've been playing at this level for so long.
Yeah.
And they've been dominating at this level. This is really where they find their home, as well as they're all ranked stars. You look over at KFC, the Caden Fan Club, and the only real standout name is Caden. Caden was a console boy. I've had a lot of time scrimming against him. He was one of my scrim partners for the longest. We used to rib him a little bit, call him Mifflin Light, but you know, he's found his own, and I think we're going to see a good performance out of him today.
That's a high bar trying to get up to Mifflin, right? That's the kind of thing that can weigh on your shoulders, I
all
think. All
lowercase on the light, by the way. Like, we didn't put a capital L on it.
No, not like the Switch light or anything like that. So, yeah, as you said, Caden certainly someone to keep an eye out. Fear No and Chronic, I believe we've seen around as well. So I'm expecting good things from this semifinal. We are into best of threes now, too, so not like that best of one we just saw in the quarterfinals. But enough from us, at least about getting ready for the set to start. Let's go ahead and get into the picks and bans. Mxiety Onset will be in that first pick position. The Caden's Fan Club will be second. Kuko Khan getting banned out, man. I don't know. If you're doing Book of the Dead Magai's Cloak, it's not even all that scary.
Yeah, I mean, I did look a little foolish last desk. I said that Kukulkan's going to be real strong, and we got proven wrong there. But sure. I understand this ban. We also see Emojic banned out here. That's a dominant pick. Establishes so much just team fight presence with the heal and the shielding. Camazotz on the other side. I mean, we saw what Camazotz can do.
That's true, right? Snatos, certainly, if you needed to see a bulletin board for Camazotz and you just saw it last game, the Odin ban makes a ton of sense to me, too. He's so strong right now. You want to get rid of him and the Xingqian. So these are all fairly standard. Persephone does make it through, though. It looks as though Mxiety kind of chose which mains they were more worried about, didn't want to deal with. Ban the Cuckoo will take the Persephone, probably two of the top mid lane picks right now.
Persephone is so good at just poking out the enemy mid laner. It's hard to line up the ability, but if you get a really competent Persephone, she should be able to bully the lane, which is why I love Caden picking the Thor here. I imagine it is going to go to the titular Caden. He's been known for his Thor for a long time. Anvil of Dawn is going to be able to establish that I don't want you past your midpoint in middle lane, Persephone, and she's going to have to respect that.
Certainly. Now, one thing to keep in mind is obviously Persephone, even once you kill her, still pretty relevant in those fights, right? You got to kind of make that decision on how you want to interact with her, but Thor's such a strong pick right now. They're going to pair that with Heimdall and Merlin. This team will not be lacking for damage at this point, man. That is a competent backline they've drafted. They've got to make sure they have a front line there to sort of bolster up for them.
Yeah, I would expect to see maybe a warrior support so they can get involved early. Because a warrior in the solo lane, yes, it is a frontliner, but you're going to have to wait a little bit for him to get there. We see the Bacchus. It's essentially the magical warrior.
It is, isn't it? You're not wrong, I don't think. It's just that it's doing some magical damage. So Bacchus is certainly one that likes to get involved. That changed the chug that happened a while ago, meaning he gets at the level 1. He's going to have that Drunkometer built up all the time in the support role, so we should certainly be expecting him to be active. But what about this Amir? I feel like we were just talking about him yesterday, that he doesn't feel like he quite matches up with some of these other supports. Where do you feel about it?
I think Ymir is really good in of himself, but when compared elsewhere, it's like, yes, I could have this nice BMW, but Teslas exist. You know what I mean?
Right.
So Ymir, he's going to be an easy target as well. If Heimdall can find the ultimate on him, or even if Bacchus can find the jump, it's going to be really hard for him to self-peel.
I wonder if this is going to be the Ymir support, too, because Hercules support has been so strong, but I got to imagine Hercules does better over in that solo lane, right? So even with the strength of Hercules support, we're thinking he's probably solo here?
Yeah, I think he would be solo, because Ymir also has that huge synergy with On Her. Ymir can throw up the ice wall, On Her will throw the impale out. Pin him to it.
Yeah, should be pretty easy to get the stun there. Cucullin, rather, going to come in for the last pick for Caden's fan club. Another pick that I feel like has been seeing a little bit more play here lately over in the solo lane. Can be a bit of a bully, and if you can time those rage transformations well, Cucullin is really strong. But we're ready, though, to get into the action. Game number 1, Anxiety Onset and Caden fan club. I'm going to get it down to Dulce.
I appreciate you, Finch, as we move our way into semifinal number 1, as Dansland is awaiting the winner of this set between Mexidi and Caden fan club. Aggro still with me on this call. Aggro, it always seems right. We ended the last set talking so much about that Camazotz in that solo lane. Look at what we got here. It is the Hercules solo. Finch speculating potentially, and it was where he ended up. And then you have Chronic on the Cucullin up there as well. What do you like in that lane?
Cucullin's a god that we haven't seen a whole lot of the last few seasons, but got some buffs coming into this year, and I think people kind of realized that they probably just kind of miss playing this god. He's a god that can make a huge impact, and certainly has tools to try and take this matchup. Don't forget that one Barbed Spear has innate anti-heal built in, so that's really important up against a god like Hercules. It's going to sustain not right now at level 1, but level 3 or so when he starts to get that mitigate wounds. I think that Cucullin doesn't have a whole lot of solo potential in this matchup as long as both are playing properly. It's really always Hercules that you have to be scared of getting soloed by. But Cucullin can really punish gods like Ymir, who can be a little bit more immobile, pretty well with all his dispositioning.
Well, Ymir is actually in the jungle this time around. The speculation was whether Hercules would be solo or support, and instead Sops in the mid lane is able to find the first blood in this one. Cope looking to back himself off, and Caden finds the final shot. That's a 1-for-1 start. First blood, though, over to Caden fan club, maybe even finding second blood. You just need one more shot. Oh, Sops turns it around, nearly gets out, but Caden with the double tap and the teleport to the hammer is able to clean that one up. A level 3 Thor with 2 kills, a minute and a half into this game. It's not something I'm excited about going against.
No, you're feeling pretty good about that if you're Caden, for sure. A really nice play by him. Good mechanics through and through. 2 double taps that he just free-handed out there in the mid lane. I feel like Cope and Sops could have maybe moved a little bit better around that potential double tap, but either way, really good mechanics by Caden. And this is what you want against Ymir, is to put him behind. Ymir pushes leads incredibly well. It's just hard for him to get them sometimes.
Driving strike onto Chronic is going to knock him back, but this one relatively even, save the levels here with health bars at least. A bit of a difference, I think, in kind of mindset going into this lane. Chronic went immediately into that tier 1 shield, whereas Mando Warrior avoided that and opted for a few more potions right out of base.
And that seems to be helping Mando quite a bit because he's been really focused on poke. That's a good identification of what you can play around. It's a little bit harder to poke out Chronic because he has that physical defense already there, but knowing that you have the sustained advantage not only via your kit, but also in your itemization choices means that I really like Mando's decision to try and play aggressively in that lane. That's what I expect. Mando Warrior is a veteran at this point. He's been playing at this level for a long time. Was playing ADC for a little bit. Seems to be back in the solo lane, and I think this is where Mando's better suited. He not that he was a liability in ADC necessarily, but he can be an impact player in the solo lane, and I just didn't see that. Of course, it takes time to learn a new role, so maybe it would have come in time, but it wasn't there yet.
Watch out here in the long lane as the junglers are here to help. Knocking back just a little bit is Fearno, but he's not going to get too much for it. Diesel, Sybil able to back themselves off from that one. Lack of mana maybe coming into that one. It's a rotation from Ney, who actually was the mid laner. But Caden finally hits level 5. Could choose to crash down. They are pinging it. Yeah, I don't know if he had the range for that one. Thought about it, but no good.
Man, if he just takes 3 more steps in, that's easy kills for him at that point. Diesel, no beads. That's a full combo that you can drop on his head, and that'll certainly kill him from 60% health. But maybe a little bit impatient on when to use that ultimate, or just thought that they were going to back a little bit more quickly than Diesel and Sybil really wanted to.
Well, Cope is able to keep pace, at least levels-wise, despite the 2-kill disadvantage for Caden. They're still going for this purple buff. Sybil's got 3 members of Caden surrounding him. Is he able to turn around the kill? No. Fearno is going to grab the kill with Gallahorn this time. That's a 3-kill on the board for Caden Fan Club. 2-kill lead. Cope Baby finds the stun as he backs up back against the wall. As Ymir needs to get himself involved. Has his ultimate, looking for some damage. Blown up some. Is Nehu. As Caden's going to back himself off from that fight. Finally, Ymir puts himself in the conversation.
That was a beautiful ult by Sops. Forced the beads. Caden quick on it too, because otherwise he would have gotten interrupted mid-hammer toss. But quick beads from him got him out, because that could have been an easy double kill for Cope. Cope's been a Ymir stand for a long time at this point, but Mando's in trouble here.
He's going to have to try to back off. Oh, the knockback from Chronic, no good. Knockback from Mando, no good as well. Chronic not knocked back by that one, so Mando stays alive. We still stand at a 6-6 level up there in the soul lane. And again, I've harped on it before. I think despite that early 2 kills, Cope on the Ymir, he still has about a half-level advantage. He's farmed up well.
Just accepting a bad early game as Ymir is not really an option. You need to leverage that insane base damage and great CC that he has early on, because late game he just gets punished very, very easily for how immobile he can be. So you really do want to leverage that even if you fall a little bit behind, and Cope's really identified that nicely. I like the Boots rush. You need that mobility on him very early so you can keep in range of that Frost Breath, which is pretty easy to outrange at times.
Yep.
And as I was saying, Cope has been a long-time Ymir player. He played solo at the top level and loved it over there. And it does things very similar to what Atmo just did on the Bacchus. It kills squishies really, really well, even as a Guardian.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Bacchus has the potential to burst you down. Caden is going to look to make this ultimate more impactful. He's going to crash down just behind
Nice
Mando,
stun.
grabs the stun, double tap, looking for the whirl for the kill, and Chronic makes no mistake. Mando, he's been low in lane pretty consistently. Caden finally makes good on the setup from Chronic, and they grab a kill for the solo.
Now that's in the early game when you start the Boots with Chalice and the enemy starts the round shield. It makes sense to play aggressively. You've got more sustain. Your Hercules, it's pretty easy for you to out-trade, but Caden running into some trouble.
He's going to get the Naja ultimate knocked down. He grabs a kill a moment ago. He's going to grab a death here. Sops at the hands of that one. That's 2 kills now for that Persephone. Right into some healing, the Bancrofts. So anti-heal, I think, was the conversation we had so much around that Camazotz. You look at Persephone immediately into the Bancrofts.
Yep.
What do you look at anti-heal-wise against that?
You're looking for more, for sure. Merlin, one of the best gods in the entire game at applying Divine Ruin. A lot of his abilities do tick damage, so it reapplies that anti-heal very easily over a longer period of time. He covers a lot of ground with those abilities. Divine should be an absolute pickup here right after the Chronos Pendant finish in that mid lane. You've got a Merlin you've got a Hercules on the other side, and you've got a Persephone who's got Bancrofts. As soon as you finish that Chronos Pendant, I'm going straight into Divine.
Well, luckily, Nehu isn't quite as behind as Kukulkan was in our previous game, so might feel a little bit more open to find some damage. Diesel has Fearno completely poked out here, so this is a potentially good opportunity for him to pull a little bit of a lead down there. And a big difference, honestly, what we've seen is kind of a difference in ideas of misstun there by Cope. Caden may be locked out here. Can teleport to his hammer if he wants to get himself out alive, but the wall is there. There is the teleport out back to his hammer. So Caden getting a little bit deep, but does escape with his life. But Sybil can't say that much for him. Down goes that Naja support with Cope Baby looking for a little bit extra. Moves himself in, Sops is around. Watch out, Thor up into the sky. Not sure where he's going to choose to crash down on this one. It looks like he is going to drop down right onto Cope. Well timed. Nehu finds the kill. Sops, though, answers back with an ultimate of his own. This one's getting messy in the jungle, Aggro.
Little bit, just some odd decisions back and forth. A bad pathing decision by Sybil. Atmo's power boots, no longer pen boots, but just outright power boots, paying off 75 power on those. You know Bacchus loves that. He's been able to make a couple people pay with that damage so far. But then Cope, he's trying to use the ultimate for CC immunity, but Caden, with good patience, just waits it out, sets himself up for easy damage over the wall for Merlin. A couple odd decisions there by Cope, I'd say.
Diesel has consistently been aggressive in this long lane and has kind of kept Fearno underneath his tower line, unable to capitalize that up to this point as anyone rotating in from Caden Fan Club. You look at it, 8.5 or 9 minutes into this game, rather. Pretty much even across the board, at least gold-wise. Maybe XP is where some things start to change there. with all 6 towers still remaining for both teams. But maybe a bit of a lead. A difference, though, in Hunter build here, on her going likely into that Transcendence. But Fearno has that decision now between Devos and Bloodforged.
I would expect Fearno to go into the Bloodforged, especially on Heimdall, who just has insane scaling. The power is just more valuable to you when you have scaling like Heimdall does. And you don't want to have to stack up and be even weaker, because Diesel's already pushing those leads. But I think this is a pretty favored matchup for On Her a lot of the time, or for Heimdall, I should
Watch
say.
out, Atmo's in from the backside. That's a beads. That's going to save the stun, but unfortunately not save his life. Finally, Diesel punished for, actually wasn't really all that far forward, but he does get punished. There was a 1 kill traded out onto Nehu in that mid lane, so you find a 1-for-1, but it's Bacchus now. You got 3 kills on your Bacchus on the back end of some ganks.
If my memory serves me properly, Atmo's usually a mid lane main, so just kind of moving over to support to play for this team. Still going with that damage mentality though at the Bacchus. I like it. I mean, he's still trying to murder people with that magic damage, and he's done so efficiently so far.
Actually wasn't beads burned by Diesel there, so
the
through his ultimate, right, he was able to keep himself CC immune. So it's a small win there for himself if the return gank is on. Going to be able to CC immune himself. Chronic's going to dodge out the knockback. Driving strike connects from Mando Warrior.
Nice,
but he's not able to follow up on the kill. So Chronic has built himself now a 1-level lead on the back of just 1 gank from Caden.
At the same time, though, he's getting a little bit too greedy with that lead. Gets himself pushed under tower and good damage returned by Mando. That Breastplate of Valor pickup, critical in this matchup. Hercules, very cooldown dependent. Getting 20% CDR this early really feels good. And 65 prot when, of course, Chronic's not going to have any pen at this point, and likely won't for a long time, if at all, means that it really favors Mando Warrior in these trades.
The support's continuing to rotate as Atmo makes his way to the mid lane. Up into the sky goes Caden. Diesel's going to get stunned out. Can't CC that one away. Does use his beads this time. Unfortunately, those time out. He's not able to stay alive. Looking for more as Sops here. He's going to toss out the plant, maybe for a little bit more damage. Nehu pulls him back, but I'm not sure you want to do that. Sops nearly turns that kill around. Oh, blink forward from Caden, thanks to the double tap from the hammer. He gets a kill back in the mid lane. Atmo is going to trade back with Cope, and there are 3 members, albeit low health members of Caden Fan Club, starting to collapse now on Cope. You have Mando here, maybe to support. Does have his boulder. Who does he choose to use it on? Not just yet. Might have needed it, did need it to finish off the kill onto Caden. Looking at the right-hand side of your screen, if you're Caden Fan Club, you're happy to have gotten out alive, but I spoke too soon. The Sybil finally finishes off one of those kills. Chronic looking for a little bit more.
Beautiful use of that CC immunity. Chronic should have it until phenomenal peel by Mando Warrior is going to get his jungler out of danger. Perfect pickup right before Chronic transformed, would have given him access to a whole new set of abilities, and certainly would have been able to chase down Cope Baby nicely. Mando's played this game very well, and this is why I'm excited to see him back in the solo lane, man. This is where I think he belongs.
This one is a lot more even here at 12 minutes with gold, just about a 1K differential. XP there on the side of Mexia Onset, so maybe a bit of a difference, but Atmo's going to make his way to the mid lane one more time. Nehu trapped in by Sop, so they're going to be able to finish off the kill. He's just dancing around. Atmo can't body block that one, and that's going to be a kill for the Persephone, and Atmo thinks twice about trying to continue this fight as his health is chunked down. It's a good play by Sops to turn that one around.
Looks like Fearno's turned this lane around as well. Diesel dead to rights. Fearno doesn't even need to do anything else. He did his dirty work. And I really do feel like this is a great matchup for Heimdall. I know that he was getting bullied out a little bit earlier on, but at this point, everything Diesel does normally in aggressive matchups, jumps in, tries to impale you, none of that works against Galahorn.
Atmo's going to try to stun while Caden looks to do the same. Knocked up. He is getting chunked away, hits level 12 midair, and that could be a difference maker here as he goes back onto Sops, tries to turn around some damage. This Persephone has benefited from a lot of missed ganks towards that mid lane, with Chronic looking to maybe turn it around in favor of Caden Fan Club. But 6 of your 8 kills rather now are on this Persephone. That's a lot of weight to hold for Sops, and he's going to be able to maybe turn this one around. Sybil's going to stun him up. Sops is going to capitalize again for his 7th kill of this game. Fearno's going to turn around some damage. Nice double stun. That's going to be beautiful. No. Turns around some damage, and he is only able to get 1 kill from it, but the wall blocks off Nehu, and that's Sybil who's in range to find the stun. Atmo is going to try to backpedal from this one. The sash is on cooldown from Sybil, therefore no stun, but it's still a 3 for none in favor of Mexciety.
Man, that gave me anxiety just sitting there, not Megxiety, anxiety of course, just watching Cope Baby channel an ultimate against 3 people. Thanks for the pity laugh, Dave. No one else does that for me anymore. Finch and Hindu have already learned their lesson. You'll get there in time, don't worry. But man, Cope, this build I love on Ymir jungle because it's cheap. It's very, very stat efficient. It's 2 really, really cheap items back-to-back, Stone of Binding and Relic Dagger, and they both work really, really well for Ymir. Stone of Binding because it's going to proc on your stuns and your slows so that you're going to constantly get 10 pen on everybody around you, basically.
Yep.
And then Relic Dagger right after the fact in order to get more HP that lets him brawl a little bit better. Ymir's base damage numbers are obscene, so you don't need to worry that much about building damage. And now he's got into a 20% pen item in the Charon's coin, which also, as it stacks, ends up giving you movement speed, which is exactly what Ymir wants. I mean, Cope's pretty speedy right now, and clearly is bringing the damage right alongside it.
Once those stacks start to hit, he's going to be a little bit quicker, and you're going to be getting blinked on by that Ymir a little bit more. Diesel, he's in a bad spot here. Stunned up, but he is going to beads and jump his way out of that one. Aegis used as well. Therefore, can't Aegis off the body block. Atmo, another good rotation to that long lane. Grabs another, his 4th of the game. That's at least a little silver lining here for Caden Fan Club. The recent stories have been around Mexciety and how they've pulled this game so heavily in their favor. Could do some more here with Atmo looking to back himself off. Mando's right in range. Knockback no good. This one might just fizzle out with Mando getting pulled back.
Looks like Caden was forced back on this right-hand side as he and Chronic were looking for that tier 2 tower. Good freeze by Cope, and with Sybil coming around the corner, Chronic probably not feeling great about his position.
Yeah, that's a good wall, some good body blocks as well. Might have the lead, but with the stun locking him down, Sybil's going to capitalize and grab himself another kill. Atmo, between Atmo and Sybil, you talk about the supports, the rotations have been there.
Yep.
4 kills for Atmo, 2 kills for this Naja. I think the supports have done a good job.
I completely agree, and 2 damage-oriented supports, they are certainly doing just that. Atmo actually above even Caden in damage, and when your Thor starts off 2-0 in the first 3-4 minutes of the game, you really needed Caden to play a little bit more aggressively. He's bottom of the player damage.
Well, Sybil's going to find another ultimate onto who else but Caden, and the knockback is in from Mando Warrior. That's a good teleport back to the hammer from Caden. Atmo was there just for a little bit of extra peel. Well, you know, the reason, it's my fault, right? I said, you got to be scared of this 2 kills on your Thor 2 minutes into this game.
No.
So it's entirely my fault, right?
No, Dave. You know what?
I said nothing would be my fault today, but I think that one might be.
Here's the thing, Dave. It is not your fault. It's Caden's fault. Let's call a spade, shall we?
Well, Fresno is going to call a spade. Dito is going to knock him up into the sky. What did I say, Fresno?
Yeah, yeah, the Bulldogs over there, Fresno State looking good in the red jerseys. They are red, at least.
He's barking at him. Fearno grabs the kill. Cope Baby does have some good damage on that ultimate. It's going to detonate it early. Going to chunk down Chronic just a little bit extra. Caden takes to the skies, crashes down with no one in range. Chronic does turn around to kill on a Sop, so that's a small win.
Huge.
For the Caden Fan Club. You're going to get that 7-kill Persephone off the board.
Huge that you get that kill bounty and really shut her down at this point. And you get the purification bead, so maybe you free her up for another dunk by Caden or something that can really put this Persephone behind. That's the thing about SMITE these days. It started last year and certainly continues here in Season 7. Leads in the early game are great, and you can get them still, and they are certainly worth your time. But if you get around the 20-minute mark and you take a couple deaths back-to-back, the way that the minion waves scale in XP and gold makes it really, really easy to catch up. So Sops dies with a 2-level lead over Nehu, and Nehu hasn't been able to find a whole lot of farm to catch up quickly, but it certainly is a possibility.
Caden was looking for some free farm on the backside of this jungle, and instead he's found another kill for Diesel. Fearno is going to take the crystal back to safety. He's barking his way back.
Dave, I know you well enough to know that you're going to think about that moment as you fall asleep tonight, and I want you to know that it truly made my day. And
I'm staring at the ceiling in bed.
Yep, that's gonna be you.
Sad dog noises, right?
Yeah,
that whole deal.
It's a-okay. There are worse mistakes to make, and I think that's very funny. So at the very least, it was entertaining for me.
And you know what, Agro? That's what it's all about.
That's right.
If I'm entertaining you, I'm happy. Diesel is going to be happy to leap his way away. At 1-6 Diesel has finally been able, and just a moment ago, that kill was the first time this On Her has been on the board, but he's kept up his farm, 2 levels behind Fear No. But he's still, you know, midway through that build, gone Transcendence into that Aussie, looking like he's going to finish off with some kin size.
It's not been Diesel's best game, for sure. Diesel's an experienced player at this level in a good ADC, but I just looks a little rusty.
That's Thor off to the backside and not going to connect on the stun, but he does get it onto Diesel. Sybil is going to use that shell to buy some shielding. Coat Baby, he's right in range for the kill. Onto Atmo. This is a good start to the fight for Mexciety with Mando Warrior zoning out 3 people under this tier 2 tower. Big ultimate from Diesel. That chunks away some damage that Sops is able to make good of. Chronic is going to look to turn that one around. Caden is going to use that Aegis to keep himself alive through that ultimate. But where we stand is a 3 for none, 4 for none for Mexciety Onset.
It looks like it was going to be a 2 for none, and then it looks like a little cleanup duty was had on that right-hand side. Mando maybe blinking in to finish off Nehu and Chronic, but that opens up this right side tier 2, should open up the right side Phoenix as well.
Just going to look to back themselves off this time. Fire Giant maybe becomes the next objective that you start to look at here. If you're Mexciety, you've carved yourself out nearly a 10K gold lead while things were so even for so long. They did stop Mando Warrior from getting himself out, and he's going to use that double hammer tap to move himself forward, but I don't think they're going to look for that much extra. Diesel, despite being behind, has plenty of damage to turn around some kills. Atmo is maybe going to be able to find the stun, but he's just going to backpedal his way on towards that Fire Giant. Up, down, connects. Does he have the damage? I'm not sure. Mando has the ultimate, but might not choose to use it here. Atmo gets out with his life.
Sop's going to fire off that ultimate, actually, and catch him.
Dang it, dude. No way. Come on. Are you serious?
Listen, I think Atmo was on the same train of thought as you. Just bad decision-making to walk into that blue buff at all. He was fortunate to be close to out, but great accuracy from Sops, who's really been dominant so far on this Persephone.
Well, there's one thing I've been right about this game, and that's Fire Giant is the next big objective.
Nicely done.
For Mexciety to look towards, and they're going to get it on all 5 members. With 10 seconds left on Atmo, they've got a 4v5 advantage as well. Could get worse. Ultimate starting to get popped. Chronic does knock back a few. This time, Sops gets the kill, credit for his 11th of this game, and now 45 seconds on that Culcullen. Sure, you grab yourself a Primal Fury, but that right side Phoenix is looking nervous right about now.
Man, this Persephone in the mid lane is just snowballed out of control in this game, and that's what Persephone really has the potential to do. She's a carry god for sure.
They're going to look to fight under this Phoenix, give themselves sort of a pseudo 5th man, but Atmo, he hasn't found the fight I don't think that he was looking for. Caden takes to the skies. Diesel maybe looking good in the back line. Double stun. Oh, knocked back right into the wall. Diesel turns around. The fight saves himself with Sybil capitalizing. There's 2 members dead, only 3 left alive for Caden Fan Club. Nehu stunned out right side. Phoenix getting chipped away at. Atmo knocked back. Fear No is going to use the ultimate, but he's looking like a good target right about now, Aggro. Big fight from Mexciety Onset. They could take this Phoenix. They could take this game.
Looks good for them. Diesel picks up his 2nd. Chronic's respawn just in time to get ulted again by Coat Baby. He's had a steady diet of the shards of ice. And I think you're right, Dave. This Titan's looking juicy.
Well, the Phoenix is going to go down. Only Atmo left alive. And this seems like a tall, tall task for the support Bacchus. Titan under attack, Mexciety Onset. They're going to take semifinal number 1, game number 1, and maybe grab a kill to boot with this one. Persephone through and through this game. So effective. The jungle Ymir as well. The rotations were in. Caden's just going to come out of base. Able to save himself 1 extra death on this one. Just finish off the Titan. Mexciety agree. And they grab the win.
Look, this Caden Fan Club team certainly has a lot of potential. I love the way that Fear No was able to turn around an early deficit. Caden looked mechanically very, very solid in this game. It's just being in the right places, letting a couple kills off the hook. I mean, that double kill potential in duo lane on that first ult, if Caden just takes a couple more steps, looks a lot better. And certainly this team has potential moving forward, just didn't have it here in this game.
Agra, I'll admit, I wasn't sure about the Ymir in the jungle going into this game.
Looks good.
I loved the points that you made about his build, and Coat Baby made it look great.
Sure did, and that's a signature pick for him. He loved that pick when he was an ALG solo laner, and certainly made it pay off here today for Mexciety Onset in the jungle. And when Sops is going to play that well, I mean, Sops has been in the mid lane for a while now, usually played a lot of hunters in that role, but if he's adding a Persephone and a mage that strong with that level of comfort, I think it's going to make this team that much harder to really combat.
In aggro, I think I've just seen so many mid laners just getting sat on by junglers through and through these last 2 games that we've casted. I know
It's tough, man.
You
Let
have
me
a special
tell ya.
interest in this one. Is that just kind of the meta that we're starting to see right now? Just so much focus towards this mid lane?
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane is getting more farm again, and anytime that happens, everyone is worried about how well they can carry the game and how much damage they do and how cool and thin all mid laners are. And that's just a fact of life. I mean, all the cool players are in the mid lane, and so you really do have to try and shut them down, because otherwise games like this happen for Sops.
People in the back yelling at me for giving you this soapbox. Just giving you, I can.
I'm not standing on a box. What are you talking about? I'm definitely
Yeah,
this
do we have
tall.
a wide?
No, you don't.
Do that
No,
to
we
aggro.
don't.
No, it's okay. We don't have the wide shot. Unsurprising, though. I mean, we talked about what Sops was going to bring to the table with this Persephone. She's so often banned out.
Yep.
And I think this shows you why, what she's able to do, especially when left unchecked a good bit of the time. Yeah, this is the one.
That was clean.
I'm saying for sure he
This
gets
is
out
not
alive.
an easy shot. That is not an easy shot at all. That's a
Sorry.
lot of prediction.
I didn't believe in Sops, but
No, hey,
I certainly do now.
I didn't even see him either. I didn't see him either at that moment, but he had it under control for sure. That ultimate is pretty good. I'm willing to go out on that limb.
Well, hats off to Mexidi. They beat them so handily. Game 2 is actually a forfeit. So Mexidi, we'll see them in the finals later on today. It was a fun one, though. Aggro, thanks for casting the first few games with me. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we come back, semifinal number 2. Welcome back to the SMITE Challenger Circuit NA Qualifiers, week number 2. You just saw semifinal number 1. We're moving into semifinal number 2 between Dansland, who you saw earlier today, and the Houdinis. My name is Dolson. Gore Miser joins me to talk about set number 2 here. Gore, a good, actually very good set, I think, from Dansland to start off our day.
Yeah.
So much of that coming through the Camazotz, of course. But talk to me a little bit about the Houdinis and maybe what you expect from these guys.
Well, they're actually really interesting because of the history that the team has. A lot of these guys, if you watch the SMITE Global Series at any point in time, you'll probably recognize a lot of the names. Except for Bayroni, you might be able to recognize him a little bit more from the SML, played with Exilium. So they've got a lot of history, especially at this level of play, being able to come through. So expect to see them put up a good competition. And in my opinion, maybe ban the Camazotz if they were paying attention to that first game.
Well, right. That was kind of the follow-up question. I think you have to at this point, whether I think even if it's Snatty or if it's anyone else playing in that solo lane, I think what we saw in set number 1 proves why he's been such a popular ban.
And it's really funny because, last week I was looking at it and I was like, I've seen some teams run him in the jungle, some teams pick him up for solo.
Yeah.
And I was like, I get the gist of it, but like, what is his full capability?
He doesn't die.
And that's exactly what we got to see earlier. Right? There's sometimes you'll see a god that's banned or picked up often, but you never get to see him to their full potential. That first game today was Camazotz pretty much full potential. When you get that far ahead, you get to do whatever you want. Like there was a point they were trying to set up a bait and trap in the jungle, and they wouldn't move forward because yes, there's only one guy there, but it's Camazotz. I'm not gonna go fight him. That's a death trap just in the one guy, let alone the 4 around the corner.
Well, it always makes for an interesting cast when the reason the game is over has been the reason for the last 15 minutes, and that's all you can talk about. Let's see if it happens again in picks and bans. Let's see if the Houdinis are able to maybe adjust and take one of those solo laners off the table. It is going to be the Emoja ban, something we've seen all throughout today, all throughout this week. Is there ever a world where you let her through?
Well, there was once last week where someone let her through.
You're right.
And it ended up being, I think, a bad idea.
I think it was a solo Emoja, right? I think we saw her in the solo lane.
As well.
Right.
I mean, and again, I keep going on to this one. But if you are Weekend, Weekend's like the one who I keep going to, or who screams about wanting to play her in the jungle, right? But she's a really good support. She's really good if she's in solo as well. And it's just bringing a lot of sustain and CC to your team that, for the most part, it's not unbearable, but it's so much since she doesn't have to worry about cooldowns until her Omi is gone that she can just blow it out there.
Well, Snatty's not going to be able to run back the Camazotz this time.
Good choice.
It'll be a Hera for the first pick in the NASCC qualifiers.
I like Hera. I don't know if I would throw her all the way up there, but I guess honestly, when you look at mid lane right now,
first
we've
pick Hera.
Seen a lot of Merlin, I think, going up there. Then kind of behind that Persephone gets locked in over there, but Hera is a lot of damage, some good control as well. Having a polymorph just kind of regularly out there, if you hit it consistently, that's some of the cleanest CC you'll have all game.
And they're going to grab her first with Chernabog following up as pick number 2. All 6 bans, pretty consistent, I think, with what I expected to start off this one. It's going to be one of the first few Horuses we've seen as well, so kind of paving a new path here is Dansland.
Man, I love Horus, too. I think Horus, like, his playstyle, the way his kit works and functions as a whole just feels really good. A little bit of prot shred, but realistically, you're looking at either the dropship and the ultimate being able to bring a bunch of people into the fight, or the fact that you can just group heal everybody. Late game, his healing is very potent as long as you're grouped up. Honestly, you don't even have to be too grouped up for it. Like, even if he's just single healing his ADC or if he's going for the mid, it's just so helpful to keep them alive and in the fight.
Well, junglers seem to be a big priority here, rounding out the last few bans. Terra picked up. She's started to become a pretty popular pick. I mean, that 29% pick rate relatively low, but that's a third of all games. People are liking Terra.
I like Terra too. Again, like she just does what she does really well. In the right hands, she can provide a lot. Again, utility base, you're matching up with the Heimdall. That's a good stun into either ult combo or just, hey, I'm going to kill you combo. Either way, you're pretty happy with it.
And that's going to be King Arthur, just prefacing the Terra with Pele rounding out the draft here for Houdini. You assume this is a Hebo in the jungle?
Yeah, looking at it, it feels much like a Hebo jungle, and honestly, it's really, really solid. It's going to have some issues maybe locking down Merlin. Like, once the blink comes through, if you can catch him afterward, you can chase him down, but if he's too close to his tower range early on, maybe you miss out on some of those kills.
Well, Gore likes it. Dansland versus the Houdinis. Dansland rolled through their quarterfinal earlier today. John Finch, can they do it again?
Well, last time they weren't up against the escape artists known as Houdini. We'll see if they can make it happen here. Thank you on the desk there, Dolson and Gormizer. It's Finch and Mifflin for the first time here as part of a live broadcast as he move into Dan's Land and Houdini's. This should be a good one. It's Nano Bruv that's in for Dan's Land, the man, whom the team is named after here on the left-hand side. And then over on the right should certainly recognize some of these guys. Baronary has been around for a while. Spreen as well. I expect this to be a good one.
Yeah, the Houdinis, I favor their comp looking at it right now. They've got pressure all across the board, but we can't stand and just lose the sight of Dan's Land. Kukulkan's going to be able to fight into King Arthur somewhat. Hebo in the jungle, if he gets the late, that's a late game Hebo regardless of where he started. He's going to be shooting out water hands, just splashing people around. It should be a good game.
So it looks like Shia's going to be trying to do this invade strat. We haven't seen quite as much of that here this season, but he'll be harassing around the speed. Meanwhile, other harassment happening up near the purple buff on the duo lane side. That was Bad Kid and Ranjaru that went up together. And again, this is a lot of the times not even so much about successfully stripping away the buff. You know, you want to make sure you're delaying their time, taking them off their normal pathing, just basically harassing.
Yeah, it's also really good to do this to Hebo in particular. He's going to have to use a lot of his health tanking these buffs, and he's not going to be able to sustain it as well as maybe your standard assassin would. And slowing down a Hebo in of itself is so huge. He's not going to be able to hit that late.
No, you're right. It really is, man. You want to try and minimize some of that late game impact from him by pushing it back as far as you can and perhaps never even seeing it. So we'll see what the path goes. He finally gets a bit of help from this Kukulkan rotating over. From Snatty, you had a monster performance on that Kamazaz earlier today. So no surprise they put him on something else here this time. The enemy team, rather, takes him off.
Yeah, I wouldn't let it through again. I think it's fair to note there that Sweet Potato on the Hebo, he's out of potions now. Only a minute and a half into the game. He's already half mana. It's going to be really hard for him to sustain and get those boots online. It's so difficult. You don't want to back before you can finish off your shoes as a jungler. That's
right. You don't want to have your timing sort of thrown off. It's exactly what she is there to do, right? Why that tier has been harassing him. That's already been achieved. We'll keep our eyes on when Sweet Potato tries to take that back timing. So let's talk a little bit then about these dual lanes and the sort of relative strengths. This Horus should be rotating around a good bit, I think, and should be probably a good bit stronger earlier on this Terra. Hold that thought, though, because just as I was saying, and your Bad Kid is already getting the backline doing a bunch of damage, but it's Sweet Potato that takes the first spill. Spreen shows up to fight a kill. Nesfer right there to follow up, too, on the board for Houdinis.
Dan's Land had the upper hand when they started that fight, but they weren't expecting two more members of the Houdinis to just show up and peel out their boys. It was such a good rotation. Fighting over the Oracles at 2 minutes, I'm not sure that I would have been doing that if I were on the side of Houdinis, but it obviously went well for them.
Pretty critical. They're able to get a kill for this Pele for Spreen. That's huge. 1-0-1. I feel like we don't see Pele that much anymore nowadays. Pele can feel a bit like there's just so many good jungle options. You don't necessarily have to drop down there and heal pretty strong as well, and Pele can rely on that sustain a lot. Do you like seeing her here? And talk to me about what you expect from her.
I expect Pele is going to be looking to sit on top of the Hebo once team fights roll around, or even on top of the Chernobog. But Pele in general, as you said, it's a weaker pick. Normally we would see higher CC gods that can really gank on their own. Pele's really reliant. She has the burst damage, but she can't really do it all on her own. But this fight's starting.
Happening in the solo lane. This hot ball already in trouble. Potato drops again. That's 2 deaths in the early game. Almost a death sentence for Hoblaw sometimes. But Snatty wants to see if they can find some kind of payback on the backside, though. They've got Shia quite low, and the first kill for Dan's Land will come through. Action not done yet as Hera comes into frame.
Nice stun.
A perfect stun lands. The follow-up damage there, and Dan's Land right back in it.
These fights are so long at this point that you have to imagine everyone's going to be rotating. No fight so far has been just a quick pick up and get out. It's always been so extended. Houdinis need to, right there, they need to get their pick and they need to back up and immediately reset the farm, but instead they stay a little bit too long and get picked up from Dan's Land.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I think it's likely that Shia can't make it out in that spot, right? And you're okay with that trade where you lose the Terra. It's this extra death onto Heed that ends up really painful for them. Baronary in some trouble in the mid lane too, but is able to make it back out. Just the Horus by himself doesn't represent that much of a threat. But Miff, now that Sweet Potato has got 2 deaths in the early game and is already behind, I mean, this is pretty tough for him. How do you try and get back into the game when you take this kind of an early deficit?
When you are Hebo, you can play selfish, right? Normally the jungler, he's going to be looking to farm his own jungle and not really put his mid laner at a deficit. But since we have Hera in the mid lane and she's not the hyper carry that Hebo is, he can go clear his jungle buffs on his own, not split those, go into the mid wave, take those. And this is exactly how I play, right? This is how ranked players play. Yeah, you want to just take it all. Hebo should be soaking as much as he possibly can with complete abandon. I want him disregarding his team.
They're going to need this hobble in the late game. You're so right, man. I mean, Ranjaru is very likely to be going crit It's just the popular Hunter build, and Chernobog can build into it quite well. But they're going to need the hop-on. Damage is in mid. Nano Brub is in some trouble. Make it a double. Baron Neri finds the second one, and now it's really trouble because it's not just Potato behind, but now Nano Brub and 2 deaths on the Our Bad Kid.
Yeah, Houdinis are making a really good space for themselves now, but that's exactly what you'd expect looking at these comps. They've got so much late-game focus on Dansland that the Houdinis can just really run with it pre-10.
Yeah, I mean, they probably need a lot more from Our Bad Kid to kind of help them out through the early game. This is a bit of a bait, though, because Pele's making her way over. Knock-up lands, too, and there's no rage transformation on the horizon yet. Snatty has already used the ultimate. Now it comes through just in time, and the rage transformation might bail him out, but doesn't get it. Spreen, with that rotation, finds the kill.
2 levels up on the Hebo now. It's going to be a steep hill to climb back up. Hebo coming in a little bit late. Doesn't really get there in time for the engagement, but you know what? He did take that wave, and that's his farm now. Exactly as I said, we're going to play a little bit greedy.
Maybe you don't want to, buy a nice watch. Not if there's all this water around, right? So you just end up a bit behind sometimes. I totally understand that one from Sweet Potato, but they're going to need a bit more, man. Level 5 still only ahead of Our Bad Kid on his team in terms of farm right now, and that's what I think that Shia was able to do really well, and this Terra was set him behind a bit, and they capitalized on that perfectly with pressure from Spreen, and Baron Neri's played really well too on this Merlin. You don't see the book start a lot for Merlin, so it's more of a Kukulkan, Scylla kind of thing, but it's working for him here.
Yeah, normally I would like to see the Chronos pendant into the Shoes of Focus, maybe a Karen's coin after that. That seems to be the bread and butter. But the Book of Thought start does get the mana sustain, but a little bit of engagement in mid.
Our Bad Kid's quite far forward. Nano also quite low. And Spreen right there gets through with the Volcanic Lightning and not enough water to put out that fire. But Spreen's got to reposition as in comes Rengaru, as well as Our Bad Kid. Spreen quite low and not enough sustain. That makes it 1-for-1 in the mid lane, mid for jungle.
I like what Spreen decided to do there. He used the ultimate AoE autos to really put out the damage. He knew he wasn't going to escape, and he drops them so low that now Houdinis can look to maybe pressure them out a little bit more.
That's good pathing on the way out there as well, because Shia could have certainly been in some trouble, but avoids getting caught out, or rather Our Bad Kid could have been in trouble, avoids Shia in that middle lane too. So another kind of prolonged battle. I know that Dansland are a bit behind, but it doesn't look to me like they're afraid to take these skirmishes in the middle lane.
Not even a little bit. It makes me think maybe they don't realize what kind of comp they drafted themselves. You look at it and you're like, okay, we're going to farm for the late, but it doesn't seem like they're even willing to do that. They don't want to. They're just going to keep fighting, and eventually, if the game is going like it is, these fights are going a little bit even now, it might work out for them.
And remember, Sweet Potato goes with this blink early on with the Habwa, and that's a tough decision to make into a composition like this. There is a decent amount of CC, but so often Habwa really needs that blink. Talk about that decision-making, I guess, on which time you go with and if you like it here.
So the standard Hebo gank is he's going to blink in, preferably behind them. Well, let's hold that thought for a second.
I certainly want to hear it, but we might have to wait. Sweet Potato low already. Spreen, though, being controlled, but not Baron Neri. Yet another kill onto this Habwa, and Our Bad Kid could certainly be right there to follow him up as the slows coming through from Baron Neri, but Spreen gets into range. Our Bad Kid ends up falling. That's 9 now for Houdinis.
Not just 9, but also 2,000 gold in favor of the Houdinis. But as I was saying, Hebo, looking on those ganks, he's going to blink in, look for the 1, get those water hands out there, maybe a water spout afterward, ult through towards safety, and then 1 again on the way out. But if you have the beads, you have to walk in straight, and it's so much harder to just be a Hebo waddling towards an enemy team.
So it's certainly the right call, I think, just has not panned out for him here in this game. I think correctly, Houdinis have focused him. And this is a squad, Houdinis, I think, that came in with a bit of an aura around them. Not a ton, maybe, of names that you super recognize, but certainly ones that have been around the scene for a while. It's worked out for them here up against this formerly PS4 squad of Dansland, who seem to be at least a bit outmatched in this early game so far.
Yeah, the Houdinis have been around so long. They are the veteran players here, but they've also got something to prove. You know, historically, Latam is the weaker region, so they don't have that maybe ego that these PC players had going against these console kids. So they want it just as much as these PS4 boys do.
You know, I think there's something to be said for that, right? I mean, those console players, they had to come over to the minor league route now. The SCL not there like it was last year, and there's certainly space for them. We've seen some of the old hype unit guys do really well around like layers.
Nice poke.
This is decent poke we're able to get. We've seen those console players come in and do well. It's the same for some of those LATAM guys. I mean, Sanguine are kind of that story in the SPL too, so you're right. There's certainly ways to still succeed. As Snatty in some trouble, has already used the ultimate, and the rage transformation is a ways off, but as long as he keeps pathing towards the tower, should be okay, but gets caught by Heat in the ultimate. Has decent turnaround damage, but it's not going to be enough. Spreen fighting through is able to find the kill thanks to Heat, but in comes the Chernobog. I think they want a little bit more.
I love that decision from Spreen. Instantly, he recognized that he was going to get ulted on. He's like, you know, I don't want to fight this. We do have the numbers advantage, but yeah, I'm like 1 auto from dead. I'm going to go ahead and ult out. That's a smart play. They also know for a fact that they forced out the Hebo ultimate there, so they don't really need to worry about the rotation from Sweet Potato.
Sweet Potato even considering a back while this fight's happening in mid lane. Yeah, he is absolutely not going to be here for it, so that means the chase can continue. Baronary finds the shot over the top. Nano Bruv goes down yet again, and Houdini's now in firm control. Only 3,000 gold up, though. It's only 10 minutes into the game. Is that proportional? Do you think that that lead adds up, or do you want to be seeing a bit more on the back of these fights?
The Houdinis have been so hesitant to look towards objectives. Right now, they've got the XP lead, they've got the gold lead. I would like to see them group up around the gold free. As you look at the map right now, there's nearly no wards on it. It's really, truly, they're playing an ARAM, run it down mid strat, but it's working in favor of them, and if they want to keep running with it, they can. But as you said, I would really like to see them move towards an objective.
Still a bit early as the beads forced out from Ranjaru, probably unsafe for him to come back in. Has some backup though. Here's the to the skies. Horus now suddenly showing up, and that could be trouble for Shia, who's low HP. Sweet Potato comes in desperately, could use a kill here. The carpet allows him to catch up, and finally this Hobwa's on the board.
Yeah, one on the board at level 9. It's not quite enough. Nesfor should be getting out here on his own. He didn't really have the communication from the side of Dansland. They found the CC, but no one was willing to follow up. They're already backing up there.
I feel like they could have got the kill to Nesfor there without too much trouble, but they paid some respect down the left-hand side, perhaps not sure where Spreen was or something to that effect, and they choose to back out. But like you were saying, we got to see Houdini's get a bit more, because now we're starting to get to the point where even though you have been putting Sweet Potato behind all game long, the more items he starts to get online, the less and less that matters. So you got to make sure you're capitalizing on that early window.
Exactly, and if they match them in the late game, once everyone's full build, it should go the side of Dansland. I'm looking at the comps, that's who I like. If this game goes the full 30 minutes, I would give it to Dansland, but Houdini's has a commanding lead at 4,000 gold now, and they can change it into 6,000, 7,000 the second they decide to group up around an objective.
That's right. It's still certainly favorable for Houdini's if they force some fights now. Looking at these Hunter builds, I was saying that I thought Ranjaru would likely go into some crit as Shia and Yarbad could exchange some blows in the jungle, but that's not the case. He goes for what looks like Executioner in that third slot. It's Nesfor who's actually building into that crit with the Transcendence Ninja Tabi build, so that means even sooner Houdini should probably have a stronger spike. They do want to try and make a fight happen. Gold Fury pulled below half. Dansland are nearby. Houdini secure the objective. Yarbad Kid comes in to contest, but nothing he can do there. Has to disengage, and it's exactly what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's a 5,000 gold lead now. It went up by 1,000 right there, and they can easily just back up, return to base, spend that gold lead, and go to the Pyromancer and just keep it rolling. They have such a commanding lead right now.
Baronari's build is a bit odd, isn't it, too? The Book of Thoth, we already talked about that, but then Warlock Staff. Third item, I mean, he's very far ahead in the mid lane, 3 levels. I don't know that survivability would necessarily be what I'd be concerned about here.
Warlock Staff is pretty good this year, though. You gotta have the 10% magical penetration on it, as well as that survivability, and it's a decent power item. With this lead, he's afforded that bridge. Now, you wouldn't normally consider Warlock Staff a bridge item, but now that he's got this lead, he doesn't really need to worry about hitting those power spikes as quickly as he would. And it's going to make it so much harder now for Dansland to move in on him.
And obviously the synergy with the Book of Thoth there as well with all that additional mana, so that could be the idea here. The mana build thought of usually on Kukulkans, but obviously could work here for Baronari as well. Pyromancer dropped by Houdini's. They liked the fight initially, but they'd rather go for the picks here instead. Sweet Potato low. In comes Spreen despite the low HP, and Volcanic Lightning rips through the fight. Heed finds the first kill. They get the second one onto Yarbad Kid. Ranjaru does get the return, but Heed with a double. They drop Shia as well. That makes it 2 for 3, but this fight still favoring Houdini's.
Yeah, Houdini's, it's almost like they're listening to the cast. They're grouping up around these objectives, and I'm loving it. I really am. But they need to get a little bit of a cleaner fight. They had like a separation there as they pull the Pyromancer. They had their main engager on the Terra just pulling it on her own, and it wasn't quite enough.
Wow, I'm surprised. Heat goes into the Mystical Mail as his third item here, and that's even with the Hobwa jungle, sort of like a little bit more magic damage than you might be normally expecting. But I think because he's so far behind this game and Mystical Mail is so strong, he's just comfortable to go into this item.
I would have preferred to see in Hammer, you know, you want to get those stats online more quickly. Mystical Mail is mainly powerful for that health and the passive on it.
Yeah, the passive's huge.
But he can move in, I guess, with it and just really sit in around the team fight. And even if his abilities are down, he's going to be putting out that passive damage. However, if it were a Blackthorn or something like that, I think he could do a lot more with it.
You're right. That could protect, that health would be effective against both sorts of damage, right? So that's something to consider. As Pyromancer once again being started by the Houdinis, and they're burning it quite quickly. Nothing that Dan's Land could do about this, if they even knew about it. I believe they had a Sentry Ward on it too, so certainly no ward information on that side of the map. And this is just what you were asking for. Once they crossed that 10-minute threshold, they started to feel comfortable in these objective fights, and Dan's Land have not had an answer.
Yeah, now it's on Houdinis to find something else on the map. This is when it's a little bit hard to run with your lead. If there's no easy objectives to pick up, you need to start grouping around the towers, and that's when you're really fighting in a disadvantageous position. You know, Dan's Land's going to be able to group under it and take that team fight, but I would still favor Houdinis at this phase.
More aggression, though, as you said, around the bus, but this is Dan's Land getting aggressive on the Chaos side of the map. They do have Heed down quite low, but he goes up into the air with the ultimate. Sweet Potato drops quickly. Spreen still in the middle of everybody, pumping out the damage. Dan's Land were trying to find a favorable fight, and they get punished.
That was a cerebral play from Spreen there. Normally you would set up to attack the carry that was ulted into the air, but instead he positioned behind.
More damage coming out. It's Snatty that's low this time. Our bad kid falls first. Snatty too far out of range. So a second kill in this fight, 2 for 0, favoring Houdinis. Still probably a bit early and low HP bars to go for FG, so this is kind of to your point. Even when you're winning fights now with all the objectives down, there's not that much to go get.
Normally you would expect to see a tower here, but Hera looking a little bit aggressive.
Nanobrub certainly going to drop here. Put him in the dirt on the back of that one. Houdini's 17 kills. That's more than minutes we've had in the game so far.
Yes, 7,000, 8,000 gold deficit. Hera, if you're going to step to the king, you best come correct.
Sure.
She moved up just a step and lost her life for it.
And get punished every single time for it. So at this point, clearly Houdinis are the ones that are in control, so we have to talk more about what it is that Dan's Land continue to try to get back into this game. I know that they started that fight, but they must have felt like that was favorable. I feel like you do have to take bad fights now because there aren't going to be any good ones.
Dan's Land, they knew that they had just dropped the Pyromancer objective. They wanted to get the kill before they could return to base, Houdinis that is, and spend the gold and really turn it into a real lead. A lot of people think that just because they have more gold, they're more powerful. No, you have to spend it. But Dan's Land right now, they could just group up, play safely, and if they want to let these objectives go, they really can just to get that farm online. It's really, mainly at this point, it's the XP that's holding them back.
You're right, and Ranjaru is relatively close to Nesfer, right? I mean, Yar Bad Kid's not that far behind Shia, though is behind the rest of the map. They got to fight towards their strengths, as Sweet Potato has to ult away defensively. Heed can't quite catch up to him with the ultimate, but they don't need it. Completely flattened. Sweet Potato 1-6-3. This has just not been his game.
You know, 17 minutes, I wouldn't normally recommend it, but Houdinis really could look towards the Fire Giant now. They're taking every fight. They're getting clean picks. Right now, Hebo's dead for the next 20 seconds.
Especially if they get this Primal Fury, which just popped up. They'll be even stronger around that FG fight. Ranjaru trying to make something happen instead. Takes a couple extra shots from the tower, and now he's really far forward with no ultimate, and all of Houdini's rotating this side of the map. Baronary catches him out. No backs for you, my friend, with Ranjaru dead. That should be credence to come right to this Fury.
That's a tearjerker. He was mere milliseconds away from making it back to base, but instead he loses his life, and Gold Fury should go the way of Houdini's uncontested.
Certainly should. No one can get into range of it in time, so the objective claimed by the Houdinis. They should even be able to get Yar Bad Kid. No one there for him to use the 3 to escape with there, his third ability. So now with the map relatively opened up, they can backspin a little bit of that gold. And as you said, Fire Giant should certainly be on the menu. Get some wards, fellas. They already got 3 sentries in the inventory. And go post up.
I mean, 17 minutes in the game. Your soul laner is level 18. Your mid laner is level 18. Your ADC is level 17. You wouldn't expect these XP leads at this point. Fire Giant's so easy for them at this point.
It really is. Sweet Potato caught again, and he's spending so much time on this Chaos side of the map, man. It just feels a bit misguided. Does finally use the ultimate, avoids the long-range shot, and gets that blink out of there so that he can escape, but I doubt he'll be able to stick around. Gonna have to back. I like the polymorph. That does slow down
so much
Heat,
lifesteal.
but he's gonna keep right on coming. Even through the Argus, gets the kill on a Sweet Potato, who gets a bit greedy looking for the blue buff there.
That was indeed greedy. I think he thought he maybe would heal up a little bit more than he did. He did get a lot, but it wasn't enough, especially when a level 18 King Arthur is barreling down towards you.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of healing up, as you said, but you got to keep right on running. Certainly, you're still in trouble. I mean, Nanobrub even hits the polymorph. They have the information. The King Arthur is certainly still chasing at that point, so I don't think Sweet Potato should be caught off guard.
He really shouldn't have. He knew what was happening.
Yep.
We even had the Hera there for the CC, as you said. but Houdini's going to look towards the middle tower here.
Not the Fire Giant. I kind of like this. I mean, if Nano and the rest of the squad are going to keep fighting, then take the fights. Aegis used, but only buys him a second. In comes Renjaru using the ultimate, but he's just showing up in a bad part of town. Nesper uses the Aegis, buys himself some time to retreat, and suddenly it's a decent fight now for the Houdinis. The Terror comes through from Shia as well to root everybody. Snatty finally claims the low HP bar of Nesper, but the rest of Houdini's plenty strong enough to keep up the fight. But Snatty, way in the back, might be able to get some of these carries in the back line.
Don't forget about Spreen, though, just now approaching the fight.
Green jumps back in, does get the kill on the Sweet Potato, and Baronary still alive. Snadley finally gets in there. Might even have been Mystical Male procs that cleans that kill up, but Heed puts him down. Only Renjaru left standing. Another one fight for Houdinis, but they lose the carries this time. That's going to limit a lot of their ability to go farm the map.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do maybe the Fire Giant, but they could definitely look towards the Pyromancer here, and I would expect to see that.
They'll head over towards the Fire Giant, or Pyromancer rather. That'll help the rest of the team start to move in quickly. Nesper has this Soul Eater down here in this Hunter build, and this is one I think that's worth talking about. We don't see it built a lot. Pele feels like the kind of the only god that can reliably build this, but Heimdall does a lot of ability damage. Maybe Soul Eater's the case. He didn't have any other lifesteal in the build either.
Yeah, Heimdall does do a lot of ability damage, a little bit less in the late. I would prefer it to be a Bloodforge or something like that if you're really looking for the lifesteal. Heimdall's one in the late game. We were talking about it earlier. It's more stim than it is poke or anything like that. The ultimate, it is decent damage, but it's not going to be the type of lifesteal return you'd expect from an ultimate like that. Bloodforge instead would have given him the passive with the shield, survivability, as well as more power.
A bit surprised to see that item picked up here, but Nesper and his team are so far ahead that you could probably take just about whatever you want here at this point. So they had their carries die. Baronary and Nesper both fell at the back of that fight, so that's why we saw them delay a bit around that FG. But now that everyone's back up and healthy, I expect that that's about the area where we'll see them start to move now.
Yeah, I would expect so as well. They need to get the ward coverage up, though. There's just about none on the map, especially not around the Fire Giant. They could do just about no wrong at this point.
Agreed.
If they pull the Fire Giant and 5 enemies on Dan's Land show up, I think the Fire Giant wouldn't even factor into the consideration of the fight. They would just take the fight, not even have to reset, and they would still win.
Sweet Potato's damage is starting to come online a bit, as is Renjaru's, as they look to catch out Snatty over in the solo lane. Snatty has some backup coming in the form of Your Bad Kid, and is tanky enough to withstand the damage. Remember, when Horus drops, he also provides a shield to everyone in the area, but he used that as an escape path, and desperately needed there by Snatty. Shia quite low, actually, as just these two members have gotten some decent damage off, especially with Nano over the wall to help out. This 3-on-3 not favoring Houdinis the way some of these other fights have so far. Nesper does get the kill on the Sweet Potato, though, and this time they are able to clean one up. Snatty finds the return to make a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that 1-for-1 trade, it's definitely favored towards Dan's Land. Anything they can get at this point is good for them, but the engagement continues on the right side of the map.
Heed makes his way underneath the tier 2 tower, sneaks under, catches him out. Your Bad Kid falls as well. So even if it was not a glamorous start to the fight, it's certainly an ending they're happy with. They only lose their support, and they find 3, and certainly can head right back to the Fire Giant. Dan's Land, I don't even think they can consider trying to come out to fight over this one this time. Probably should give it up.
At this point, I mean, you should probably give it up, but they need to steal it. If they lose the Fire Giant here, that would be game.
Well, just as you had said, Snatty's going to come out and disrupt them. It's been successful for them this far. The Cucullin does good work to force them off of this objective. Houdini's given a lot of credit over his Renjaru here as well. This is a full-on defense from Dan's Land. They're down 9-28, down 13,000 gold, and Houdini's had to give it up.
Yeah, if anyone on the side of Dan's Land could have slowed that down even a little bit, it is only Snatty.
Only.
And we've seen it all day. This has been Snatty's team. Dan's Land is the name, but Snatty should be it. He's been doing the most.
Yeah, can we call it Snadland maybe, or something like that instead?
It doesn't roll off the tongue as well, does it?
No, Dan's Land sounds good, and to be honest, I got to give Dan some credit. It hasn't been here, right? So maybe it could be his team if he were the one here, but certainly Snatty, however you want to refer to him, has had an excellent performance today. The Camazotz earlier, and now on this Cucullin 5-3-2. Kind of their only lifeline, as Houdini's should be able to grab this Oni Fury relatively easily.
At this point, Houdini's, they're playing so hesitant. They're giving Dan's Land away back into the game. They need to leverage this lead. They could take Fire Giant at any point. Even if they don't take it, they could force the fight around it and then look elsewhere. Anytime they do take an engagement, it's like this.
Renjaru, though, uses the dash that allows him to escape, goes up into the ultimate. Remember, he can only land back where he was or on an enemy. Chooses to come over near Baronary. Over to the right, gets the cooldowns reset, but still ends up falling to Merlin. Burns him quickly. Sweet Potato finds nothing with the crushing wave, and Nesper puts him in a coffin. That's 2 now for Houdini's. And if there were ever a time, start heading to FG. This is pretty good.
This is pretty good. We've said it a lot, but you know what? Snatty is still on the map. We can't count him out just yet, and he's moving in towards the Fire Giant, the absolute shark.
Yeah, this unit, so to speak, is on his way to try and slow down the FG. Houdini's, though, should be able to DPS it quite quickly. Snatty probably more thinking about stealing, really, than true disruption at this point. But only 4 members on this side of the map. They've halted DPS on the objective. They fully turned towards Snatty and trying to burn him quickly. This should be relatively safe. But now in comes the rest of the squad, using the 2 disguise from
anyone's
Bad
fire.
Kid. But Nano Bruv ends up falling early on. They did a great job not DPSing the objective, which means they could safely secure it and get the kills. Houdini take the Fire Giant.
I mean, I said it earlier. They could literally tank Fire Giant, not reset it, and not even be concerned as the fight starts. And that's exactly what happened. Look at their health bars. Would you tell me they were just in a team fight? I wouldn't.
No, it's hard to tell. Maybe Shia a little worse for wear, but gets topped up after returning to base, should be able to get back out quickly. And now this turns into a conversation about how does Dan's Land look in terms of their Phoenix defense here, Mifflin, because they've got some tools, but you're going into this Merlin, you're going into the Heimdall as well. It's a ton of damage there from him. How are you going to kill this King Arthur and the Terra at this point? How do they make this defense happen?
So there's 2 lines of thought you can follow here looking at the side of Dan's Land. They can either group hard and create an iron wall around the Phoenix, which would be very difficult since they're all squishy targets at this point with the deficit, or they could look for a swift engage outside. But it looks like Sweet Potato's just going to go ahead and give up the Phoenix as he gets picked out in the duo lane.
Yeah, this is it's unfortunate. Sweet Potato's life is worth little at this point since he is only level 17, but he's able to make it back out of there. Houdinis don't heavily commit, and maybe this play on the left has worked out as Spreen is low in right too and had to disengage, but Nesper wants to give it the chase. He was looking for Rinjaru, gets him back up from Nano, dropping down the Argus, and suddenly a sloppy spread out engagement for Houdinis has cost them a life. Snatty, though, does end up get trading back out. They take down your Bad Kid as well, 1 for 2 in favor of Houdinis.
So once you lose Snatty, all that, just thought process I was going through earlier, it's out the window. Snatty was really the crux of this defense, but Sweet Potato, without his ultimate as well, he's going to have a really hard time.
It's not going to be an easy defense here for them. Phoenix already below half. Eid has himself a nice target and left in the form of Rinjaru. He falls swiftly to the damage from Baronary, and now Mid-Phoenix on the menu. Frenzy popped, and Sweet Potato can't do much. Does find a sick 2-man knockup, but not enough. A double kill now for the Merlin from Baronary. Mid-Phoenix falls, and it's just Nano up. Your Bad Kid back in 3. They can definitely step in for the end, especially with Nano falling. Your Bad Kid, the only one to keep them alive is Baronary, gets the triple. This should, by all accounts, be the end of this game. A deicide for them as Houdinis take game 1.
And what a dominant game 1 it was. It didn't look like they were out of the driver's seat at any point.
No.
Yes, were they a little bit hesitant going towards these bigger objectives? I would say so, but at the end of the day, it's really the score line that matters, and they got it.
Yeah, this is a nice, easy win for the boys, it feels like, in this game. Certainly tough competition for them, but they executed well off this lead they built up early. Remember how this started? They were constantly harassing Sweet Potato in the jungle, largely the Terra, and then once that started, Spreen never let up on that pressure with that Pele, and they continued to make Sweet Potato kind of irrelevant.
Sweet Potato at no point that game was on the front foot, always reeling backwards, and that was off of Terra really slowing down his farm. And as I said, he didn't finish his boots for the longest amount of time. I think it was around 7 minutes he finished the boots.
Yeah.
And that's off the back of losing all of his potions before he'd even cleared the first set of back camps. It's so hard to deal that as any jungler, especially a late game hyper carry such as Hebo.
But I do think that you can, in a game like this, you can kind of chalk it up to the early game going so poorly, right? It's not the draft was bad or even the execution. They just kind of got handled early on in the game. If Sweet Potato's more relevant, maybe that game goes a different way. That's only game 1 down, though. A best of 3. We'll have the rest of it on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to the North America SEC Qualifiers Week 2. And if you hadn't had a chance to get in and check out the Enchanted Battle Pass, make sure you do that right now. Great skins, Heimdall, Fenrir, the Morgan, Ares. Some awesome stuff in that Battle Pass. Make sure you jump in and maximize your time to get all of those rewards. Goremizer still with me to break down game number 1 of semifinal number 2. This one was high kill right from the get-go, and it did not stop towards the end.
Houdini's, I mean, you knew the game was going to be aggressive when they started off literally just chasing Hebo around the jungle, where they were just like, you're not alone here. I wasn't looking for the kill. They weren't looking for anything like that. They just wanted to waste his time, maybe steal some farm in the process, try to steal buffs, but admittedly force him to use all of the potions. And that was actually one of the things that Mifflin had pointed out really early, was just Sweet Potato didn't get off where he needed to. He couldn't get back in time to get boots. He had to spend a lot more time focusing on everything. And, well, you can see the slashlights themselves. Him, as well as your bad kid, were both 1 and 11 at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's tough.
The train never left a station for him.
And I think it's hard to really emphasize one specific person on the Houdinis. You have a few members of Dansland all in the double-digit death category, and as such, you have a few members on the Houdinis, top, or solo rather, jungle, mid, all doing their work here for the Houdinis.
Well, a lot of it, like, I think Spreen kind of helped control the early game that transitioned eventually into that late game solo lane ganks, I guess realistically causing more trouble. Like, they ended, what, I think 10-1, 11-1 towards the end there for the solo laner. And so being able to focus so much on this side, pretty much from the get-go, again, there were so many fights in the first, like, 5 to 10 minutes that were on the right-hand side of the map, near the short lane, before they even cared about the rest of the map. It took them a while to start looking at objectives, but once Houdinis were looking there, they were already so far ahead by 2 levels in pretty much every category that they didn't have much that they were putting at risk.
Well, I think there's a point, I think, when you're sad for Snatty, but then you realize what happened in or in the quarterfinal, rather, what he was able to do on the Camisots. We've called back to that a few times today. There was a point where all of the ganks, Spreen on that Pele, was just sitting on Snatty over and over and over again, getting that King Arthur ahead, and it paid off in the long run.
And we've seen essentially him in 2 positions, right? Once where, as Camisots got so far ahead, was able to do literally everything for his team, and now once where he was a non-factor, couldn't get anything done. And it just kind of built on itself, right? This was a lead that they had it about 5 minutes in, again, when they're 6 kills up, and you have a 3-0 and 3 Pele, a 2-0 and 2 Merlin. But then after a while, you've got such a heavy gold lead that you've got extra ward coverage, you've got all the level advantages, you've got item advantages. They just couldn't see as much, couldn't fight as well as the Houdinis could towards the end. So Dansland were just perpetually behind. Mifflin had called it out earlier. It said, you know, there's a certain point, especially if you're first-blooded or down 2 kills as Hebo, which had happened early on, just fall back and farm for late game. And they never did it. They just wanted to fight. If they had maybe waited that out and just sat back and farmed instead of fight, maybe it's a different game. But unfortunately, they just kind of went as hard as they could the entire time.
And I think even despite all that, the fact that Snatty at the end of the game was still kind of a kernel of hope for Dansland is a testament to how good of a player he is. P's and B's for game number 2 on your screen now. And remember, these are best of 3s, so Dansland, they got to win 2 straight. Houdini's just 1 game away from moving on to the finals for the Week 2 NA qualifiers. Thorband out this time around. Yamoja, same old story for her. Heimdall, this time, though, they felt like there was enough of a presence from Nest 4 in game 1. Let's take it off the table.
What I'm curious about is whether or not it's going to be just the Heimdall, right? And the answer is yes. There was just so much that was working for them in that game if you're the Houdinis that you had to wonder, is like, man, is Pele bannable now? Like, do we want to get rid of her? Like, where do we want to go with this?
All 5 bans are just the comp from last game.
Get them out of here. Do whatever you can. But I like the adaptation just enough. It's so much to say, like, hey, you know what? This wasn't our immediate problem. Let's ban one of the big problems. Let's grab the other one and see where the flow takes us.
Well, Bastet has been a big problem for a lot of people, whether it's in ranked or in the qualifiers. The Morgan, she's been banned out so much, and we're going to get one of the first few looks at her this time around.
Bastet just does a lot of damage.
She does, doesn't she?
There you go. Take it, ship it. That's all you need to know about her. She does a lot of damage. Her ult makes her damage do even more damage, so she's going to hit you hard. And so ganks on Merlin, ganks on Hu Yi, even ganks into the solo lane where you typically have someone who's tankier are going to feel painful
Sure, she's
hurtful. They're going to affect you to your core if you're one of the players. Whereas Morgan, like, is more than likely, in my mind, going to the duo lane. Like, things like that, having 2 Bastets now available to you. Imagine that at level 5, you just all of a sudden have 2 Pounces landing on you with both of their ults active. You're dead. You're just erased.
Yeah, Bastet and the Morgan kind of together are the pimp my ride of Smite gods, right? I heard you like damage, so I put damage on your damage, and that's what you got for the Houdinis right now. Terra, Hachiman rounding out the first 4 picks for them. Erlang Shen, though, one of his first few looks at him, and Tier is going to round out Dansland's comp.
I love Erlang. I actually love him in this comp as well because it looks more centered around the jungle.
Sure.
Pin to be able to set up kills, a good taunt on his ultimate. He has a lot of things in his kit that allow, specifically Merlin in my mind, to set up way more kills, get that mid lane ahead, and try to stop what happened last game, which was just everyone starting to fall behind. He can focus a little bit more on the mid lane or even into the solo, help get this tier ahead, and it opens up a lot more avenues for Dansland.
And I like them going towards this Hades. I think Hades is in a good spot right now.
He's good. Like, you know, aggro is the one who I think can hammer it home the best, but he's got good sustain, he does good damage, good control with a nice team fight ultimate. Like, he has a lot going for him. The only issue with him is the fact that he has to put himself in danger to get a lot of that done. But if you do it right and you have the right sustain in the right areas, and, well, now you have a Terra on your team, you can set it up pretty well.
Well, I think it's obvious we like the Houdini's composition. They just need one more to move on to the finals. John Finch, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dawson. Gormizer as well, as we are indeed moving into game number 2 between Dansland and Houdini's. It looks like it's going to start with action. Sweet Potato, after what happened last game, looking for a bit of revenge. They get the beads forced out from Nesfer on this Hachiman very early on this game. That's a good use of that early pressure already.
Yeah, I want to touch on the comps right now. If we look over at Dansland, they've got a little bit more early game focus in the Erlang Shen, in the Hu Yi, in the Jing Shen. However, I think Dave put it so perfectly. Beads lost on screen so quickly, but Dave said it on the desk. Morgan Bastet is the pimp my ride of Smite. Put that on my gravestone. That's damage on damage. It's so powerful. Bastet's rework making her such a potent mid to late game jungler now.
Well, I know you're a huge fan of this Bastet post rework, right? That you're one of the strong proponents of how strong she is right now. So we'll certainly get to see in the hands of Spring, who had a great game on the Pele last time. This is Dansland, the Order team, coming up to try and invade the purple from Houdini's. I think we saw this happen last game as well, so clearly not looking to send your bad kid off on a mission to harass the jungler. Instead, trying to see if they can, with their superior pressure, kind of bully around purple.
But they did kind of pressure out the jungler. That's Screen over there not getting the purple buff. It's a weird start.
Oh, you're right.
And it's so strange for me. Normally we'd see them start at the speed buff, but I think they realized that they would have lost the pressure in that lane to the Hu Yi and the Jing Shen. So you're trying to confirm that, make sure you get that red and purple buff, but even then it wasn't enough.
Might be new to Casa, but you know a couple things about Smite. Could work, Myth.
Yeah, you know.
Well, and that's something that we've seen, right? Sometimes these junglers do start away from the speed buff if they're worried about the invades, and supports just follow them wherever that they go. It doesn't matter if it's speed buff or not. They're trying to harass you. And Sweet Potato is level 2, so this could be a favorable fight. Finds the pin, forces out the defensive shell from Xia early on, but there won't be enough. Screen falls for first blood. They do get a little bit of help coming over in the form of Nano Bruv as well. Dansland already on the board.
That is so much better a start than we saw last game. Dansland's going to get off on the right foot, and they won't have, you know, really put themselves at that deficit before the game even started. We're going to look at a much more competitive match.
Yeah, and I don't want you guys to think that game 1 means that Dansland are a bad team. They're absolutely not. I think it's just like we said towards the end of that game, that Sweet Potato just kind of got sat on through the early game and never got to get that Habwa online. Clearly, he was not going to let that happen. Picked the Erlang Shen and started running it down, and it's worked for them so far.
And that's what I would have liked to see. We saw Doug hover over the Talons right there, the Talon Trinket, if you would. 60 magical power on the Hades as well as 100 mana. That's so much power. Normally we see this start on gods like Anubis. We're going to look out to pressure early, but Hades already putting it to strong use as he's proxying between the tier 1 and 2.
Hades can be kind of hard to deal with over in the solo lane, can't he? I mean, how does Hades like to play over there? Is he a lane bully? He's looking to rotate often. What is that what you want in your Hades solo?
You know, I think you're trying to bait me into being a Hades apologist, not unlike aggro. But I will say, Hades has one of the most potent abilities in the Fear.
Yeah.
That Fear is so good. A 2-second Fear, it's only good, right? But on the other hand, he's got a jump and 3. They're all point-blank abilities. He's going to have such a hard time getting that damage off, as well as the fact that he's stationary during his ult, and it doesn't deal as much damage as, say, an Anubis ult. And as we see here, Tyr, get him a little bit of a bully, but that's Snatty. You know, that's just Snatty's MO.
That is the way that we've seen Snatty play all day long. Hades not going to be very tanky with the Talon Trinket start. He's going to get that effective tankiness in quotes from healing, but he's in trouble. I don't think he realized Sweet Potato is on the way in. He still has the death from below. He still has that leap available if he needs it, but pinned against the wall. It's not an option. Looks for the heal instead. Finally gets over, but a perfect pin from Sweet Potato, and he takes his first death.
Takes his first death, loses his blue buff. That's not what you want on Hades. He made a finish the back cross, but Shia in trouble.
That's a sick ricochet there from Rengaru. Catches him mid-dash. Does still have the dive bomb available, though, so he's on retreat path. But in comes Baronary, trying to see if he can catch up and find the shots he can. First kill for Houdini's now on the board as they put the Hou Yi down.
And you don't want that kill landing on the Morgan. She's so potent, being able to use that stealth. She's kind of like Loki magic, right? Just she's going to one-shot you out of stealth, but Sweet Potato's not willing to stop now.
Yeah, kind of like Loki. If Loki could turn into another god with a whole new set of abilities. Baronary, hard to imagine a world where he escapes here. That is it for the Morgan for now. A quick 8-second death timer for him. He'll be right back ready to go. But this pace has been fast, hasn't it? It has been a frantic pace throughout the early game so far, and the beneficiaries, I should say, are Dan's Land. They've got Sweet Potato 3-0. They're up 1,500 experience.
It's a completely different Dan's Land from last game. It seems like Sweet Potato's a lot more comfortable playing on these aggressive early game gods. I don't imagine that we see him play any more Hebo this season.
No, I think that this is kind of going to be the adjustment, though, that some of these junglers are going to have to make. If these supports are just going to sit on you with a Terra level 1 or something like that, pick someone who can blow her up for doing it. I think that's what Sweet Potato has done this time with this Erlong Shen. They're going to need a new strategy as he forces an ult for ult trade, forcing this Tyr to use the Lawbringer away.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a wet noodle lane for the most part. I don't imagine either one's going to see any kills. Maybe we see Tyr get something cheeky off, but it's all off the back of ganks right now. And looking at the jungles, I would expect to see Spreen really focusing in towards the mid lane, try and pressure out this Merlin. So much damage, as well as the fact that she has the long-range root. Merlin's blink's not going to be enough to get away.
No, it's going to put him into a tough situation. We'll see how active Spring chooses to be on this Bastet. Do you feel like the ultimate's required? Because he's only level 4 as opposed to Sweet Potato level 6. And then he might be waiting to get that ultimate online to kind of amplify everything else he does. I'll let you answer that later. Sweet Potato looking for yet another gank. No ultimate for Heat here this time either, so he is in a whole world of trouble. Still had the death from below, but another pin. Sweet Potato feels like a whole different guy when he's not getting harassed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said it, it's all off the back of the junglers to figure out who's going to win that lane, and Sweet Potato seems like he's going to be the one. Shia, level 3 here, alone versus 3. Seems like it might have been a little bit lost.
Yeah, ambitious would be too kind of a word, wouldn't it, to describe trying to make that defense happen. Good job tanking the tower. Snatty gets the kill. Very few worlds where that works out positively for Shia.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Terra at level 3, he's going to steal away that buff, right? No, absolutely not. And Nanobruv did a fantastic job of stopping the rotation in from the Houdinis to help her out.
Right.
He just positioned himself between the blue buff and the speed and stopped 2 on their path.
Effective use of that Merlin from Nanobruv, and now Dan's Land in a great spot all the way across the board. There is no lane matchup where they're losing right now. And if you're Houdinis, I don't know if you can afford to do the same thing Dan's Land did last game. When they got behind, Dan's Land stepped on the gas pedal even more. Houdinis might need to kind of try and bunker down and get this Morgan online.
I mean, yeah, we saw it last game. They did step on the gas pedal, as you said, and it did not work. However, Houdinis has a better comp fighting in than Dan's Land did last game, so if they do want to try and counterfight, it's a little bit better off, but I would expect to see them really try and get this Morgan online, get this Bastet towards level 7 or 8 before we see her really move in. And as we said earlier on the desk, 2 Bastets pouncing on you, that is a death sentence, especially with their ultimates.
It's pretty difficult to try and survive through that. I do want to make sure, again, we kind of put the qualifier on this, that these are long days these guys are playing out. Once you make it to semifinals, you're already qualified. You're basically playing for seeding. So it might just be that some of these guys would rather, you know, run it down and see what happens as opposed to a long, drawn-out 60-minute match in some of these cases.
Yeah, at this point, it's really, I want to win or I want to lose, but either way, I want it to be quick. You know
I can't have another 60-minute slugfest. I just can't. It's been a long day. I don't have time for it. That's what some of these players are saying.
Absolutely.
It's worked out for them, at least so far. We'll see how it goes in game 2. Much better for Dan's Land here so far. Like we said, 5-1 and enjoying about a 2,000 gold lead. They're going to need to make sure, though, they don't rest on those laurels. That does not a victory make, as it looks like we got a brief pause coming out. We'll get everything sorted out with these players for now and then get right back into this. So I know that you love Bastet. Now that we have this time, I will give you an actual soapbox with which to talk about how much you love this new form of her.
All right, so listen to me, chat. I know you're listening right now. Bastet is
Listen to
so
me.
powerful. Her pounce at late game, level 20, I'm going to lowball her. Let's say that's 900 damage. That's a safe ability she's jumping in with. She just hit you with 900 damage. You want to swing back on her?
Pretty big, too.
Yeah, she's gone. She's not there anymore. She jumped back. And she's going to claw you as well. That's another 1,000 damage. Who's surviving that? Not your Merlin, certainly.
Could tell you're a Bastet fan. You're right. This is the Guardians of Bass, that ultimate now that makes her so powerful. Changed from before when it was the cat call, where she brought out multiple cats. Now functions as a stem on all these other abilities, widens out the range of the pounce. If she lands in the center, that's where the max damage comes from, but is given that additional range in which to work with.
Big ult.
As now your bad kid drops the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel in mid, trying to see if he can grab Shia. Couldn't pull him far enough out of the tower, though, for it to work, and Nanobrub takes quite a bit of damage to the trouble. We saw the transformation from the Changeling, and Baronary gets the kill onto Nanobrub. Thank you for the breakdown. We got to see it in action.
Yeah, exactly what I said would happen. She jumped on you and you died.
It's
Fool.
too much damage for you to try and deal with. Snatty does get caught out getting aggressive in mid lane, but great backup. Sweet Potato goes right to the back line, puts in tons of damage, but not enough to
Huge
100
ult.
to 0 him. Spreen gets the credit for it, but he sets it all up with the Pillar of Agni.
Yeah, they thought maybe the Bastet wouldn't have ult there. They got confused, but again, there are two of those Bastets dealing all that damage. But that really was off the back of a swift rotation from the Houdinis moving in. They took the fight on their own tower line, and Dansland just wasn't quite prepared for literally 4 members to be there instantly.
That's a huge fight, though, to kind of slow down some of this momentum. Sweet Potato, in particular, who was starting to run away with it in this early game. I like the initiation he had. He blinks past, gets 2 members with the taunt, and knocks them up. He just didn't have enough damage there by himself to finish it off, and they end up losing the fight on the backside of that one, though. So Sweet Potato might need to slow it down a bit before he gives away all this loot.
Yeah, Sweet Potato, certainly, he's only 600 gold up right now. However, Bastet, at that deficit, it's not where you want to be, especially with Sweet Potato making all these huge rotations on his own. He's so tanky, and he is that engagement factor that Bastet doesn't have. But you know, that damage is so good. I can't slander my god like
You
that.
cannot do it. I'm seeing you. There's pain on your face as you try and find something negative to say about that Bastet. I do want to talk a bit, though, about this Morrigan build. Well, we'll talk about it after we take a look at this quick replay. This was that kill that Spreen got rotating in as well, too. So managed to get knocked up, but still turned around and finds the kill anyway. Pretty big play from him.
Yeah, that was... Hades catching him with that ultimate as well was really what solidified that death. He could have just continued to roll out, but this engagement on the blue buff, Hades finds one with the ultimate.
And that does keep Snatty locked in. They probably would have much rather to get Sweet Potato there, but he manages to worm his way out, so he'll be okay. You know, Morrigan, to talk about her build again, was doing a lot last time with the Bumba's Mask, topping it at that tier 2 of the Messer's Mask, get all that movement speed. Talk about that later is Gold Fury being started, being burned quite quickly by Nanobrub. In comes Shia, though, to try and slow this all down. The Sun's there, too. The Gold Fury's still there, and Dansland. It's Dansland, the ones that are actually grabbing the objective. Spreen, though, comes in and finds the kill. They get 2. Baronary gets another. Nesfer finds himself a double kill, a 4-for-0 wipe for Houdinis. They may have lost the Gold Fury, but they're winning the fight. It's just a question of will they lose anyone else. They find the stun. They keep Snatty out of there, too. Delayed triple for Nesfer and the Dia side.
Dansland did get the gold for you, but normally when that happens, you wouldn't expect the other team to bring back that entire deficit. Houdini's tied up the gold completely, and if we look at the XP charts, I'd imagine we see a huge swing there as well.
Yeah.
It's a completely even game, and now they have a free path towards the Pyromancer. Morgan's showing herself in the middle lane as well as Bastet in the long lane, kind of confusing the Dansland side. They don't really know that they're going to be on the Pyro here. Xingshan's the only one able to rotate in, and he thinks better of it.
But what makes that fight go so well for Houdinis is that Dansland commit too much of the Gold Fury in that fight, or that they just weren't prepared for that level of counter-engage, or what did you see go so wrong for them?
So I saw Dansland, they had Gold Fury pulled, and they stopped damage on it completely, and all the tanks reset it. However, the hyper carry on the Merlin was still inside the Gold Fury, and he took 4 or 5 swings from it.
Yeah.
That's the majority of his health. It's so hard from there, and they just had to try and peel him out and move back where they were already out. Now, Merlin falls, everyone else that went in to peel for him falls. Tyr comes in a little bit late as well, 5th man to die, and he just wasn't able to really make the decision to get out. He did find a 2-man Fearless, but who cares? No one was there to follow up.
Does not work out for them there. So that is brutal for Dansland. I mean, think about this. If you're Sweet Potato, you get farmed in game 1, basically because they won't leave you alone the early game. You finally have a good early game in game 2, and it gets snatched away from you at the Gold Fury. It's only 12 minutes. It's certainly not doom and gloom, but all that work just got erased.
It did, but you got to imagine he's feeling better about himself at least.
He drops the ultimate channels that they do have one stuck in, the up-down, contractually obligated to come right back in with Snatty, and it works out this time. Nanobrub shuts down the Hades quite nicely. Now they're on the full disengage, though. Houdinis have 4 members nearby. Morgan doesn't quite have Changeling, but it should be up soon. Still looking aggressive. Can't find the stun, can't find the leap either. Houdini's trying to force a fight here. I don't know if it's here.
They need to watch out for Sweet Potato. He's doing a very good job at looking for the Morgan and keeping her out. But she stealths away now. I would imagine this fight fizzles from here.
Yeah.
Houdini's, they can reset. They can use this very slight lead, but I imagine they're just going to continue to farm because they have the superior late game in that Morgan if they just wait for it and get this build completely online. However, as I say that, they find Sweet Potato in the jungle just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, and that's a Bane level backbreaker from me on that one, man. Sweet Potato taking that death there, that hurts, right? I mean, he was 4-0-1 to start this game off, and since then has essentially been 0-3-1. It just has not been his game, and that death there, a real unfortunate one for him. Houdinis are not just right back into this, but now they've got Spreen tied and poised at the point in the game when he's going to be the strongest. This Morgan from Baroneri feeling quite competent right now as well, too. I mean, this is starting to get a bit scary for Dansland.
I imagine we see from Spreen, he's going to go into maybe a Jotun's Wrath here or a Brawler's, but that penetration just compounded with the natural damage in her kit, she's going to be dealing so much. That's going to be a huge power spike either way that she goes on this build. Whereas you look over at the side of my Sweet Potato, he's already got the SCS online, the Stone Cutting Sword, and the Crusher. Those are the biggest power spikes you're going to expect to see out of Erlang Shen. I imagine that he's going to go towards a little tankier build here, so as far as raw kill potential, this might be just about it for him.
You're right about the pen option. Brawler's beat stick here for Spreen. That's going to be great into all this healing from Snatty and for Sweet Potato. You are a bad kid as well. You want to shut down as much of this as you can, and that Brawler's beat stick should do it. To look at these mage builds, they're starting to work on some pen, but not the percent pen we normally see in this third slot. It's the Spear of Desolation there for Baroneri, and then on the other side, it's Divine Ruin for Nanobrub. So it's the response to some of this healing on both sides of the game.
I like that Divine Ruin pickup. You know, Hades is a healer. You don't really think about it, and that's
Sure.
not why he picked it up. It's that Terra ult burst heal that he's really worried about, and that will turn it, especially as he is an AoE mage. He should be able to find it on the majority of people. However, let's touch on that Spear of Desolation.
Oh, hold on. This could be trouble for Nesfer, especially with your bad kid rotating in, but hey, if you hit 6 stuns like that, you're out of there.
Nutty stun into, let me hop on that horse, just giddy up out of here. But I would expect to see some additional penetration coming out of the Morgan here, or maybe even a Polynomicon. She's looking for that burst. Right now, with Bastet on the team, she's going to look to get that full ability rotation off, turn into Bastet, do it again, and just be a huge damage output.
Well, I was going to talk about this earlier, but there was so much fighting. I wonder if it's the Karen's coin next for Baroneri. You want movement speed on Morgan so much. Heat over the wall, though, drops the Pillar of Agony. The fight has already kicked off. Your bad kid does get off the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, but just brings everyone to the fight even more. Here comes the Bastet, but that's Baroneri turning into the Bastet, finds the first kill with the Changeling ult. Sweet Potato answers back, though, by taking Get Morgan out of the equation. In the back line, Snatty has 2 members knocked up, so Rinjaru could come in and take care of Shia as well. Spreen desperately trying to find somewhere to go, but Snatty cuts off all escape 3 for 1 in favor of Dansland. Make that 4 as they run over Houdinis.
Yeah, that fight was immediately turned by your bad kid. He had them diving into his tower, and they were backing out as they realized they were taking too much damage from it. And he said, where do you think you're going? Get back in there. And that's exactly what happened. Now they're moving into the Gold Fury, and the lead that we established early is starting to creep back up.
This is huge for Dansland, man, because it had been a rough few minutes from, you can just tell on the chart, look around the 11:55 mark, that's when the chart just dipped right back down towards even, and it plateaued there for about 5 minutes, but Dansland off the back of that fight shot the lead right back up to where they were. Obviously the relative strength of that lead is less, we're later in the game, but this is still good for Dansland to try and build on this going forward.
As well as the fact that they just removed the objective from the map. They're not going to lose that gold lead anymore. But it's really on who plays around the Fire Giant now, or who plays around the towers. I would expect to see, maybe we see an engagement around the short side of the map as we move towards the Pyromancer. It's going to be a vision battle going forward.
Rinjaru, to look at these Hunter builds again, going the attack speed pen option with Aussie into what's likely Executioner, but it's crit on the other side for Nesfer, and this is something I think we're going to keep seeing from these Hunters. There are a couple of viable build paths for them nowadays. You don't have to always build the same thing. Nesfer likes his option with the crit, meanwhile Rinjaru wants to go for more sustained DPS.
I would prefer to see Renjaru to go towards this crit right here.
I would have seen them flipped, right? Yeah.
Purely because look at the comps. We've got
Yeah,
two
I agree.
tanky targets, 3 tanky targets on the side of Dansland. However, this fight is beginning to start.
You're right. This Pyromancer battle is one we're going to have to take a look at. Yar Bad Kid goes for another pull. Heed with the disengage, though, the other way. Death from below, allowing for yet another escape from this Hades. So we thought the Pyromancer might happen, but it looks like they're done with that skirmish for now. Even though we do think she is still stepping up, looking for a little bit more from Yar Bad Kid. These supports still not level 12, by the way. It's a hard life, the support role.
But yeah, to explain what you said earlier, how you'd expect the builds to flip. Well, hold on. Let's see how this goes. No, we're fine. You would expect to see the crit on the side of Renjaru because there's so many squishy targets on Houdini's. That crit's going to be so well received. You know, 2 nice autos are going to land you a kill. But you would expect to see the sustained damage on the side of the Houdini's.
Yeah. I know, I'm right there with you. Pyromancer low, though, so we got to focus on this one for now. Renjaru gets the first kill, taking care of Shia, but Heed answers back. Nano Bruv had nowhere to go. Merlin stuck inside that hole from the Hades, but Baron Neri on a mission finds Renjaru way in the back line. Someone's got to help Heed, though. Never gets the heal off. That makes it 2 for 2 so
Huge
far,
damage.
tied up. But so many low health bars on the side of Dansland, they might have to consider retreating. Try say that to Snatty, though. This tier ready to go, looking for Baron Neri. Remember, that's the Morgan changeling into the Bastet, desperately trying to escape, but with this much chase, I don't know if he can make it. Snatty blinks under the tower and cuts him down.
That's a nice return kill from Spreen.
Huge. To at least get Sweet Potato and find some kind of turn, but good job covering the option from Yar Bad Kid. Knew he might try and pounce back to the initial pounce location and makes it 3 for 3 across the board. Snatty and Yar Bad Kid live, whereas at least Nesper stays up to farm.
I like that decision from Spreen to find the return kill onto the enemy jungler, stop him from pulling ahead there. He could have used the pounce over the wall into the blue buff and survived himself, but instead he decided to stop that from really going out of control. If it became a 1-for-0 trade, they might have been able to look towards the Pyromancer or something like that, but instead he cuts their DPS and makes sure they can't go for the objective.
Well, Myth Knight got to defend this Bastet to me, man. I mean, look, 7,000 in player damage, not nearly as high up there as some of these other players are right now. Maybe Bastet's not all that after all, Myth. Struggling at 3 and 3 and 5.
I can hand you a sword, and you won't know how to, do the anime sheath, unsheath, cut everything in front of you. You got to be a master of the blade. I've been studying Bastet for years. I don't know how long Spreen's been doing it, but
I'm right there with you.
You can't blame the tool, you know?
That's right. It's a poor craftsman who blames his tool. Spreen's certainly still relevant, though, at this point in the game. Only a little bit behind Sweet Potato. Having some fun there. Pyromancer went down as well while we were cracking a few jokes here on the cast. But this game has stayed relatively even despite the good start for Dansland. And you were saying earlier you thought this Morgan was enough to that if it's even late, you're favoring Houdini's.
I absolutely do, especially with all the good transformation targets she has. She could turn into anything they need. I mean, I could say that any game that Morgan's in it. It's really a nothing statement. But however, 2 Bastets pimp my team comp, am I right? That's so much damage. And Bastet has so many easy targets on the side of the enemy team, but let's hold that thought as this team fight begins. Xingchen finding a huge ult.
Yar Bad Kid continues to find good whirlwinds of Rage and Steel, controls a couple members, but the rest of the team are on disengage. Look at Snatty's positioning way off to the right of this fight. He might be able to catch them off a bit by surprise, but I think Houdini's are done with this. They are fully moving over towards the Fury. That'll be up in about 27 seconds or so, and they have prime positioning for this next fight. This could be a big deal for how the rest of this match goes if it's a big fight and multiple people die.
Establishing the map dominance around the objective, it's so much easier to defend your position than to push into it.
And that's why Houdini's got here first to try and control it. Over on the left side, though, it's already trouble for Heed on the Hades. They went for him early on, but this Bastet has already procced the ultimate, so once a bunch. That's a good ultimate from Nesper as well. Got decent damage onto everyone. Snatty jumps in, immediately gets controlled. Heed has dropped the Pillar of Agni as well, and still no lives have been claimed on this bloody battlefield, and yet Dansland won a bit more. They jump in, but Spreen has the answer. Nano Bruv falls first. Bastet starting to reign supreme here in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, who would have saw that coming, am I right? Oh, it was me. I saw that coming. Now we're going to look towards Houdini's, going towards the Gold Fury. The only one really there able to stop them is Tyr, and he's going to find a little bit of damage on a Hades, but I imagine we're just going to go ahead and pull the gold.
They have pulled the gold, and Heed's happy to keep Snatty's attention on him instead of the objective. Renjaru has used the dive bomb, so there is no way out from here. Baronary survives by using the Aegis, and Yar Bad Kid can't pose enough a threat in his own. He baits them back in, but only gets Spreen, and that's enough for Sweet Potato to find the kill. It's tied up 15 to 15.
It absolutely is, but this fight can go either way.
And Nano and Sweet Potato wants to try and get right back in if he can. They give Baroneri enough space for him to make out of the fight, and now Sweet Potato is stuck, so he has to try and out DPS him, but a little bit too tanky is he. Does not have the 3, does have the silence. It was almost enough, but can't get it off quite in time. Constant back and forth action will finally start up this Gold Fury.
Here looking for a little bit more. Lawbringer going down towards the Hachimon. It's not going to be enough, but Shia just shows her face, peeks around the corner, says, hey guys, what are you up to? Dan's Land meekly. Nothing?
Yeah, they back off. No way they can do that Gold Fury any longer if anyone is around to contest. So we will maintain virtually a dead even game here all the way through 22 minutes, Mifflin. So this is going to be a good one. We had a feeling that it would be. And really, still, I feel like this is Dansland kind of letting it slip away from them a couple of times. They had so much pressure throughout this early game and that they kind of let slip throughout their fingers. Now they're going to have to keep scrapping and scrapping toughly to try and get back into this game.
The one redeeming factor on the side of Dansland is if they find a pick, they burn objectives so absolutely quickly with the Hu Yi, the Erlang Shen, and the Merlin. They're going to be able to drop just about anything. So if they can find even one opening, they should be able to find the objective as they move towards this Fire Giant.
Oh, and this is so smart. Houdinis are all moving over towards gold, but keep an eye on this Bastet. Spreen is the only one on this side of the map. He has to hear it or something
50%.
to check it out. Gold Fury does go down, so now they know most of the teams over there, they're willing to commit. This
Burning
Bastet,
fast.
the only one that can try and stop this one from happening. Dansland secure it and get the kill on the Spreen. Galaxy Brain as they take care of Houdinis.
If I'm on Houdinis and I'm doing Gold Fury, we've had 3 fights on top of it, all contested, and we walk over there and no one shows up to stop you, maybe you think to yourself, what are they doing on that side of the map? Your bat sense tingles or whatever, you got to move towards it. Spreen, he sniffed it out, but he wasn't enough on his own. He had to look for the steal, but Jingshen, Yar Bad Kid, did such a good job of forcing him to use his jump early, not able to use it to steal away the Fire Giant.
Yar Bad Kid's had a great game so far on this Xing Chen, man. He's looked awesome on it and makes life hard for Spreen to make it in for the defense. Now Dansland, who I was worried might be struggling, have the Fire Giant, a 5v4 power play as they move on the right side. Phoenix double blink right to the back line to make life hard. Nesper has to drop the beads almost instantly. Earth and Fury from Shia just try and keep him alive, but Heed keeps 2 members busy in the back. They only get a little bit of Phoenix damage.
Watch out.
This is a solid defense from Houdini's. Heed takes down Rinjaru. Yar Bad Kid's quite low as well, but is able to get all the way to the back line. They send Dansland running.
That's rough. The one time you get an opening, you're going to get picked out. Spratty, he's having a little bit of a hard time here, but I don't imagine he falls unless Terra finds the huge root.
And that can lock him down for a little bit more damage. Heed wants to keep the fight going with this Hades as he fears into a little bit more damage. I like the idea there, Nano. At least get off every bit of damage you can, but he does end up falling. Now Snatty in trouble too. And when I finally switch over to gassing up my boys, Dansland, this happens. They end up falling on the right-hand side.
Never bet against Bastet, all right? We saw Spreen there. He came in hot. Morgan turned into Bastet as well. There's so many Bastets on this comp. How could they lose?
How could they lose, right? I suppose if your team uses the Fire Giant, your 5v4 to take the Phoenix, maybe that would be a way. But instead, a really strong defense from Houdinis. And I think what's working so well for them is that Heed was actually able to get a pretty good dive that time. He kept 2 members from following up off the blink initiation from Dansland to the backline.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Bastet, but Hades, we saw it in the P's and B's, 100% win rate.
That's good.
And he found 2 fear there. He found 2. That's 2 seconds that enemies are just unable to do anything. And it gave Houdinis time to wrap around them and really surround them. And that's how the initial pick happened. After that, it was just Bastet kind of running rampant. But I've gassed her enough as is.
Clearly a Bastet stan at this point. So a strong fight for Houdinis, despite Dansland perhaps having an opportunity for that fight in right. That one slips through their fingers for now, but the Fire Giant's down. They still have it on 2 members. This lead still minuscule for Houdinis. 2K gold, really nothing 26 minutes into the game that's particularly substantial. So Dansland are absolutely still in this one. It's still very close.
Yeah, only 2,000, as you said. Fire Giant's not on the map anymore, so they have to just return to neutral here. I don't imagine either team's going to be knocking on the door of the tower. However, if that tier 1 on the left side of the map is very weak, we might see Dansland trying to move up there. We have to imagine, though, Spreen on the side of the map, such a threat.
But talk to me about the dive that we saw happening over there in right. I mean, is that how you think the fight should go? That should he be able to keep 2 members busy by himself, or did Dansland not respond to it the appropriate way? I'll maybe get your analysis some other time as the fight's going to kick off right away. Snatty already low. The sun's coming out too. That's from Rinjaru just to try and stop the chase. But over in right, they found themselves a decent target in the form of Shia. But Shia wants to keep the action going. Heed looking for a heal. Has Yar Bad Kid stuck inside the pull, and Nesfer knocks him down easily from point blank range. A fine fight from Houdinis as they take down 1.
Watch out for Morgan in the back. She's looping around.
Sweet Potato is also way in the back, though, but he's surrounded by 3, and I don't think this late in the game that's what he's looking for. Nesfer just has to land the shots, and Sweet Potato won't have a chance to survive. It's Heed that gets it done. A 2 for 0 in favor of Houdini's. Now they can start to threaten these Phoenixes even without the Fire Giant.
Even without the Fire Giant, as you said, and that's the last Fire Giant on the side of Dansland gone off of Sweet Potato. That's a completely neutral buff now. No one has it. And now Houdini's, it looks like they're going to look to back here, spend up the gold that they just got off that fight, finish out their 6th items on the build, and look towards maybe looking towards the Fire Giant, I would say. It's going to spawn in just about 1 minute. They can get the vision control.
Yeah,
and as I said earlier, it's easier to defend a position than it is to attack it.
Looks like you're right. They're gonna decide, elect to wait here for that FT to respawn and then take that fight there. That should give enough time for Dansland to have respawned My Sweet Potato as well as Yar Bad Kid, so they can certainly come out and defend. As we keep saying, the game's still relatively close at this point. It'll just be the Houdinis that are the ones that are entrenched at that point. But this could be big.
Out.
If they can get a pick onto Heed in the middle lane. A sick wall stun from Shia, though, shuts all that down. So like I was saying, did you expect that fight in right to go that way? Should Heed get to buy that much space for his team?
Hades in of itself, I'm not a Hades apologist. I don't think he should be able to lock down that many on their own. However, if you look at the side of Dansland, Huyi was unable to get towards Hades there, so the only real damage was Merlin, and the rest were just tanks. Hades isn't worried about tanks. He's so defensive on his own, and he has that heal, as well as the fact that the silence falls on a Merlin. He can't really get all the well-placed abilities that he needs. So Hades can do it, but he shouldn't have been able to.
Was able to effectively there, and that's what turns that fight so well for Houdini's, alongside good defense in the backline, keeping Nesfer alive despite some of the pressure that he was under. And so this next Fire Giant is on the map now. We said that we thought Houdini's might be entrenched. An extra Primal Fury would not hurt matters at all, as they once again put a lot of focus on this Fury on the left side, but they can burn it quite quickly this time and be back in position to defend. But Dansland heard it. They're going to step up, look to counter ward, try and grab some positioning of their own.
They sure are. They find the counter ward, however. Tara looking for the engagement. She knows her team's coming in from the side. Screen's already there.
Dansland might have stepped up a bit too much. I understand what they were looking for, but they got to make sure they go on the full retreat now that all of Houdini's should be on this side of the map. So now we're into the Fire Giant dance, which you've had plenty of experience for in your time. What are you looking for primarily? Is it beads, cooldowns? What are you trying to get here that makes you feel like the fight's right to take?
At this point, if I'm on the side of Dansland, they have to keep their eyes on the Morgan. Whether or not she can get into the backline and find that huge damage on a one target, it's going to be huge. But if I'm on the side of Houdini's, I'm always looking for that pick, as I said. But as well as that, it's the team fight actives you have to keep your eyes on.
Yeah.
It's the Shells, it's the Heavenlies. There's none on the side of Dansland. They don't have to worry about it too much. It's Fire pull here.
Fire Giant's incredibly low already. Houdini's do manage to secure the objective, but Dansland are too low on the backside of it. They might lose the fight. And the biggest objective on the map, too, Ranjaru incredibly low. As is Sweet Potato and Yar Bad Kid, they're on the full retreat, but she is right in the middle of everyone. So here comes the double Bastet cavalcade that's been happening all game. Nano Brub falls first. Snatty low in the back. He's looking for a heal, but they're going to fight him from range. Nesfer gets the killing spree, and suddenly they've got 5 versus 3 and the FG.
They've got that all, and they're all relatively healthy. They don't need to back here. They can move immediately towards the Phoenix, and I expect that's what they'll do. They have the Terra heals. They have the Hades heals. Look, they group up for it there.
Yep, you're right.
It wasn't that much, but it is enough to really, compounded with Fire Giant, it's going to be enough to get them near full health and healthy moving in towards this Phoenix.
So they're going to group up at least 4 here. Spreen could rotate over to mid if he wanted, but looks like they want to try and just group up and grab this right side Phoenix while they can. They're heavily favored to get this Phoenix. In goes he to the back line, forcing out the Ho Yi, and that has indeed opened up this objective for Houdini. Very cleanly done.
They're going to easily move towards the mid tower here. They won't spawn in time, Dansland that is, to defend that tower. They won't even be able to slow it down, I imagine. They might be able to group up around this mid Phoenix and make it hard, but Houdini's can back now and spend all that gold they got off the one team fight, the Fire Giant objective drop, the Phoenix drop, and now this tier 2 tower. That's going to be a huge power spike. We might even see our first elixir of the match.
Certainly could be. It looks like, just as you advised, they'll take their tier 2 and leave. They've already done enough by getting that Phoenix on the right-hand side. They can now back and still have about 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half to work with once they're done backing and move back out with which to work with on the Fire Giant buff. So that's excellent for them. But that Fire Giant fight, it looked like Dansland really weren't able to do much about it. Houdini's DPS'd it so quickly.
Dansland, they were grouped up around it, but we saw Spreen jump in with the ultimate activated and just chunked it. 10% of the Fire Giant just eviscerated. But, you know, that's just Bastet.
That's just things that Bastet's able to do. Dansland looking for a fight if they can try and catch Houdini's maybe staggered on their backs. But I don't know if this is the fight they want. If Benjaru gets blown up on the backline, Baroneri, way too much damage from this Morgan. But Nano Bruv, not to be outdone, gets 1-2. But a double for Nesfer and a double for Baroneri. Suddenly it's a 4-for-1. Houdini's blow them away in that fight. That could very well be the whole set.
It very well could be. I don't imagine we don't see them just walk straight into the Titan.
They should.
They wouldn't even need to go for this mid-Phoenix. They might do it. They have plenty of time. It wouldn't really hurt them, but they can just walk past it. I said it earlier. They need to be worried about the Morgan just walking in behind them. She walked in one shot in your ADC and continue the damage elsewhere.
Yeah, you're not going to win a lot of fights that start off that way. Stun lands from Baroneri. Snatty already quite low. Snatty dead. That's
peace.
the game. DS side. And Houdini's with the 2-0 able to clean this one up here over Dansland. Despite that impressive start, Sweet Potato looked so much better in the early game on that Erlong Shin. This time, it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't. Sweet Potato did enough to get them into position to really do a lot. They got towards their first objective in that Gold Fury, but they lost it and the fight out. Or
Yeah.
They didn't lose the Gold Fury. They got the Gold Fury, but
They
that
lost the fight.
5-man wipe,
Yeah.
that's too much.
Yeah, that was a brutal fight for them in that fight, and it really did start to slow down some of that pressure that they had, right? You were hoping this Erlong Shen was going to be enough to kind of accelerate you throughout this early game, but as we said, they were never going to be able to compete with this Morgan in the late game. It was too many sources of damage for them, and I think what we don't talk about enough is the base mage form of Morgan, right? That is a ton of damage in of itself before the transformation even happens.
It is so much damage in that she can one-shot a target on her own, but as well as the fact it's so safe,
It is.
she can throw out the Dark Omen from a range, and now if Bastet jumps on her or anyone else, that's additional damage there as well.
And I think this build path that we saw from Baroneri is going to be pretty common from
watch
Morgans
this.
this year. Yeah, this is more damage than you can deal with, by the way.
That's a Bastet, by the way.
But and you're going to see this Doom Orb, I think you're going to see the Karen's Coin, all this extra movement speed to make up for losing that Messenger's Mask from like Season 6 and all the extra movement speed that was so valuable there. This is probably what we're going to see from these Morgans, and you've got to be mindful. That's what Heimdall is probably going to be good at too, is kind of revealing where she's at and making it easier to keep tabs on her.
Heimdall is the good counter matchup, but Karen's Coin, as you said, is such an interesting pickup for Morgan. She doesn't have to buy that dedicated movement speed item that kind of stilts her damage as well.
Right.
Now she can find it elsewhere within the build, getting the additional penetration and magical power. This might be the year of the Morgan.
It certainly could be, man. She's so powerful, but in most cases, I imagine she is going to be banned for this exact reason, right? I mean, she's able to change the way that you have to think about these games. There were some times early where it felt like the reason that Dansland were losing the fights was because they thought Bastet's abilities were down, but they miscounted the second one or the original one or what have you, and
Look
just
at
kind of
them, both
losing
of them.
track of it.
I love seeing two Bastets pounce simultaneously. It's like a synchronized swimming, if you would. It's beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous. It's Olympic level, so to speak, right? Coordination here between these two teams. But Houdini's are the ones that grabbed that 2-0 victory. But did you see enough from Dansland to where you'd be excited to see them later on? I think they showed us they're certainly strong. It just didn't pan out here.
We saw shades of what could be a top-tier team at the very beginning of that game. It's
Yeah.
whether or not they can confirm that and not really let it slip through their hands in the future.
Yeah, I think if you're Dans, you can look back at that set and go, listen, we let our jungler get saddled in the first game, and we had one bad fight in the second game. We can clean that kind of stuff up going forward. We'll be seeing them, obviously, in the group stages later on. That's going to do it here for the semifinals. We got the finals coming up here in just a little bit. A quick break, and we'll be right back.
welcome back to the NA Finals for Week 2 of the SEC Qualifiers. Getting a look for the second time today at two teams that have had dominant performances, haven't dropped a game on their route up to the finals. Dolson still joined by Mifflin to talk about the finals here. You got Maxiety on one side, the Houdinis who we just saw on the other. Remember, Maxiety, we've only seen one game out of them today because they caused the other team to forfeit in between Diesel, Sybil, Sops, Cope, Mando. This is a roster you argue could really fit in this league well.
I would say they were the best roster after the quarterfinals that were still in it. They're so powerful. These guys have been around the scene for so long. They've been tearing up ranked. Yeah. They've been tearing up the SML. These guys, they're the team to beat right now. Then they've got to prove it today.
And you know, I think so much of the conversation today, and rightly so, has been around the solo lane and what a lot of those guys have been able to bring. In their set earlier, Mando Warrior was such a focal point of Maxiety's win. Talk to me a little bit about Mando. What do you like about this guy?
Mando, he's got a very archaic god pool from what I've seen in ranked. He plays like the first 50 gods released, but he plays them at a top level. And he plays so aggressively. He's the type of player who's going to look to push you out early and then move towards your tier 2 towers, you know, proxy that wave, and then continue rotating towards the middle lane. He's an aggressive guy.
You talk about kind of old picks and bans, and Bastet just now getting reworked. We saw a great example of what she can do. I argued the best thing about Bastet was Hindu having to get his face painted and doing a little song and dance bit. I thought that was the best thing to come out of the Bastet rework. Mifflin thinks that it's actually just what she does and the damage that she brings to the table.
You know, it's the sum of all the parts. You know, that Hindu skit.
It's the Hindu skit as well as what she brings. Do you think there's I mean, people just now maybe getting used to Bastet. Is there a world where she maybe moves into pick ban kind of territory?
I think so. It's really on whether or not we see that she can consistently do it at the top level. Right now, we're only seeing it at this SML level / qualifiers, but she's putting out so much damage. The only downside of Bastet is whether or not she can do it safely. She does have that jump back that is a bit safer, but it is very telegraphed.
Yeah.
As well as the fact that she needs to get up close to deal the majority of her damage. But if she can continue to perform how we've seen today, she is at the top level.
And we saw that kind of jump back red a couple times in the last set. We'll see where she falls maybe in this draft phase. Maxiety and the Houdinis drafting for game 1 of the finals. Umoja takes a backseat one more time. Kamazats follows up. I don't know if there's any more that needs to be said. The top 6 bans, I think, have been consistent all throughout this weekend. Kukul Khan made it through just once. Maybe some interesting building led to a loss for Kukul Khan. Odin, Persephone follow up. I think there were a few games early on where Odin was let through, and I think people realize that the potential he brings is just not worth letting in.
Yeah, people seem to think that Odin can really only go towards the solo lane nowadays, but we've seen time and time again throughout these qualifiers that Odin really finds his home in support. He puts out all that pressure, and he's just got the damage, and he can bring that tankiness as well as a low cooldown team fight ultimate that is one of the few abilities in the game that forces people to change how they build. You have to look towards that Phantom Relic, and it takes up one of those slots. It's so potent.
Well, we're not going to get to see that this time as he finds his way to the ban column. First pick overall is Merlin here, followed up by a Cerberus and an Erlang Shen. Do you like the reach for the Merlin for the first overall pick?
Merlin, it's a high damage god. It allows you to burn objectives very quickly. I think the real standout here is that Thor. Thor is a good god for shutting down Merlin. Merlin's only got that low range blink to escape, and he's going to get poked out so easily by the Thor with a global ultimate, as well as the fact that Heimdall can match that pressure. I imagine we'll see him go towards the long lane. I'm not willing to confirm that just yet. He could also flex towards mid, which is going to affect Maxiety's bans here.
Yeah, those Norse gods, man, they're in kind of pick ban territory right now. Hunter focus for Houdinis with their last 2 bans. The Hu Yi, the X-Ball both banned out. Do you agree with them taking those 2 off the table with so many Hunters still in the pool?
Hu Yi makes absolute sense to me in that we need to ban out some Hunters, right? That's one of the few things we can confirm Maxiety really needs in their comp. That X-Ball, though, is a little interesting to me. He's not really seen as much dominant play as he has in the past.
Yeah, and they're going to grab the Iza. I mean, I don't know. At this point, you ban out those 2 and you're playing against an Izanami instead. I don't know if you call that a win.
No, Izanami's got so much lane
I'm scared.
pressure. 0% pick rate so far in these qualifiers, though, so we, untested at the professional level.
Well, she's certainly a good god, and I imagine she'll have her stamp on this game. Fenrir rounds out Mexiciety's composition with Kulkullen for the Houdinis. What do you like in Fenrir? Do you like Mexiciety reaching for him with their 5th pick?
I like Fenrir insofar as I prefer him as a support. I imagine we'll see him go towards the jungle here. Erling Shen could also be in the jungle. If we see Fenrir support, he's going to bring so much lane pressure.
Yeah.
Izanami's going to be able to clear the wave, and Fenrir's going to have that low cooldown jump stun up constantly to pressure out that lane. If we see him go towards jungle, it's a little bit iffier there. You still have to max the jump rather than the brutalize, and it's really just about whether or not he can move around the jungle quickly. Fenrir in the jungle needs a lead. Fenrir in support facilitates a lead.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see how this Poseidon and Merlin matchup goes in the mid lane as well. This should be a good one. Houdinis, Mexiciety on set. Graham Hinduman Hadfield, take us in.
Thanks so much, Dave Dolson Olsen. Fantastic little performance on the desk there. Gore joining me on the cast. Welcome back. First of all, first cast of SMITE.
Yeah, and you know what? I get at least 5 names on Mexiciety onset that I've been casting for years. Like, I can go back and probably find, like, Friday Night SMITE and or old Challenger Circuit highlights of these players. They've just been doing so well, I guess.
Yep.
Honestly, they've been able to escalate towards the top, but they're still coming around. And honestly, I'll tell you this, coming into this, I did not actually expect the Cerberus jungle of all of the options they had. That one's
Yeah.
kind of throwing me off, but granted, Cope played Ymir jungle earlier, so it's not really far-fetched for them.
So maybe it's just Cope having a bit of fun with the Guardians in the jungle, showing that the can be semi-viable, I guess. On top of that, though, this is the finals. It's a best of 3. Both these teams have qualified so far to the group stages of the SEC. This is more for seeding than anything else, and a bit more of like, well, how good are the opposition?
And it's a fun little testing grounds as well. Like, maybe Cope isn't 100% all in on going for these Guardians jungle and things like that. Sops taking this Izanami into the mid as opposed to Diesel taking the Merlin into the long lane, which more lately we've seen that kind of swapped. It's really just going to be coming down to what works now. What works best? How can we win? Does this win? And if so, then in the group stage, we know exactly what we need to do or not do to make sure that we can qualify.
Well, a bit of aggression from this Fenrir with Sybil and Diesel in lane, and that's one thing I want to note here. Diesel is playing the Merlin in the duo lane.
Yeah.
Izanami in the mid lane. Does this change things up at all?
I think it's going to change maybe the pace. Well, it feels like it should change the pace of the long lane to be a little bit more on curve with Merlin, wait a little bit longer, but because they have the Fenrir alongside him, they can get aggressive, they can deal a lot of damage, and they can combo really well. A good stun from the Fenrir jump sets themselves up as a blink from Cope comes in.
Can they find the follow-up? Well, they will get the beads on a Spreen at least, but Cope's still going to give the chase for a second or two at the tail end. I'm just wondering if they maybe did that to put, they didn't like the matchup of Merlin versus Poseidon in mid, so they were like, and also with a Thor in the jungle, Merlin could be a little bit susceptible to that, so maybe they've tried to position Izanami there instead.
And I mean, it matches up overall in terms of pace of clear in the mid lane, so you're going to have Izanami holding her own a little bit better, and really solid getaway. You go underground, so you're not going to be susceptible to any damage there, and then you're invisible as you come out of your dash. So if you're trying to get away from Spreen, as long as he doesn't follow up immediately with an excellent stun, you should more or less be out of those early engagements from him.
That's a good point. We've seen a lot of potency out of Heimdall so far, so no real surprises to try and see if they can mix things up a little bit against this Heimdall.
Just
so
shut
putting
him down.
a long-range mage that can kind of stay at distance can be pretty useful there. Purple buff invade coming out, though, from Anxiety onset here. Shia is here. It's a 2v1 scenario. Buff does get dropped down, and that will go the way of Anxiety upset, so a successful invade, but not a whole lot of experience gained from that.
Yeah, I mean, you go in, you're able to get the buff, but you're not finding, I think, as much as you want. I mean, Sop's actually looking for maybe more than they can. That's the thing I think Mexiciety are a little prone to right now. It feels like they want to get aggressive, they want to get in and fight, and they're not quite at the point where they can just win the fight outright. They're finding some poke. Sybil, at this rate, is not necessarily falling behind, but you can kind of see it slowing down. They're taking experience away from Shia, which will ultimately get this Fenrir ahead, but he needs to get to level 5. That's when his kill potential escalates and maybe exponentially goes up because of what he can then set up for Diesel grabbing someone in that ult.
Now, Sops in the mid lane on this is an army mentioned a couple of times already. Cope's a little bit behind in farm at the moment, I'd say, but he's at least keeping pace with Spreen. And I think that's where the pressure's really having to come from with this is an army here in the mid lane. Is just allowing Cope to catch up in farm a little bit, continue this farm route, because in the early stages, Cerberus is clear, isn't necessarily the most potent.
No, it's not going to necessarily be like, it's not what you're writing home about right now, right? You're looking at him, and realistically, you're looking at a lot of squad of members on Mexity for their level 5 and what they're going to be able to accomplish then.
Unusual situation there. Solo kill in the solo lane. It's not often you see solo kills this day and age. Cope now going to rotate in though and try and punish, but a great ultimate out of Heed to avoid the knock-up out of Cope. There was a chance there that Cope could have been in for a nice little potential pick under that tier 1 tower.
And you're also seeing the difference between running a Guardian there versus running an Assassin. Assassin takes that fight, potentially, even with the CC immunity, is at least able to poke Heed down to close to death, if not get the kill. The Guardian, you have Cerberus just kind of go, oh, look, I'm scary, right? Haha, I can ult. And that's where he comes through. His ult's going to be awesome for ganks. His damage, not so much. He needs more follow-up from his team.
That's a lot what happens with the Guardians in that jungle position there for sure. So a look back at what happened there with Mando Warrior. You can see it in the top left of your screen right now. He is low and he's got his ultimate up, but still unsurprised to see that pick up there. Unfortunate situation, but definitely a benefit for the Houdinis. And I just hear a Thoro crashing in. They were hoping to catch Mando Warrior in the rotation to his blue. Instead, he's stuck in the laning phase, and the blue will be stripped away. Mando does have that Berserker shield online. It's only really good on those auto-attack based characters.
Yeah, I mean, being able to not only good on the auto-attack based characters, but also help him in the matchup a little bit. Admittedly, you get first blood like that, and it's kind of like a free trip back to base. I guess you can look at it that way as Kraken comes out in mid. Sops, again, that getaway is going to be really solid for him as long as he has it up. And
yeah, just going to be careful about the timing.
Looking to get aggressive?
Yeah, looking for the red buff now, knowing Kraken's down. This is a chance for Anxiety Onset to get in there, but a good walls will force the bees out of Sops. Great shell coming into play from Sybil there, and the Berserk will be enough to bring him down. Shia will dash away back to safety, but that's an answer back from Anxiety, who now managed to strip away the red buff.
They steal that. They're zoning out Spreen as well. Cope is just doing his best to make sure no one can come home. If his team was still around, if they had waited a little bit longer around that red buff, this actually might be could have been a kill onto Spreen. Because Cope does have that ultimate. If not, it could have forced the beads one more time like he did at the very beginning.
Sops just being a little bit greedy there in the mid lane. I could see that one coming, you know. Less than 50% health, hanging around, thinking he was okay. Remember, he just lost the beads in that last fight.
We call that the Zapman effect. You just, one more wave.
Yep.
That's all you need.
One more wave. I mean, he could have
Everyone is
sustained
prone to it.
And funny enough, speaking of Sops a little bit more in that mid lane, going for the Transcendence here. Plenty of power on this item, a little bit of cooldown, obviously, but he is going a little less lifesteal in this option, which makes him a bit susceptible.
It's going to be maybe a higher power curve for him. He's going to hit harder but not sustain as much, and so moments actually like that last engagement probably going to hurt him a little bit more now when he's not able to come through. If you have lifesteal in that kind of scenario, you go up in health, maybe Thor doesn't double tap you as easily.
Getting aggressive against Heimdall, but Heimdall doing a good job of peeling himself away for the most part there in that scenario. And keep an eye on that lane, because that looks like how Diesel wants to play this up against Nesfor here. But Spring going up, looking at Mando Warrior, who's doing a bit of proxy farming. He's overextended here and still in trouble. Goes into tower range, unfortunately. He's very low on mana. While he's going to fall down here, there is a gank going on the mid lane at the same time to try and make up for where they're losing in the solo lane, and Sops gets himself a kill. Cope still, though, diving in, looking at Shia, pulls him back just towards the edge of the tower range. The stun did connect, as you said, and Shiva only level 4, and that stops with a double kill, but Spreen on the rotation will at least answer back. It's 2 for 2 across the map.
Speed buff, mobility, everything you need from Spreen. He's part of both of the kills that his team's able to get, so it's good for the jungler.
Oh, yeah.
And again, building on that lead. Earlier on, he kind of got, you know, pushed out a little bit more, had his beads forced, so 2 kills onto him, now a level lead over there. It's at least going to help try to balance out this mid deficit they have. Poseidon at 0-2. He's down 2 levels now. Bayoneri needs a little bit more push to make sure that he can fight back.
Red buff stripped away again by my Anxiety, and once again it's given over to Sybil. They keep giving it to this Fenrir here.
I like that.
Why?
You're stripping it away, so you don't necessarily need it for your team. You have your own red buff to then give to either Sops or Diesel, whoever you want.
Sure.
And now you're setting up Sybil to get more aggressive. You're just saying, hey, Assassin, go do more damage. Jump in and control him.
That is the key. He's playing the support role, but he is an assassin, and again, Heed here in the solo lane might be able to get another kill. 1v1 against Mando, and Mando just trying to buy some time. Still has his ultimate up. But he's not over-investing here. Heed waiting for his cooldowns. There's a rotation coming in from both junglers at the same time. Tower Dave comes in, but a great ult out of Mando there to sustain him back up, and it will keep him topped up after he transforms and also gets the damage off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as the junglers finally turn up and make sure they pay, but it could be Spreen in more trouble.
And it's all on the mana cost. I don't know if you need the ult, but Cope Baby is going to make sure he seals the deal with it either way. And that was just Thor, no mana, Cope Baby, full mana, able to do pretty much whatever he needs as long as his cooldowns participate with it.
Action everywhere. This is what you expect to see in NA. Fighting on fighting on fighting over nothing. Still under the tier 1.
Spree.
Diesel's here, but
Shia.
keep an eye on Shia around the back. And does Diesel know about it when he's stepping up? Because there's the gank coming on the other side too. And Shia didn't find the route he was after. Meanwhile, Sybil did at least force back Ness4 on that left-hand side, but now Shia could be under a bit of pressure here.
Shia, I mean, already behind, gonna get taken down. Good stun to at least keep Sybil pushed away, but Sops is rotating in up at the top. You can see matching up with the Poseidon, trying to figure out where they want to go. But Shia's level 6. That just connected. I was like, you know, you still could have maybe gone in and tried to stun out, deal something to the Merlin. With a 4-level deficit, Shia just doesn't have any impact in that dual lane right now, it feels like.
I think a lot of why Shia's fallen behind here is because he's
Fenrir.
still giving a little bit more of this farm to his Hunter and to the mid lane that's lost some in the jungle. Sybil gets dunked on by Spreen, and one full combo rotation brings him down. Now Sops isn't kind of in no man's land. The stealth wears off, the walls collide, it forces the beads, and the chase is on. Root will connect, and Sops is in hell, or at least he will be in the fountain.
That's going to be a quick burn. I don't know if I like Cope coming in. Kraken's going to come out onto him as well. And that's just a good turnaround. That is pretty much exactly what you need if your Poseidon is 2 levels behind. A kill onto the opposing mid laner to make sure they don't get farmed. A kill for your mid laner. And now you're going to be back in it, farming up a little bit. And another fight where Mando is just not in control.
And there also, there's a fight on the left-hand side as Spreen combines as well to make sure they get that kill onto Diesel in the dual lane. Houdinis are pulling a Houdini right now and getting the scrap of this game into their advantage. They're still down on gold, even though they're ahead in kills.
A lot of that's coming down from the support right now, though. I think they're just stripping so much jungle away from Houdinis if you're Mexi onset. That red buff and purple buff have very barely been going to you as Houdinis. So you're losing a lot of experience for Shia, you're losing a lot of gold in that area. But I think you're making up for it in the fact that Spreen is 5-1 and 2.
Yeah.
This Thor has a 2-level advantage. The ult has felt just more impactful than so far what we've seen out of Cope. But late game, I think that might start to be a wash. You have essentially another tank, much like you would expect from having just a Guardian on your team, period, where Cope will more than likely be able to grab people like around Gold Fury Pit, around Fire Giant Pit, to help set his team up just a little bit more.
Yes, I think you're starting to see out of Anxiety onset here. Their early game push power is very strong, very potent in some of these laning phases. But once we get to about the 8 to 10 minute mark, that's when Houdini's characters start to come online a little bit more. And they're answering back now, trying to find themselves a window back into this one. And as it continues, we'll just see how the builds come along, because Bayonary here on this Poseidon. Double lifesteal coming out so far. Hold that thought, Sheeran mid, looking at Sops, and Sops will get hit by those walls. And the dunk down from Spreen 2. Chooses the right angle to juke back from away from the wall, and Cope's there to pull them all, but still Sops will fall. Kraken connects on Cope, but he's tanky enough for now. Sybil up downs, and a stun after the fact will self-peel, but still the damage is done. Sops for Bayonary. Does that favor anyone?
Honestly, it feels like it favors Mixity just a little bit, and only because, one, a little bit of a weird build, like you had pointed out going into this from the Poseidon, but also the fact that Poseidon's been the one playing catch-up this entire time. If they're both off the field, it's going to give Sops just that little bit of advantage he still has, kind of persisting through this death.
Cope just about survives there. Spreen didn't have the hammer up available to secure that kill at the tail end. And that's the funny thing you said there about the Poseidon build of, like, it's not something we see normally. It's kind of hard to say whether it's right or wrong at this point in time with how the season's begun. But a lot of sustain in it, and maybe Divine Ruin could come into play some anti-heal as Mando just bites off way more than he can chew.
Yeah, that was just wrong place, wrong time. From top to bottom. You are in their jungle, deep, surrounded by 3 members. You're not going to be able to walk away from that one clean. I think, that, again, that's just the power of Spreen right now. 6-1 and 3. Jess now finishes his Jotun's Wrath, so he's in this fight, I think, even more than ever now. And that's the biggest threat. I mean, Poseidon, the Kraken, has been doing really well in these last few fights, but I'm looking at this Thor as the game changer. If you can start to shut him down, then you can start to maybe control this and turn that 11-6 deficit that you have as Mexi
Diesel
into
getting
something
greedy
better.
for a kill on Ness4 here. Overextended looking for it, doesn't realize the rotation is coming in, and Diesel is so kill hungry. He'll be punished for that one. Ness4 back to base, and Sop says, what do you expect me to do there? I can't rotate to a tier 2 on the left-hand side. Instead, he'll eat a Kraken, or at least part of it. The beads still help him out a bit, and a great tidal wave, but the trade-out is pretty much even. If anything, it's actually favoring Houdini's for my liking because, well, they didn't use a relic.
Oh, and Sybil's right here, too, so he might even be able to clean up the kill. Won't dive that deep. He's not Diesel. But he makes a good rotation around, and that's just the biggest thing. You have to go deep for that kill now because of the fact that they just took out your mid laner. It's just the kill deficits are starting to build and build and build. And Sybil, in this kind of position, he's not necessarily far away from making it even worse for his team.
No, this is what I was expecting to see coming into the finals today, Gore. 2 teams that have qualified to the SEC group stages, but at the same time, played it a little bit more like Arena than anything else.
Loose, yeah.
A little bit loose, a little bit of aggression. Obviously, some interesting picks at least coming out from Anxiety Onset. Sure, with the lane switches and with some of these selections we've seen here, specifically that Cerberus. Fury, though, is finally taken for the Houdinis. And that'll be the first time I feel that they've had the lead, even though they've been in the lead on kills for a while.
It's that amount of control. And I mean, even then, now the gold is
even-
300. Yeah, they haven't really pulled themselves a massive lead. They just technically have it.
Hey, it's positive, okay?
Yeah.
It's in their favor.
And it's a Typhon's Fang there for the Poseidon. So it went from bizarre of double lifesteal into even more bizarre. I guess, I mean, admittedly, with where he was, it was the only thing he could have gone into. But it is just going to be the fact that, well, now he's healing even more so when it comes down to it. So sustainability in lane is more or less what he's looking for. And admittedly, with how much he's been ganked, and, well, 2 and 4, he kind of needs that to stay around.
And one thing I think we'll see a bit more Typhon's Fang here or there is definitely the penetration that's in that too. Because penetration getting changed this year, you still need pen in your builds, and we keep talking
It's
about
just
that a
where
little
you
bit.
find it.
It's just where you come from it. And Typhon's is one that has been given some this year.
And it's that question mark of, is it worthwhile? Is Diesel right now in a bad position, going to get stunned out, and Thor's in there.
And Thor is in there, and Diesel's no longer there. Meanwhile, also, we saw at the same time, Berino did fall down to Sops in the mid lane, but the pressure is now on Cope, and Cope is trying to buy time. He'll at least get 1 for 1. Gets Spreen, though, gets a double kill, but can they get out of dodge in time?
Well, Sops is coming around the right corner. That's going to be a good stun from Sybil, and then setting up Shia for a death. A nice stun in return. They get the tower, but can they get out alive? And that's perfect from Spreen. Just trying to stay alive.
Can't juke those autos, that Sops in time. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Sybil will also take a spill. 4 members of the Houdinis are dead. Just Heed remaining, who's just trying to defend a tier 2 here. And Anxiety Onset kind of bounced back immediately after losing that gold fury.
Yeah, they don't seem to care that much that they lost all that gold. And we had mentioned that Houdinis had only gotten, admittedly, like a 300 gold lead. That's been taken away again. It's about 1,000 back in favor of Anxiety.
Yep.
And it's just tower for tower, and then all of those kills, just a 4 for 2, I believe, that they just grabbed. Houdinis haven't been able to hold on to it. And again, once Thor's gone, that's where all of your effort is. I mean, he's 9 and 2, 3 and 1 for the Kukulkan, so he's definitely having an impact. But nobody else is hurting as bad or dealing as much damage as they are. So you need a little bit more, I think, coming from the rest of your team. Diversify where your targets are, because otherwise it's kill Thor, win game.
Yeah. I will say Diesel, though, in that duo lane on that Merlin, hasn't had the greatest of games I was hoping for here. He's just got even level with Sybil on his own team. His support had more farm there. So they've done a better job of making space for the support for Sybil. But it's come at the cost of Diesel being as effective. And right now, he's just going to have to continue to plug away and still keeping the aggression going.
I mean, fighting it out right now. It's going to be an ult coming down from Nesfor.
Where's he going to come? It doesn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, it says Spree just decided to dunk in there.
That was a kill steal attempt. That's what that one was. I'd have done it if I was a jungler in that situation, that's for sure.
Just finals things.
Now, that last fight, however, that we just saw after the Gold Fury, I think a lot of what Anxiety Onset did there was realize they hit power spike items. A lot of items were just finished at the end of that last fight before it even happened. So that they just realized, hey, we've got a little bit of an item advantage. These extra passives are included now from these items. Let's get aggressive. And that's exactly what they did. Man fighting the solo lane, and that's expected to be seen. Shia's on the rotation over here, but remember, Shia, only level 12. Keep an eye on these supports at a lower level, because they will be a little bit squishier than they realized, and they might get turned on. Mando bought a lot of time to get Sybil in, and now Shia going to pop the ultimate. Still Spreen hanging around, and it's a nice use of the Cursed Donk here to try and cause a couple of problems. In comes Bayer and Eri at the same time, and this Help Venus is good, but the Kraken is better. Mando Warrior dies, as does Sybil, and the rest of Anxiety Onset are nowhere to be found. Diesel coming out of base. Same can be said for Cup.
That's one of those awkward calls where, if anything, you want... Oh, wow, the dunk from long range coming in. I didn't think he had the range or the touch for it, but that's another double kill for Spreen that comes through.
Spreen's definitely come to play today.
I was going to try to go on like, okay, that's when like you should be on the left-hand side looking for something, get the tower, find something elsewhere on the map, because there's 5 people in solo lane. And now, well, you're feeling the brunt of that, then losing the follow-up fight. Fire Giant's at half health.
Great call on the Fire Giant, in my opinion, too. Sure, with a Heimdall, it won't take too long. At level 18, they should be able to bring this one down. Still no one from Anxiety in the area, sure, because 4 members are dead. And Cope's like, well, what do you want me to do as a Cerberus in this situation? If I go in, I'll probably die, and maybe they'll get even more.
There's like a slim chance that Cerberus is able to find the right amount of damage, like right at the right time with a blink, but his blink maybe not as consistent as he would like. Good zone, just one hit stray from Houdini's would stop him from getting in there. And Cerberus isn't exactly known for his burst. We were kind of talking about that earlier. Even now, with more damage online, he's not going to be the one you're looking at as the giant fire giant stealer.
And I want to come back to damage again, as you were just saying there, Gogs. When you look at those damage charts on the left-hand side, the majority of Anxiety Onset's damage has come from Mando, who's a solo laner. He's going to have that damage. But then it's, you know, Sybil and Cope as the top damage dealers, when you've got a Merlin and Izanami. That doesn't make much sense to me. Is Spring going to dunk in, find the double tap and the wall, and the turnaround from Mando will buy him a second, but not long enough as he'd had the ultimate available.
And, you know, following the conversation up for damage, it actually is on Spreen doing what he just did. He's shutting down any member that happens to be or seems to be a threat. He's stopped Sops. He's stopped Diesel. Now he's starting to stop Mando. This Oni Fury, as risky, quote-unquote, as it could be, admittedly, it might just bait out more kills for you as Houdini's.
Really could, but Baby now didn't find a target. Now he's on a wild ride. Has to use the beads to get away. Shell used to Cope in there. With the follow-up of no beads available, Cope will get that kill. Merlin damage from the Arcane Form does good work to take down Nestfall. As Sybil continues to chase, thinks better of it as Diesel now falls. And Sybil's got to get away. The healthy targets of Houdini's are here, and they're here to fight.
And they're chasing down Sybil one more time. Cope Baby gets a kill in the back, though. They're going to be able to lock it. Spreen still looking for blood. 12 and 2 is not good enough for him, but now he's in a dangerous area. Actually forced to ult to potentially try and get out, but he might dunk back down.
The up-down could be available and will be. Spreen gets the kill, but all this focus onto a Sybil I'm not so sure about. Mando trying to give chase to Spreen, knowing the hammer is on cooldown and the wall too. Pin will at least force out the beads. Meanwhile in the jungle, the chase is on for Sops, and he don't care about Cope. He's going to try and run him down, but it's a great stun out of the support.
If you need anything coming from Cope at this point in the game, it's either a 4-man ult that's going to be able to come through, or a stun like that to find Peel. Also, a little frightening moment with that blink coming through if you're Sops. If you get this kill onto Spreen, that's something huge, but Mando can't even confirm that one. The healing will come through from his ult.
Don't keep chasing,
They're
Mando.
just fighting everywhere.
Do not keep chasing, because the respawns are coming through. And his option of pathing has put him in trouble. Bayonary should be able to put him in the pool. Now the wrap around with the tidal wave, and that's a death of Mando that's deserved for greed. Just say greed in chat, because that's all that was.
There's been like 3 or 4 of those as well from Anxiety, where it's just like, you know, guys, you didn't need to die there. And it all kind of started with Diesel. The minute he dived past that tier 1 early on in this game, it was nothing but Houdini saying, wait a minute, guys. This is the easiest bait of our life. We don't even have to be that low.
Houdini's
These guys just want to come in.
Get the Fury. They get a kill. They get 2 kills. And some of that, I'll look back and say, if Mando Warrior's around there, he might be able to help out with that.
So you remember how earlier that Fury didn't make a big difference? Now they're starting to make differences.
Oh,
and not only that, it's been so consistent for Houdini's. Almost double the kills, but the gold lead is extended to almost 5,000. Experience is so heavily in their favor, and that's with Shia having such a large deficit over there. Sybil can try to do as much as he wants, but 2 members still with Fire Giant. Admittedly, you would think Fire Giant on Hunter, best combo you can have. Spreen's 13 and 2. I love for him to have it. Stay sustained, stay in this fight. Just deal more damage.
Popped by Houdini's, and Sybil's going to bring somebody in, looking towards Nesfa there. But Nesfa doesn't really mind, neither does the Houdini's. Still relatively healthy. It's only Shia that's low. Chase still on for the Heimdall, though, and Nesfa will finally fall. But Heed will take out the jungler in response. Heed now turning towards Mando, who's trapped between a rock and a hard place. And with the Whirlpool going down, there's no chance of escape. It's 3 against 4 in mid, but without a Fire Giant, Houdini's think better of continuing the aggression.
They do the opposite of what Anxiety has been doing. They look at it, and admittedly, they could probably dive, find a kill onto Sybil with how low he was, maybe find the Phoenix. But the risk outweighs what they're going to get from it. So they're just like, you know what, pause. Fire Giant's going to come up in less than a minute. Let's back off. We can set ourselves up. We've been winning these fights. We kill off Sops here, and we're set up perfectly. That's a good Kraken to force the Aegis.
Yep.
Well, he's dead anyway.
Uses the Aegis and then still dies afterwards. Don't know what you're doing that far up in mid lane when your team's down, unfortunately. But this is kind of where it gets a little bit messy now. 23 minutes in, 9k gold lead. Fire Giant about to spawn again. We'll see what Houdini's can make of this next one. Do you defend this FG if you're Anxiety on set, or do you look for a Phoenix defense line?
If you're Sybil, I think you can risk going in there. I think you can
just
you
send
can
the
go,
one man.
But just Sybil. I don't think Diesel should be over there. You might be able to send Mando as well. Like, as the respawns come through, it depends on where the lay of the land is going to be. Now they have 4 people available. You can risk the fight, but if I'm Diesel and Cope, the minute things turn south, I'm running.
There is a benefit of being Mando Warrior in the situation. You can suicide and not have to worry about it. because you're not worth any gold
You're
anymore.
0-8 already anyway, so.
You are literally worthless, so a mobile ward might be more useful to the team at this point. Cope trying to defend this FG and see what's going on. Actually gets himself a kill against 3. Another rotation in from Sybil will support with Diesel. Round the back comes Mando looking for an ult and finds one. Spring gets to the sky in time, and the dunk goes to the back line, but great play from Diesel to get away. The chase is still on for him. And still on the backside of that fight too, Sybil battling alongside Mando Warrior, trying to bring down the health bars, and Sops is on the way. But is Sops going to get him in time to really make a difference? He's not needed so far, as Sybil will at least pick up Shia.
They're doing good control here as well. Good body blocks, good jukes for Mando to keep him alive, just not enough to sustain through everything. Sybil now is incredibly low. Sops decided to go for the Pyromancer, so they at least get something out of this other than the 3-for-3 trade, but I don't know if it's worth it because now he's isolated.
Yep, we'll see what he can do from here because now Sops under pressure. Did at least drop the ultimate down, but that won't prevent Heed from doing any damage to him whatsoever. He gets himself another kill, now 9-1-7 on this Kakula.
Well, they finally, well, successfully, I should say, stopped the Fire Giant. I would argue that's the best fight that Mixity have gotten in the late game with the way the trades have been going. It's definitely felt like Houdinis have shifted this in their favor more and more as the game has gone on.
Does it feel like Mixity Onset have had a 5-man grouping yet? I don't think I've
really.
seen one.
I think every time we've seen Houdinis go for an objective or group up like that, someone just 30 seconds early on in Mixity had decided to either dive a tier 2 too early, dive into the jungle too early, get caught out in mid lane way too soon for your team to be around to help you. And so there's just been a lot of moments where they've been one man down. It's been a 4v5, if not even worse, a 3v5 for them in some of those scenarios. And unfortunately for them, Houdinis have managed to keep their most powerful alive throughout almost every single engagement. You had mentioned 9-1-7 here for Heed, but Spring's now 15-2. And I'm going to keep bringing that up because that 2 needs to start becoming the 7, the 4 that they have on their team. It needs to go higher if you're Mixity here.
Sybil and Mando on this right-hand side. Now, Fire Giant looks to be contested potentially. Mando splitting the wave as Sybil's trying to get some stacks and clear the buff at the same time. But FG is at about 50%. In comes Cope, in comes Diesel, but in the sky is Spreen. Spreen's going to come down on Cope, but just misses it. Same time, though, Kraken was good enough to find the kill onto the Cerberus. Now Diesel disappears as if he wasn't there. Houdinis are living up to the name.
And, well, Mando going to get caught out one more time. The stun's not going to connect this time around. He's going to be low health. He's looking to be able to run away. They're not going to chase him. Sops is just as tasty a target, maybe even easier to kill off. But that's going to be that invisibility. Saving him at least for a little bit.
The meat grinder continues, and now Houdini's 5 men strong. They might not even need the FG here. They could potentially look for the end.
I mean, they're going for it as they have it. Shia has enough sustain to be able to come in here. If not, you've got Heed full health. Their health bars are not at all worse for wear, and there's not a lot of damage left from Mixity. This Phoenix should go down soon, if not the members first. Mando's just getting burned.
I will say, I think Mixity Onset at the start of this game, they had a good start. The picks have kind of let them down, I would say, in the team play. Because as the game went on, Houdini stuck to their game plan, and they look like they should find Game 1 in this best-of-3 finals. Sybil, the final man to fall, or should I say Spreen, and the shutdown gold will at least be for Cope, but that won't be good enough. 27 minutes in, and they're going to try and get a couple more kills, but the game will still end with Mixity Onset losing 19-38 in kills.
They did finally kill Spreen, though, so I'll give them that credit. If you take Spreen out of that game, he had 17 kills at the end. It was 38-18. All of a sudden, that comes down to 20-18, and it's a lot closer of a fight for you. And it's just those moments where if you can control that Thor a little bit better as the game progressed, maybe you find yourself in a better position. But it just felt like you said they had that control early on, and normally I would say it slipped out of their hands. They kind of threw it towards Houdinis. They were just like, all right, you have this. I'll dive a tier 2. I'll dive your jungle and just, you know, take these kills. They're free.
The good news is it's not over just yet. Hopefully, after the quick break, we're going to break down the desk, and Myth can tell us all about how Mixity Onset can get themselves back into this.
Welcome back, and thanks for sticking around. And next time you log into the game, make sure you check out the 2020 Season Pass. You get a limited Zeus skin, 1,000 gems, and a whole lot more content for every god that will be coming out in 2020. So make sure to jump in and give it a look. Mifflin is here, as Hindu pointed out, to tell me how Mexciety gets themselves back into this set. I'm just kidding. Let's talk about the previous game. There were some question marks, I think, for Mexciety. We figured it would have been the Izanami in the duo lane. Instead, they stick Izanami in mid. They put the Poseidon down in that long lane. What are your thoughts on kind of some of that mixing around?
I like Merlin with Fenrir in that Fenrir has
Merlin, rather, right.
Yeah, he has the constant stun out of Fenrir to set up for all the damage Merlin can do, and it's going to set him up so well to farm safely. Merlin in the long lane normally would have a really hard time fighting into two gods, but Fenrir has that fight potential in of himself, so he doesn't really need to worry about that so much. And Izanami is going to have that constant lane pressure that we were talking about, except now it's in the center of the map, and it's like really inflicted upon more people.
I mean, if you're Mexciety now and you run this game back, same compositions, are you switching Merlin and Izanami back to maybe a more standard role, or do you think it was kind of rooted with the right idea?
The idea was there. It's really on them to focus on enacting a plan.
Sure.
That entire game seemed to be a clown fiesta from both sides, and Houdini just got the better side of it.
Yeah, and you look at, I think we'd be remiss if we don't mention Spreen on this Thor throughout this game. Found an impact early. There was kind of tug of war back and forth there for a little bit, but this Thor was never properly dealt with, and his impact was felt.
Yeah, Spreen, he made himself felt on the map. He really did. His slash line, it says more than I ever could about it, but I'll try my best. Spreen did so well controlling the map and making his presence known, not just where you would normally see it in the long and the middle lane. He was in solo getting kills, he was in the jungle getting kills, but some of that is really on Mexciety constantly fighting into it. He had the lead early, and they never at any point decided to slow down. That's a bit of a mistake. I'd expect we see them play it a little bit slower this game, or if Mexciety wants to keep going forward with this same plan, draft for it. Get those insanely fightable gods. Get a Robin or something like that that can really play around early. We see Spreen going in there trying to KS, doesn't find it.
I'm sad. If that kill gets stolen, I'm unhappy about it. But kind of piggybacking off of that, we talked about Spreen in this jungle on the Thor and what an impact he was able to have. Cerberus in the jungle, an interesting choice to be sure.
Cerberus in the jungle, it might not be the best pick. It's not the ideal place for Cerberus, but when piloted like that in such a dominant game, you can't really be too upset about it. He's got the defense shred. It's kind of like having a Guan Yu in the jungle, except now instead of your stun being locked onto your ultimate, it's on your first ability, and he can find it from a range, as well as the fact that he's got that huge teamfight ultimate to play around. He had a little bit of a struggle in the early game, as much of a struggle as you can say.
As you can,
when Spreen's just going hard, but
it's hard to keep pace with what Spreen was bringing to the table, and that's Cope. I mean, we saw the Ymir jungle out of him earlier. I mean, it's not that he's playing anybody who's bad, maybe less typical junglers, and still making it look pretty good. But Cope won't be playing in this next game. A Bossy B is going to be subbing in for him. Not as familiar with his god pool and sort of his tendencies, so picks and bans may look differently as we move in to this next one. Do you think that affects Mexciety in this one? You have a tough loss in game one. Houdini's kind of wiped the floor with you towards the end of that game. Now you have a different player. That's got to change around your mentality a little bit.
You got to really think about that going forward.
It is funny. It is wild how, something like that can really just throw you off your game. And I assume that they'll be able to recollect. They've certainly played with a Bossy B before, so in that substitute role, being able to come in and maybe change things up. Fenrir banned out, interestingly enough, from the Houdinis this time. Why do they maybe go that route?
They saw how potent it could be in that lane as support. I said it earlier, Fenrir support facilitates success, whereas Fenrir in the jungle requires it. Now that he's off the table, they can't look for those low-pressure late-game gods in the duo lane. They're going to have to go more towards a generic pick. Now it's really going to be back to like base Smite, I think.
Well, to the surprise of no one, Thor is taken away from Spreen and what he was able to do there after in game one. Heimdall, though, locked in here for Houdini. Do you agree with these two kind of going one for two, the first pick for either side?
I mean, Thor's been so dominant throughout the years. He's going to bring the map pressure. Might as well take him. Heimdall, it's going to be a little bit harder for, you know, to justify losing that global pressure, but he's going to win that lane, or at least he should. The in-hand autos are going to deal so much damage in the early. It's going to be hard for anyone to box him out, as well as it's a flex pick. We can see it in the mid. We can see it in the long lane. We could even see it in the solo lane, so it's going to be hard for Mexciety to pick around it here.
And one of the first times we'll be seeing Khepri as well here in the NA qualifiers. Erlang Shen, I feel like we have seen two different sides to Erlang Shen throughout these sets here today. Not great for him in that solo lane in the last one. Mando having a tough go of things. I still imagine you like Erlang Shen where he's at if he's in a good situation.
If Erlang can find the lead in the solo lane, it's hard to claw your way back up. But I prefer to see Erlang in the jungle role.
Sure.
He's going to be able to have really sick gank potential with the turtle transformation as well as the CC on his ultimate. He's going to have this pin as well to get them locked down from a distance. But Ares, the pickup here, is really interesting, especially in LATAM, as I've been told by chat to say it. Ares has been a very popular pick in the jungle role. So that could be a flex as well. But then we see Mercury, and everything I just thought about is thrown out the window.
So, yeah, I'm not sure at this one. If you're pairing one of those three with a Heimdall, maybe you look at it that way. If you're a Heimdall, do you prefer one of those three to be picked up with you?
So there's a couple avenues of thought you can go down here. Erlang Shen's going to be able to match the aggression of Heimdall and be able to lock them down and let Heimdall deal a lot more damage. But Ares is going to be able to bring simultaneous damage, two huge freight trains running down you. Mercury, you would like to see in the jungle. I would personally love to see him in the jungle here as a pseudo-global presence with his Sonic Boom ultimate, trying to match that Thor's rotation pass a little bit. Olarun? Okay. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb now. I'm going to go ahead. Chat, feel free to lambaste me later, but I'm going to say Olarun and Ares in the long lane.
Okay.
Erlang Shen in the short. Heimdall in mid, and Mercury in the jungle. And you know what? I'm going to stick by it.
It's risky business trying to predict, especially a composition like that where everyone's going to go. He's going to stick by it. Chalk and Anubis, first time we've seen a couple of those gods locked in this time around for Mexciety. What do you think of those two?
Anubis is... you really need a king protection comp. Khepri complements Anubis very well in that when Anubis uses his abilities, he's locked in place. So he's just a free target, especially for someone like Heimdall who's going to have these huge, strong autos. But Khepri can revive him, create the peel, and Chalk's going to be creating distance in the background, whereas you also have to worry about Thor with that global going to land in the backline. So having Anubis as a huge threat is going to be really good.
I forget, there was so much speculation going into it. I don't think we can speculate anymore. Let's see where everything pans out for the Houdinis in Game 2.
Thanks so much, Dave and Myth on the desk. A fantastic job from the pair of you. I must say so myself. Myth's breakdown of laughter, by the way, was definitely caused by me, but he's got to learn to get better than that and not allow it to come through. Gore, how are we feeling about these comps this time round?
You know, they're definitely interesting. I like what Houdinis have been able to bring through. I think Ares is going to be very potent, especially in the long lane when it comes down to it. Khepri, Diesel here on the Hu Yi, also not going to have CC immune ult, so level 5, it's either a beads burnt or you're dead.
Cheeky Invade coming out from the Houdinis here, trying to slow down this purple buff start, where Diesel and Bossy B tried to make it work. As you can see, it's Sybil in the jungle this time.
Yep.
Bossy B being replaced for Cope, so now he's going to go into the support role, but Bayronary up against Sops at the level 1, and Goobis is Goobis, and you don't want to take a trade with Goobis at level 1, even if you are Heimdall.
I'm going to say, I don't think you want to take a trade with Goobis, period. There are so many moments in a 1v1, if he has his cooldowns up, you're done. He melts, he shreds, and that's part of the reason that I like him so much. He's one of those like gods that he has a really weird place in the meta, which most of the time isn't. And then occasionally you get someone who pulls him out, can do really well with him. Really good shred on a Gold Fury, on a Titan, on a Fire Giant. It's so strong, but you need a little bit of help to get there.
Spreen dueling with Sybil, and Sybil losing this trade so far because Bayronary's here. And Bayronary, who just went far down for first blood, turns it around and now Sops low on mana, a little bit out of position. Will have a little bit of damage to the Plague available soon, but at the moment he's just trying to use the basics to shred into Bayronary, and Bayronary answers back, and Houdini's turn it around. But in the jungle, Ricochet from Diesel connects, and Shia in no man's land will end up back in the fountain. 2 for 2 at less for 2 minutes in the game.
I don't think they got the memo that this is a new game. They are keeping the same pace as now they're going to be going in on Olarun. He's melted down. Mexciety put themselves up 3-2, and they might be able to find 4 here as Spreen is a little deep, steals the buff away. No, not able to successfully take it. as he's running around, the red buff on the ground.
Well, the good
You
news
just need a
is,
stun and a double tap.
I guess if this continues, you know, the group stages in a couple of weeks' time could be pretty quick if we're going to have all this action going on with certain teams. Solo lane fight going on, and heat is so low. One more Chakax would do it, or even a minion archer at that point, but the sustain now coming through from those potions in tow. The back step away from the axe, and that could still be a kill in that lane. Shell popped. Was that a shell? No, tell a lie. Mando Warrior actually just managed to survive there. The tail end spree,
that's good damage.
Gonna fall down to Sops, and now
You need
Sops
some
out of
help.
position.
No one's coming over for him either. It's just a 2v1. It's clean as far as they're going. Diesel and Bossy B, they're just looking for their own kills. They're at the tower line. Ares is actually going to be coming up behind them. But there's been almost no time to farm. Ares is level 2 right now. They are going to be able to at least get that kill onto Oleron.
I feel worse for Doug than me and you right now because he's trying to track. See, zoom
Where do
in,
you
zoom
go?
out. He's like, yes, I can feel it. How do I keep track of all this action going on all the time? This really does feel like the ranked games you see on people's streams. Double
That's
taps,
good.
And Sybil gets himself on the board.
You know the game's been going too fast because I haven't even been able to talk about the fact that there's a Chalk in the game,
Yep.
let alone where he's doing and how he's doing. And again, he's another one of those warriors that with Season 7, I wouldn't mind maybe seeing people test the waters, much like we see Mando with right now. Or you
Sure.
go back to what Mifflin said, where Mando can play like those first 50 gods incredibly well. I give him a little more credit. I'll give him 75. But he plays them really well and at a really high level. He's one of the few people who would pull something out like this.
Sops under a bit of pressure. Will drop a bit of healing down on the ground there. Now he's got full Bancrofts online, remember?
Oh, but Sops
and
is
he's just
deadly.
hit level 5. If he finds the wrap, Spring could be under a bit of pressure here. But instead he's going over the farm. Meanwhile, Bossy B gets a kill on Sheer. And Ares having a bit of a tough time in this laning phase of Sop versus Bayronary in mid. Bayronary went for the ult, and Sops beads it away. Funny enough, I'm surprised Sops didn't go for the ult in response.
Yeah, it's actually one of the few things is right now actually Mercury incredibly deep. Sybil, he played an assassin last time, not having too much difficulty adjusting to it in the jungle this time around. A good blink from Spreen might get him out, but he's running right to the duo lane where there's two people laying in wait.
But at the same time, there's a 2v1 in that lane, so they're coming around the back. Now the call comes through a little bit late for Excited to realize that they will still get the kill. On the right-hand side, Mando fell down to Heed, and in the sky goes Sybil. Down he comes towards the Oleron, who uses the beads nicely to peel himself away. 8-4, 4.5 minutes in.
Just keeping it going. They're not even done. They want to keep fighting. Diesel maybe a little bit too much here. One good shot from this 2 could be great, but Diesel going to be able to fall back. But he's incredibly low. And
Okay.
all you need is one hit.
Quality Smite play there coming up. And now with that, the ultimate's available. Fighting mid lane for Bayronary versus Stops again. Stops healthy enough. Just waiting for cooldowns. Left-hand side. Nest4 will survive. Blinking from Sheer off the mark, as with the chains. And the searing flesh going down. The sustain from the cap will be good, but at least Spreen's there with the sonic
will say-
boom.
That right now, well, Bossy B goes down. Anytime I want to go into a point, they're going to make sure they
You
get a
got no
fight.
chance, go.
But hey, if you're wondering what was happening in solo lane, here's something that came through. And admittedly, this is just Mando doing the same thing Mexiety did all last game, which was, hey guys, let's go in and fight more. And so far, it's not been working too well for him. Now it's 9-7, but Sybil does the same thing over again.
I can't believe we see that 19 kills in less than 5.5 minutes. Welcome to the arena of the gods. Main thing with this game, Gore, is tickets, right? You start the game with so many tickets, and when your tickets dwindle down, then you lose the game.
Man, I'm really happy that they've got that Juggernaut that's now spawned because they're
Yes.
at 11 kills.
When does that
Actually, I think
come
it
out
might just be
base?
the Fire Giant that's going to be coming in soon.
Good point. Tabaku being started by Mando Warrior here on the Chuck. And you mentioned a little bit about
6
Chuck.
minutes.
We might get a chance to talk about him as the fight continues. Production's asking me over under 50 kills, and go, I'm going to ask you that question now. Over under 50 kills by end of game.
Total or for an individual team?
Pick one.
Total over. For an individual team, under, but just barely.
Mando wins the trade with the ultimate over there. Spreen in mid up against Sybil. Sybil going to take to the sky. CCMU will save him. And the up down is good with Sops over the wall, giving the laser beam of death. Bayronary still boxing away against Capri, who's blocking most of those shots in the front line to keep Sops topped up. Sheer rotates in, searing the flesh a little bit, but takes a tower shot for funsies, and now will have to run away. Wouldn't be surprised if Bossy B finds a kill there. Left-hand side, there's a 1v1. Nest4 over a gate, step
One
in,
more.
and he'll fall down to Diesel. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Stop still dueling it out, and
he's gonna
all
get
of
a grab.
this is for nothing.
It's going to be a lot of damage from Sops being able to set them up. That's going to be Mercury from downtown, though, setting up one more kill. Sops one punch away, but he has to dive the tower for it. He's only level 5. You might get the kill. but you trade out your life. It's a 3-for-1 across the board.
Order Archer. Can we get a replay of that Order Archer, please, production? That's what I want to see. That one Archer get himself on the board this game. Because now he's just making sure the stats are padded even more so. The gold is actually pretty close still. Makes sense. Surely have got about a 2K lead, funny enough. But I don't think it's all in their favor at the moment. This game is just too action-packed to really give anyone an advantage at the moment because everyone's just scrapping over nothing.
I don't even know when to start looking at objectives for these teams because I don't know how successfully they're going to be able to have 5 people grouped up for it.
You got time to wait for them as a ricochet comes through here and Nesfor falls down for his 4th death in 7 minutes. Bayroneri down on 3 kills right now. And while this fight goes on as a continued engagement, I want to see the Archer. Show it to me. Where is he? He starts. Oh, it's the back line one. It was the back one that got the last hit. Great job for him. Extra money in the paycheck for that guy. Shia, though, still chasing down Bossy B. As he walks back, Sybil walks in, and he'll find a kill on Spreen. 2 chains lands, as does the ultimate. But I don't think they'll mind too much here. Shia should still end up falling down, unless some craziness happens. Archers were involved. There's like 8, 9 archers there, by the way.
I will hit the pause button, though. That was a really good air result, except for the fact that no one else was there. Then you get to go in. If you're Baroneri, you're going to be able to find a double kill cleanup. He's able to engage off the air result just a little bit later than I think Shia would like. Mando got a tower, but I don't know how much that's worth right now.
Well, that's not worth it at all, with the fact he was 3 levels above at that moment in time against Heed in that lane, but his overextension and the continuing fighting has allowed him to catch up a little bit more there, Heed, so a bit more free farm for him. Should get him closer towards that level 10 and making it only a 1-level deficit. Diesel will be back in lane, though. It's 7, 2, and 3 with this Blood Forge. Just Spreen in mid. We'll send Saps back to base to continue working on what I expect to be Typhon's fast.
So we're 9 minutes into the game, and I've seen SPL games that have ended with slash lines that look like this. Like, that is how fast they are playing. And right now, it's going to be Diesel in trouble. Chains are on him. Bossy B coming in behind, but Sanctified Fields drop down. Jungle Fight looking for just one more hit. And it's not going to be coming down for Spreen. Sybil's going to be able to find that one.
And meanwhile, it should be a 2 kills here for Diesel if he can just find a basic attack, and finally he will. Shield comes into play. Meanwhile, he trying to invade the speed buff 2v1. Turtle form will allow him to slip the noose for now, as Bayroneri will secure the red on the left-hand side. Now Sybil up against Heed. Heed won't get hit by the double tap, but the jump 2 is good. Busy B for the steal. Yes, let's go, Bossy B, rather. First kill for him. Sorry, tell a lie. 3rd kill for the Capri.
Gotta have someone carry. It's gonna so far be Bossy B. 9, 2, and 3 though for the Hu Yi. Diesel's actually doing remarkably better than he was last game. Granted, it's almost all been team fights, so as long as he's able to find a good ricochet, which so far he's been hitting several, it's going to set him up, and now he's, well, wrong place, wrong time.
Well, at least he got a tier 1 tower at the tail end. The up, the down, and the round and round. No need to try and chase him down.
Oh, is he going to stay alive? Where are you going?
Do you know what? If he didn't use his 3 there, he might have got away because they couldn't actually find him. They thought he was all going to die towards that actual ultimate. I believe the same thing. Sybil, level 10. And looking at the levels, there's 2 players with secondary relics so far.
Being able to come through. Hey, 10 minutes in, though. 23-16. Mando, they're still fighting. This time around, though, I think solo lane is starting to actually look like solo lane. Capri has beads, didn't catch that one, and uses them.
Yep. I'm just in that moment now, where I'm
just
like,
gonna leave that
for some reason,
table.
like, this is your first cast, right? And straight away, it goes back to sort of the Challenger Cup level, open bracket sort of cast.
Yeah, and I will say it's a little better, though, because, those were Saturday mornings. Like, you just wake up, and because of what I had been doing, I was usually up until midnight doing Friday Night Smite the night before. And so it was like you're tired from casting late night Smite. And now you're up waking up early morning Smite for Saturdays. But, well, hey, same players, same level of play.
Yep. Diesel gets Nesfor, and now Shia trying to juke out Diesel. Won't last long enough. Diesel will get the kill there for another double kill. One of the best slash lines I've seen out of him for a moment or two, as the whole of the Houdinis are dead for a deicide at 11 minutes, and it was across the map, by the way, boys and girls. That wasn't a team fight that caused that.
What we need, this is your brain on drugs?
Yeah.
We need Auburn to pull out like an SPL match, classic, 30 minutes, where it just ends at a normal time. That's a Smite game. And then this is Smite on drugs. This is what Smite on steroids is. A tier 2 at 11 minutes for Mando, 28-16. They are literally just playing the game at an accelerated pace. They don't care about the level deficit. They are just fighting nonstop.
Well, he actually got a couple of relics there, funny enough, did Mando, and I didn't expect that. He's 3v1ing at the moment. The sustain from Mando is pretty solid. And he's actually doing a great job of just holding his own, but the problem is, round the back comes Spreen. The rest of his team continuing to farm as he draws all 5 members over here. Tier 2 tower on the left-hand side could be susceptible now for Diesel to look to bring down. As meanwhile in mid, Anxiety on set also looking for a tier 2 there.
Oh, they're going to be able to push this up no problem. Sops has a little bit of control in the mid lane, although they're susceptible more to a gank coming through. It's going to be a blink and ult, but Beats out there. And that's actually a dangerous game to play against an Anubis. He can melt you down. Again, Sops has been a lot more... Well, he's been holding on to his ult more than I think I would in this kind of scenario. I would just throw it out anytime I could, much like that.
Well, he did get a pull out of Bossy B. Now Diesel got a tier 2 tower, went aggressive against Nest4, will pay the iron price, and head back to base, giving the kill over to Nest4 to allow him to catch up. Tier 2 in mid will soon fall, and this just extends the gold lead a little bit more if they're lucky. Sybil, though, looking for a solo kill.
And looking to be able to find it, but that's going to be good peel from the Mercury. They're both one tap. He's going to choose who he wants to chase down. And right now, it's not working out for him. That's going to be great peel from the team to keep him safe.
But now the rotation comes in from Sops, and the Locust will get the kill on Nest4. Chains from Shearer good. Lazy back from Spreen will now be punished, even if he does think he's being smart at the moment. I am certain he will fall down eventually. By eventually, by the way, I mean not this fight. He's going to go back to base.
At some point in the game, he is going to end up dying.
Again.
It definitely has one more.
Yeah, that wasn't a caster's curse or anything like that. Maybe if I caster's curse this whole game, it might work. I think everyone's going to die in the next 2 minutes.
That's just true.
No, but if I caster's curse, it means it won't happen.
Then they'll slow down and
then
we'll be watching a normal game.
We'll play Smite.
So I was thinking at one moment, a little bit earlier, that Gold Fury exists, but I forgot that we're playing Arena just on a bigger map.
Give you Gold Fury? What does it give you exactly?
You know, just a little bit of gold in your pocket, a little bit of experience, and a little.
Why'd you care about those things?
Honestly, for them right now, I don't. Actually, if I'm either of these teams, I don't think it matters. You get the Spear of the Magus up on this Anubis, the Typhon's Fang, as you had pointed out earlier. Lifesteal goes hand in hand with the Anubis.
Yep.
Spear of the Magus, people are arguing over, like, do we want it, do we not want it? I think it works on Anubis, but
period.
It's, yeah, pretty much there. That's where it stops. You draw the line afterward, and man, does he hurt with this. But hey, another 5-man gank on solo lane.
Well, this time round, Mando might not be as easy because all 5 are here a little bit earlier on. Bide a bit of time. Where's the rest of his team? In the fountain or farming up mid lane. Mando just way too deep. He will fall down. And as you saw Doug point out moments ago, we're over 50 kills at less than 15 minutes.
So if you took the over-under on that earlier, you're now going to be able to collect gems in the chat. No, I don't think that's how that works.
No.
If only. Everyone in chat.
Don't be doing that.
Don't be doing that. No. We run mixer polls and set it up, and finally.
Those gems come out of our coffers, you know. That's what we get paid in too.
That's actually the only way I have it. 2 objectives at once. Fire Giant on board here for Houdini's. They might be able to take this without anyone noticing. Sops is going to be coming over. And, well, if you need someone to steal it, Anubis is your best bet.
And here he comes round the back, but FG is already dead. Shea will probably die now to the Locust Storm. And the laser beam will get heat too. Ultimate drop down by Nest4, and he will allow Bayman to get out of danger for a second with that portal back towards the mid lane. Nest4 gets the kill on Sybil, and now a Bossy B needs to be very careful here. Diesel, though, still farming up in the mid lane at level 16, 2-level lead over his lane opponent, but the laning phase is pretty much over. Or was there even a laning phase to begin with? That is really the question.
I want to say no, and I feel like the answer might still just be no. I might go with my gut instinct on this one. But at the same time, Anxiety have managed to eliminate every single tower that is on the board for Houdini's. So maybe there was some laning phase just sprinkled in between the fights that have been happening in the jungle. As we finally, this is the weirdest silence. My brain's kind of fried. I'm so expectant of something to happen. I forgot items existed down at the bottom. I don't remember what ult timers are. I don't know what to talk about anymore.
You mentioned items. Houdini's don't even realize that second relics exist here with how this one's going.
Well, hey, sometimes you need that free ward. Get that extra coverage from that vision shard as it comes through. They haven't been able to come through.
We see wards placed, Doug, actually, really quick. I want to see if they place more wards because...
Dude, Ares is on top. Granted, Ares did just hit level 12,
that's
so
true.
Maybe it's not going to work through. And of course, now everyone needs to flame Sops on Twitter and in-game. 0 wards placed, and from the support. That's unacceptable.
I mean, also, you get a free ward. You get a free ward. How is that even
You
possible?
accidentally place more than 0 wards in a game.
Quality Season 7 to Smite action going on between these two teams. Spreen's going to fall down. Fantastic beat. Will not save him there. Meanwhile, split push Heimdall on the way. He'll get himself a tier 2 tower. Mano y mano. Thor versus Heimdall. Who is the battle gonna favor? Well, with minions in tow, Bayroneri steps up. Sybil to the sky, and Bayroneri goes, I could be in trouble here. I need to portal away. And zoom, zoom, zoom. He's off back towards the left-hand side, but when he gets spotted here, Diesel's going to wrap round the back.
Oh, and you know Sybil was just spamming that.
Yes!
Gets to the stun, but gets yeeted on out of there. And now Bayoneri is just going to lay in wait for the kill. One shot. And that's going to be able to find it. And I like the way that we've been seeing Heimdall play today. I think a lot of people are using the knock-up really well after their ult to ensure their kills. And Bayoneri is actually going to get away with that. I mean, literally getting away with murder for free.
He really did, but that's the way this game's being played so far. Only a 5k lead for Mexiety. It's 17 minutes with a deficit of, I don't know, how many kills is that? 11 difference right now. So Mexiety still in control, even though it's scrappy as anything.
And the gold lead, especially at this point in the game, look at the gold fairy, maybe that is helping a little bit, but admittedly, once you clear off the 3 remaining towers that are on the board, it's going to change things. As Sops goes into the ult, Spreen's going to get the kill, but Spreen's is in an awkward spot, might be able to dash away from here. It's going to keep him safe just for a little bit longer.
And now Bayroneri up against 2 rotation coming in around the back as well, actually from Nesfor here to make it a 2v2. Now it's a 3v3 and Mando gets 1, Diesel another. And the chase is on for Shia, who's still only level 13, unfortunately, with how scrappy this one's been. He advances the ult onto 2, but he's not going to do much damage. Shia, on the other hand, will fall to Diesel, as now there's only 2 members left standing for Houdini's, and one of those just respawned in Spreen.
Oh, they finally get rid of Heed. I think at this point they're trying to make up for all the things that went wrong last game. They're just like, you know, Heed was 9-1. Let's make sure he's 2-8 this time. Put him in the ground. Keep him out of here.
Okay.
And try to set yourself up. Totemaku, it's the last one that could exist in the game right now.
Do we think we'll hit 100 kills before the end of the game?
I don't know.
I mean, we're at 66,
that's up to Houdini's
right?
to be able to come through. I think they could close it out. What, that's 34 that they need? There's at least 10 more from Excited. They got to hit 50.
I feel like I should get them banned if they don't hit 100 kills. Just because.
They lose their spot in the group stage. They have to replay in week 3.
The drama that would cause. Can you imagine? 19 minutes in, though, between these two. Both these teams have qualified so far for the group stages, and this finals best of 3 is really more for seeding into those groups than anything else. And the hard work was done for this day. I'll give them a little bit of relief because these days are kind of long.
Oh,
you're going to play consistently all the way through to get to this point.
Absolutely guarantee that there's so many times, even when they die, that they're just sitting back and laughing more than they are frustrated. Like normally, depending on the tournament, depending on where you are, like if you're a world champion or at the world championship and you die, it's frustrating. You feel it to your core. If you are, hey, I'm qualified, we're fighting for seeding, and well, we have 67 kills, you die, you're just having a good laugh about it.
Stops in mid, will use his beads, and the lifesteal's just too much. Look at that resustain. Typhon's flying alongside the Bancross, and that's why it's so good on Goobis. Diesel will get a kill onto Spreen on the back end, and now Shia's on the run away from 3. Olaron going to do a bit of split pushing, because split pushing is the answer in this game, it seems.
It's the only thing you can do.
Well, it looks like that's the case, because even Heed's doing it on the right-hand side. Shia, with those chains, remember, those chains do slow down targets and give you movement speed.
Being able to kind of set you up to try and run away. Unfortunately for Shia, that hasn't been working much this game. A dunk comes down. And well, Nesfor tried to split push. Again, laning phase is not allowed in this game. I don't think he got the memo.
You did mention about the chains, allowing to run away. It's normally for chase, is why Ares gets that, right? Like, he chases, he hits the chain, they
sometimes you're also not level 14.
That is also true. However, to be fair, he's only still a level behind Bossy B as he rotates to mid, soak up some farm, and instead it's a knock-up from Ho Yi. And Sops was waiting around the corner to pick up the kill. 5 members strong, Mexiety onset. FG could be on the table at 21 minutes in the game.
I think if Mexiety get this Fire Giant, that might kill the hopes of 100 kills in the game. I just don't know if Houdini's have enough to defend.
I hope not.
And push onto it, because that's going to get melted. That almost could have been a steal there from Spreen. But you have Sops, who with ult still available. If it had been taken away, that would have been just destruction for them.
Have you seen the Capri ult yet?
No, actually. I haven't even thought about that. Might have come through. No, I don't know if I have.
Production says maybe on himself.
That's cheating, though. That doesn't count.
Well, I mean, to be fair, credit to Bossy B for giving us an action-packed game.
Still 0
and giving
wards
Houdini's a chance in this one by not dropping the ultimate down. Primal Fury starting up now after the FG, and this will, well, more than anything, just give them a little bit more golden XP if they need it. And another reason to waste time on this game.
I'm just giving applause to Shia because everyone else, like the amount of wards placed, if you're going to fight this much in the jungle, you should at least have some vision on it, right?
That is a ranked game ward play situation.
He's got 14 at 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1.
End of the game.
0, 0.
End of the game, you're Chaos side, you lose the game, and Chaos goes, GG, report support, did nothing. Right, because it's 2-9. When really, she has been trying to play his heart out so far. Nesfor in mid, up against Mando, and chuck. Everybody! Spin on the spot, and down he goes. Nesfor is back to the fountain one more time.
But thank God he just stole away that blue buff. It's going to be able to help him out. They're staying in it. That's the biggest thing. Getting a kill onto Diesel, you remove Fire Giant from maybe the best target to get rid of it just because of his potential push onto these Phoenixes. You keep your team alive. As long as you keep them zoned away, you're looking at a defense. I mean, we're 22 minutes in, but they're going to keep it pushing.
Tier 2 tower split push. Diesel hits the ricochet, and Sybil hits the ult. After the spin, he falls down, and meanwhile, Mando on a wild ride around the map, thanks to Baron Harry in the ultimate there. Heimdall going to continue to chase, and Mando going to do the double back and walk into the jungle, resustain back up, and that range just gives him so much sustain these days.
It's now 11,000 gold lead, and just solid control, I think, from Anxiety. There's not a lot you can do to potentially lose this one, unless you find a good team wipe. But right now, Shia,
you know what,
there.
You know what more I'm excited about more than this, right? We've had to cast this game. I'm looking forward to the death segment where we get Dawson and Myth breaking down exactly what went wrong here.
Well, what went wrong was if you bet under 51 kills, you're not getting the double or nothing trade.
I'm going to help him on the desk. I'm going to help him on the desk. You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say this went wrong because now we're going to potentially have a game 3 between these two fantastic teams of individuals who've really given us a performance to really write home about, you know?
Well, you're getting a base race. We at least have that. One Phoenix down on the left side versus one Phoenix down on the mid side. But it's going to be a back here from Spreen. Instead of aggression, they're going for the Titan. They're going for the kill.
Thank goodness for that. And with that, Houdinis will lose game 2. Anxiety onset will end on 53 kills. And I'm so glad the Pro League's starting up in 2 weeks' time.
To be fair, I don't know if that was in Houdini's control for a lot of that. I don't think they decided the pace. They just eventually were like, all right, guys, look, we got to either match this or we're out of it.
Yep.
That was Anxiety onset, seeing like, okay, guys, we tried playing regular Smite for a little bit there. Let's see what we can do.
Let's just give them as good as they got. So with that, we're tied up now
0
at
boards. I'm still tilted
1.
about that.
0 was on the Capri?
On the Capri. Like, if you're a Nubis,
no revives.
I can maybe
What's worse, no
pass it for
revives in the
Sops?
Capri or no wards in the Capri?
Wards. It's 50 gold. You have a relic that gives you a free one on cooldown.
Chat, tell me what you think. Type it in chat now. I'll be looking over it because I've got nothing else to do at the moment. We'll be back after the break for game 3.
Welcome back, and sincerely thank you for sticking with us through that one. That's an 82-kill game. You know, Hindu was talking about, Mifflin's still here with me, Hindu was talking about whether they had a harder time casting it, whether we are going to have a harder time breaking it down. Doug had the worst decision-making experience, I think, of his life in that game. 82 kills. There's no way. I don't know how you choose which ones to follow. He doesn't, apparently. I got it in my ear. You don't. You just hope that... I was going to say, you hope you're on screen for some of the kills. I think anywhere on the map there were kills going on. What is the most amount of kills you've ever... Is that the most amount of kills you've ever seen in a game?
You know,
82.
It is a lot of kills. It's not the most I've ever seen, but competitively...
What's the most you've ever seen?
I've seen over 100 kill games.
What?
For sure. But I will say, I had a similar game once where we had a sub come in.
Yeah.
We lost Cope there.
Yeah,
Shouts
right.
to Bossy B for facilitating that Clown Fiesta.
Yeah, it's obviously the lack of cope. The only thing that changed from game 1 to game 2 is a Bossy B subbing in on that Kepri. Gore was unhappy with the 0 wards placed, as you maybe should be, so that is a 0 for Bossy B, also a 0 for Sops in the wards placed. I don't know how you make heads or tails of this one. Diesel had a pretty huge game on that Hu Yi.
Oh, check this sick highlight right here. I bet something dope happens. Oh.
Break it down, Miff.
He's
What
gonna land
happens
the 3
here?
there, and they died. That's first blood. Look, 1 minute later, there's already 4 kills. And we're going to get another one right here.
Yeah, I think there were like 13 kills or something ridiculous like that.
I think we were
about
at
10 minutes into this
30 at 10 minutes or something crazy.
Yeah, and I figured it would slow down from there, and obviously that proves how much I know because it only increased. There were some
slow-mo. Here we go.
There were some good play. I mean, out of 82 kills, you're bound to have some great moments, right? Not all of the 82 kills were bad, but you know, I think by and large it shows that.
Look at the slow-mo. Yo, nuts! Thank you, Fawn, for these sick replays.
Well, it's fair enough. Here's a good one. Actually, this is Archer MVP. The perfect time to arrow.
He started backing. And nobody hit him, dude. It was the back Archer. That's a
all
cool
right. So
call
hear me
from
out.
Hindu.
Hear me out. You buy the 2020 season pass, so you get new content for all the gods coming out this year. We make an Archer god that's just that Archer, and all he has is a bow and arrow with no abilities. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll call him Minion 34,
Yep.
and you can only play him if a Bossy B's in your game.
Fair enough. And you obviously have to be at this elo, so all you high elo players, make sure to grab Minion. Was it Minion 34?
Minion 34, the homie.
Well, that was match number 2. Picks and bans for match number 3. I don't know where you go from here. I mean, to be fair, the picks and bans for match number 2 were fine. It was I would say a relatively normal pick and ban phase. I will give you props because you totally called the composition that they were going to bring to the table.
I really did. You're right.
It pains me to have to give you props for it, but you did. And
Yeah.
you know what? I think that's the price we pay. That's the blood price we pay. You somehow untangle that web of a composition, and we get an 82 kill game on the back end of it. Picks it or bans rather first 5.
Standard again. As we've seen, yeah.
Right? I don't know. You didn't expect it going into the last game. Still standard here. Merlin does take a seat though for this one. We'll maybe assume we're going back to some realm of normalcy here. Hoonbat's taken first overall.
Yeah, you have to imagine that now, after all those jokes, they kind of do want to get this placement. It's all about their placement now. They get to decide which group they get to play in at the end of these qualifying period. I would imagine Houdini's, they've been in this league for so long at this level that they're not going to throw it away trolling. And it looks like, yeah, they're willing to pick some real guys. They got a Hamdile and Naja on the board.
Yep.
Looking not bad. Hunbox is going to bring a lot of team fight potential, and as we saw last game, there's going to be a lot of team fighting, so won't hurt Jingwei. You know, we saw a lot of deaths. If she dies, she's going to fly straight back in the lane. Everything's making sense to me. We're seeing the Loki hover, and I don't want to see it.
You don't want. Okay,
you
don't want to see it. Is that okay? You're not going to see it. You're going to see the Thanatos instead. Do you like Thanatos better than you like Loki?
Absolutely. Thanatos brings like that similar presence as Thor with the globals, but I'm hesitant to go in depth on any of this analysis, knowing what we just saw. It's going to be an arena match. I'm calling it now.
You think you surpass 82 kills in this one? make it to 83 beyond.
That's a high bar to set. And I would feel bad for Gore.
We'll play Vegas in this one. You set the over/under line.
Okay.
And people can take the over or the under on. What do you think?
All right, I'm going to call it 65. Take the over/under, Chad.
65 kills, over or under, is where Mifflin has set the line. Giannis locked in. Fafnir as well. One of the first times we've seen him, an unfortunate 0% win rate. To provide some analysis to what could be, hopefully, another a serious game here to round out this set. What do you see in the Fafnir?
The Fafnir is going to bring a lot of just potential to burn objectives. Once he turns into that dragon, he's got the dots available. He's got decent ability to poke out and just like find those kills. But it's really about that stim that he gives his entire team. He's going to burn Gold Fury very quick, especially assuming he's going to pick up a Girdle. Or he can go to the PBM school and pick up the Sunder. It's whether or not he wants to focus on that objective or on the picks.
Well, Abasi B is going to return to the Khepri from Anxiety here.
Rough.
Gore is going to hope for a 1-up at least on that ward placement. Set rounding out the draft for the Houdinis. What do you think of their composition?
You know what? It looks good to me.
Sure.
Everything's pretty standard. We've got assassins, guardians, mages, another assassin, and a hunter. Like, that's standard
Yeah,
Smite,
nothing
you know
at
what I mean?
the top of the screen is telling you that you're missing a certain role in this one.
Yeah.
82 kills, 65 is the over-under on this one. Graham, which do you take?
I don't really care, if I'm honest. I mean, let's just get this over with, because after the last game, I'm not expecting much more. Go joining me in the cast again, though. We'll see how this one plays out. The picks are interesting. The players are not interesting, or, like, this is the most interesting I think they've been for a while. And, yeah, you're getting a different tone from me now, because after the last one, I'm just like, yeah, okay, we're going to mess around. We can mess around too, Go, right?
Yeah,
right?
It's weird because I don't know what to expect. Because sometimes you get that, like, silly middle game where, like, if you're Anxiety, you have such a lead that you're like, okay, cool, we can play around, we can win this one, no problem. And then, you know, it turns into what it did, and you come back into this game and you're like, all right, guys, now we're tied up. Let's actually win.
Let's see what happens then.
Sometimes it goes wrong.
Invade coming out from Sheer at the start of this one on the Fafnir, looking to try and slow down the clear speed from Sybil in the jungle is the main focus here. You get the buff, it's even better. But there's the benefit this year, the Hand of the Gods consumable coming into play to slow it down. But the problem is, it's not just about stealing the buff, is it? It's doing stuff like that.
And being able to try and find just a little bit of poke, force some of, well, the potions you can out of the jungler and cause them to, well, forego their path, which is what they've done. Unfortunately for Shia, it ends up costing them first blood over in the solo lane.
I just don't think we can cast kills at this point. We just
this game, last game was all fights. This game's only analysis.
Focus on analysis of the builds and the decision making and whether or not it's going to work out well for them. The red buff did get secured, at least from Anxiety on set on the right hand side. And meanwhile, you can see them looking to take up the Oracle. It's 2 men pushing up into the duo 2v1. They're going to get a lot of pressure over there.
They can find a kill right here. I actually really like what Thanatos can do in this situation. If he has his Death Scythe up, that's a kill, that's a heal, potentially a second kill. There's a lot of snowball potential for that, for him as an assassin. Unfortunately for Mando, he's not able to find it there. And that's the thing I think I like specifically about what both of these teams have done, is bringing assassins into the solo lane, which is something we've started to see a little more often. But picking it up, something as far-fetched as a set and a Thanatos was not something I would have predicted today.
No, not rightly so, and now looks like he'd will survive for a second on that side. A little bit lower in terms of kills because it was 2 for 2 at 2 minutes. Maybe we can get it 2 for 2 again, but at the moment, some Anxiety on set in the duo lane. There's got a bit of pressure here so far. I'm just wondering what we're going to see out of Diesel here this game. Will he go for the Devourer's Gauntlets, or will we see the Bloodforge? Because just lately we've seen a lot of Bloodforge coming out.
Honestly, I'm wondering if it's going to rely, well, it might rely more on just where his gold is coming through, right? If he has enough gold for it, Bloodforge is a really nice immediate power punch that you're going to be able to bring in, and plus the shield's really helpful, especially in moments like this. If you can get a kill while you're being ganked, it could potentially set you up as Spreen. He's going to look for something, but not really successfully so far.
No, instead a bit more damage than bargained for. I like the idea, but unfortunately, Anxiety on set will slip the noose. Bit of a split damage situation there, more than anything else in that matchup. Mid laners, though, should be heading back to base, I'd say relatively soon, because they'll be looking to try and get... Is it going to be Boots first before Kronos, which we've seen a lot of just lately, or which one would it be?
Normally it's Boots first, finish Kronos a little bit later. Boots are just... They're so useful. They're so helpful. Granted, like you're going to get cooldown reduction from it, helpful for everybody. You're going to get mana from them. You're going to get movement speed from them. You got 3 ticks there. That's what you need. Fortunately for Bayeroni there, he didn't have enough to finish them off, so maybe backs a little bit too soon. And that's kind of the biggest question. It's one of the things junglers have to face as well, where it's just, when do you back? Do you back for tier 2? Is that enough for you? Because you're not getting the tier 3 passive. You're not getting all of the benefits you might have, but you're getting something. And specifically as someone like Yanis, yes, you can walk through walls, but only if you're close enough to get to them. Boots 2 will help you at least get to the wall. And
now with the current situation, it looks like we're getting a bit of an actual game, which I was a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I still don't know where to go with the pace right now. I'm not sure if like the minute we get into like real game, they'll like switch it on and start fighting again.
Exactly. Well,
you never know.
To the boots in mid, you saw Sops hang around a little bit longer. He's got full shoes of focus online right now. His Nest 4 takes a bit more poke than bargain for from Diesel on this left-hand side, and he's really landed all those basics on Sheer as well. Good job at just chipping away at the damage charts. XP charts currently up on your screen, and it's all Sops and Mando Warrior so far.
And a lot of it, specifically for Mando, has been poking out this set as well as setting himself up, farming really well, but stealing away buffs. And he, again, has that execute online now, which is going to make it, I think, even harder for Heed to stay in this fight.
But Sops got aggressive, looking for a kill on Bayron there. He won't find the ultimate, and now he's in an awkward world of hurt because he just used the Sentinel to jump into this fight. Windfire wheels through, and the up-down's good. Bayron will get credit for the kill, and now we're tied up at 2-2 at 4 minutes.
That's a good kill to get. If you have two people that are out farming you and you have to get rid of one of them right now, like the Thanatos is going to naturally fall off. You don't need to focus on him. He's going to become an execute machine later on, maybe a stun machine depending on where he hits it. Sops just gets more powerful with time. Like a fine wine, Scylla just gets better and better as Fear No Evil comes out in the solo lane looking for another kill over here.
He should be able to find it too. He will escape for now, but very, very low. Somersault in, and the basics won't kill him. No! Neither will the execute. Mando Warrior off the mark there. The circle just needs to be bigger, because when he was playing Chak, he would have hit that.
And you know what? He hit several like 4-man ults. I don't think we're going to see a single one here, unless they happen to just be all standing on a single Gold Fury for whatever reason. But
interesting.
He's still looking for the fight.
Yeah, Kingslayer is online though, so the lifesteal comes through, and now the rotation is there from Screen. And Mando Warrior didn't expect that. Funny enough, and that actually works out in Houdini's favor. Hammer in mid, just off the mark from Shia there, as Sops will clear out this wave. And with that, the pressure's relieved for the time being. Gold lead ever so slightly so far in Anxiety Onset's favor. And that's just, well, I guess superior farming, I would say. Or is that just that first blood?
Well, it's a little bit of first blood, but I'd also say a lot of the jungle steals that have been coming through, specifically that blue buff that keeps going the way of Mando.
Ooh,
and that's
nice
going to be an Iron Monster.
Play,
There's a huge amount of damage from Sops to get a kill.
Really good play for that, actually, from Sops on that play. He uses the Iron Monster and then detonates the Crush after the fact. And that secures it onto Bayronari there in the mid lane. Right side, Tomaku in favor of Heed, who's starting to get himself back in this one now. He's, funny enough, up a kill now on Mando as a blanking from Sheeran left.
Well, he's going to be able to get out of that one, at least for now. But I think this shows precedence where it needs to. Houdinis are looking for ganks on the lanes that are causing them trouble. They get a kill in the mid, they get another one right now with a snipe from downtown. And they're shutting down Mando. They're getting rid of the things that have been causing them the most trouble and starting to set themselves up for success. They took last game for what it was, and they're coming back into this one a little bit more serious.
Yeah, for 2 seconds, and we'll see how long it'll last. Gold Fury is available on this left-hand side. Oracle's being taken down. Bossy B bite off more than he can chew. Nice hammer from Shia, and now the transformation. Remember, Bossy B no longer has the abduct to get back to tower range. The stun didn't hit its mark there, and he will use the ultimate on himself to make sure he stays alive, but I don't think he really needed to. He just misjudged the amount. Interesting to see him use the ult over the shell option there as well, funny enough.
The shell is, I mean, maybe going to be a long, well, not maybe, is going to be a longer cooldown.
That's true.
But maybe could be more useful there. It kind of depends on the engagements you've been finding yourself in. I haven't seen Bossy B around enough to save Diesel specifically, so I guess if you're going to ult someone and the only person around is yourself, you might as well go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, the cooldown will be up a little bit regular, but it also means that, you know, Shell's more short range is how I kind of see it. Whereas, you know, at least the ultimate's going to be up a little bit more. Mando trying to take on the trade against 2 now after trying to strip away this blue buff. Going to have to try and buy himself some time and look for an ultimate away, but he won't get time to. Good Scythe, however, will delay Heed, and that will buy him enough time to get to the sky. But can he get back to safety? Because you can see she is now rotated over here as well. And Sops meets Bayronari in the mid lane as Bayronari was trying to rotate into this fight for a moment. Mando's going to be fine and resustaining back up. But he's still on the wrong half of the map.
He's trying to farm up and get those minion kills for his passive to proc, but that's going to be the Windfire wheels up into the air. Sybil is coming around at the bottom. Mando's still alive, and he's going to get saved here.
The Scythes come through. Fear No Evil's good. Sybil gets one. Oh, he should do, but Mando will take pair of them. And Mando just did a good job of surviving in a weird way of putting it. He's now back in lane as Berine does get the 1v1 up against Scylla in the mid lane.
I'm still living in the fact that Mando is alive, one, but the turnaround, that was just incredible from them. A good scythe, good timing for him, and kind of maybe more unfortunate for the Windfire wheels to let him live that long,
and now
more
Mando
than anything.
still diving in for Heed, just continuing to eat all this damage, but he will sustain after the kill,
Just
and
outside.
that will keep him just about alive. Tell a lie, he'll die to minions in the tower. Fantastic play from Mando Warrior. So good.
Still a little bit of aggressiveness from Mexiety, I think, that might not be there in 2 weeks.
Yeah, good play from Spreen. However, great ultimate from Bossy B to make sure they won't continue to chase him. But now it's Bossy B in a world of trouble himself. Luckily enough, he's got Sops on the rotation, though, so he might get a bit of backup if he needs it. And he might just. However, Shia chased all the way down to Diesel and found the kill. I'm a monster off the mark from Sops as Queen Busy B will get back to the tier 2 tower. It's now Sops in the jungle looking to fall back as Houdini's try and strip away some jungle.
And I like what Sops is doing. I think, you know, the hopes of Crush slowing him down enough to connect on the monster is always going to be there. We saw him do it earlier in mid lane. But it's just not enough against the Naja. The Naja just doesn't seem to care about the slow at all. And how is even without speed buff, let alone when speed buff is going to be on? Talaria boots, it's a pretty big steroid to your speed and just how fast you're going to be running around. So it's been helpful, at least in escaping those kills, and it's allowed Barony to go ahead and get a little bit further ahead here. It's 3-3, but compared to Sop's 1-3, he's feeling himself on solid ground.
I think the biggest difference is Bayern on the Giannis. The Giannis is always this god that he's lower in the god pool in terms of win ratio. He really relies on his team, and his damage, well, it's not that good. It's not as confirmable as it is on other gods like a Scylla, for example. So we'll see how Bayern can use those portals like he is doing now. Space and time will hit Sops. Chase on from Shia, but the Root Crush combo will just at least slow down Shia enough to give him an appeal. And obviously, with now Sybil rotating towards this mid lane, Sops should survive for a moment or two. And he'll head back towards base. Mando up against Heater will just continue this battle of assassin versus assassin. And Mando's just tanky enough at this point, but Heater's starting to get online. And that's where Set can become more scary.
That's, I think, the biggest thing. The power curve for both of these gods is pretty much the opposite of each other. Thanatos starts out really strong early, and granted, the way you play him in late game is what dictates is he strong late or not, but Mando is looking to just be tanky, execute, stun, whatever you want to have with him, as Diesel right now is looking for a kill. No tower shot waiting for him when he lands, but that's incredibly close.
But he could be in trouble now, because here comes a 4-man rotation down to the left-hand side through the jungle from Houdini's, and there is no escape from that fantastic little ultimate from Spreen, if I'm honest, as Mando Warrior dies under a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side again. So that brings it to 4-4 for him in that lane, up against Heed, who's now 4-2-0. After, honestly, I feel like Heed should have probably lost this laning phase with how dominant Mando was at the beginning.
You know, they slowed it down. It's still 16 kills in 10 minutes, but
still slower, you're right.
Granted, compared to where we were, they've definitely been able to kind of keep control of the pace a little bit better. Baron Harry's the one that's deadly right now. I'm a monster going to miss. No, it's going to be the Aegis.
Nice little juke out. Hammer does hit Sops, but Sops still chasing in. Root and the Crush off the mark. And now the Hammer hits Sops, and the damage is good. Just continue to breathe that hot breath from Sheer onto him. The Sops has got a second to get away. The Sybil Vortex misses! Oof. And the Crush will connect. Don't do that, Camp. Thank you, Sops. Sybil now under pressure after trying to go in and keep the aggression going. He needs a bit more help. Gets it from Bossy B, who's going to keep him revived up. Spreen just trying to time that one out, but won't be allowed to, thanks to the teleport to Monkey.
Now, Sops still running around, and unfortunately for him, there's going to be a Set clone waiting for him before he can get onto that tower and find himself safe. And you know when he first went into that, he wanted that camp, but right now it's going to be instead Thanatos who wants a kill. S4 sends him packing for a little while.
Love that idea, though. You know, Thanatos goes, hey, you want to be in the sky? Heimdall says, sure, go back up there, and sends him into a different realm. 11-9, Go Fury on the cards, potentially as Diesel rotates over, but with no one else around, it's going to be possible. Meanwhile, the mid lane, sorry, the support, I should say, Bossy B there, only level 8 so far, a couple of levels down on Sheer, and hasn't managed to finish off those Gauntlet of Thebes just yet, so the stacks are a little bit further behind.
And that's honestly a big deal when it comes down to it. Bossy B has been getting poked out in a lot of these fights, and he just doesn't have the prots to come through. It's going to take him longer to stack it up at this rate, and that just means you're going to see Shia in complete, again, opposition to last game, find himself even more of a lead, maybe more productive in team fights and in setup than what we got to see out of him. Granted, you need a little bit more surrounding cast to make sure this works. You can get some good poke in the jungle here, but you need rotations from one side or the other. I just got thrown off because I forgot how much Heimdall's picture and Fafnir's picture looks so similar on the mini-map.
Sop's going to die in the mid lane there. Great little pull out. Barbarian getting 2. However, Sybil with the Fear No Weevil will secure it, make it 1 for 1. Both junglers get the kill, but now Mando Warrior making the rotation from solo lane will allow Sybil to get himself a double. Next on the list could be Shia, who will jump back towards the safety of his tier 1 tower, but it's not all that safe against this team. Left-hand side, Nesfor trying to split push, and Shia now getting dived in by Mando and Sybil. Execute this time from Mando will actually execute. Great work from him. And now we're tied up again in terms of kills, where the gold is still in Mixity Onset's favor.
And no Gold Fury as of yet, but a good rotation looking to come in mid. Sybil and Bossy B incredibly low. This should be a couple of kills. Bossy B uses the ult on himself. Stands still. Don't think he meant to do it immediately there.
Yeah, generally the stand still from players sometimes gives you that idea of like, oops. You know, he just gives you that sort of verbal cue
that
of
pause
like,
of,
my bad.
oh no.
And it didn't even pay off for him
now.
either.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't pay off for him either, because he died too. Blinking from Sops, though, will secure Nesfor in response. I guess it's one of the benefits of having the Scylla with the Blink combo, with that nice little long-range route. But now stood against the wall, gets hit by the Sash, waits it out to jump to the Sentinel. Chase still on. Beach used. I'm a Monster used. Unstable Vortex hits, as does the basic attack from Bayronari. And that gets another kill on the board. So Sop goes 1 for 1 and heads back to base to try and continue building items as the man fight in the solo lane continues.
This has been going back and forth.
Yep.
Well, I will argue back and forth, but as it's shifted a little bit later on, it's been going more one way than the other. He just outlives what Thanatos can do right now. The cooldown isn't there, no Jotun's Wrath or anything for Mando.
Diesel wins one trade and Baron now in a bit of trouble because now Sybil's on the rotation round. No through space and time available to get him away. Fear No Weevil connects, beats Aegis now used. Needs a portal soon. Instead, he'll walk straight back towards Diesel, unfortunately, and give Diesel his second kill and second rage stack of the game.
That's going to be huge. There's actually a point in the first game when it comes down to it. It was actually Sops, not Diesel, but their carry. It was Izanami at the time. Once she got Rage, the stacks were very, very slow to come. Now around for 2 there right now for Diesel. 3 looking as, well, as long as he keeps making these rotations, it's going to be more kills, more damage. And that crit online earlier means that we might soon be on pace to match last game.
We're catching back up again. I had a feeling something just in my bones told me that the start was something, you know, we were kind of hopeful, but it doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I'm a Monster will connect. Nesfor will fall down. Shia did get hit by that. Root chase is on. Root off the mark, and the hammer will connect. Now Sops with no beads will at least get the ultimate out of Bossy B, who gets him back towards the tier 1. But now Shia going to continue the chase alongside Spreen, and that's one dead Scylla.
Well, it's not going to be met with much. You have Hunbat starting to rotate over. Fear No Evil is down right now. And Diesel's locked in the 1v1 against the mage in the jungle. Going to be able to find Spreen, catch him out in the mid camps.
Yeah, interesting.
Find themselves another kill.
And now Shia on the chase too. Funny enough, looking at Sops' build, went for the Polynomicon this game after the Chronos pendant. So really looking to try and utilize those basics as additional forms of damage. I don't mind seeing the you know, the Polynomicon on a Scylla, but I just think it's a little bit early in the build.
It's definitely a little early. You might want to be able to swap it. I mean, at this point, I want some Pin coming online, and that might turn into a Charon's coin that he has right now. But my mindset is, realistically, we've seen I'm a Monster and Crush come through and not quite kill a lot of people, so he gets that Lex auto to find that kill. It's definitely a more aggression-oriented build, but with the way they're playing, it fits.
Really does. It really does fit. Heat up against Mando again, and Mando going to find out, like, after laning phase, Thanatos will struggle against Set. He already struggled once, and he now at 7-3-0. He's not done too bad considering he was not performing very well on that very first little fight in the laning phase.
Yeah, most of those 3 kills kind of came hand in hand with each other. A lot of bully from Mando early on. And I'm going to say it this way. Thanatos and laning phase doesn't sound like the 2 separate identities that should be put in a sentence together. Mando's been able to do it for us here. And right now he's soloing a Pyromancer. It's actually going to be able to find it for his team. It might set themselves up for something great because Spreen's now low on the left-hand side.
Spreen should end up finding the kill if he's lucky here towards Sybil before he lands. Not to be, however, the shell
good ult
from Bossy B alongside the ult will keep him topped up in time to survive. on that. Now Sybil needs to get away from the chase on from Shia. Meanwhile, the mid laner's going at it one more time. Neither getting the tail end of that as Sybil goes back in. He'll pick up Nest 4 on the right-hand side. Now that he's got one tier 1 tower, he's going to look for a tier 2 and another kill on towards poor old Mando Warrior. I don't really mean poor old Mando Warrior, but maybe he can turn this around.
Do it. Oh, he got baited.
He did, and now he's trying to run back to the tier 1 again. Skewer not available for a second or two. Blink in, and it's he that bit off more than he can chew. Shout outs to the passive from Jingwei coming into play and helping him out, as the supports will have a support off in the duel.
Classic. It's almost the exact same that you would expect out of the solo lane. Not a lot gets done. They just smack each other for a little while, decide, man, you're not going to die, I'm not going to die. Let's go do the jungle or anything we can find.
Unless they choose to dive a tier 1 tower as well and tank it up for 15 shots. On top of that, Mando, though, level 17 up against Spreen here, gets hit by the Sash. How's this battle going to go? Is Mando tanky enough to hold off the Storm? He's got a bit of sustain in this kit, and with minions alongside, that was a nice little play from Spreen, I think, but it might not be enough damage on landing. However, the basic after the fight will just be enough. Mando can find it, and now Spreen will march on towards the tier 2 tower.
We'll have enough healing thanks to his passive to be able to stay alive there, potentially stay in the lane. Might back a little soon, though, just to stay in and try to help defend this tier 2. Because Diesel, he's not looking for blood, he's looking for objectives. Happens to find blood in the way of objectives.
And I think that's where Heimdall can really struggle a little bit, being baited into using that ultimate aggressively, potentially, or defensively, and instantly beats in response. I'm a monster over the wall! Not needed, because Sybil will just track him with the monkey toss. Look at the little play there. Tier 2 tower should fall down this left-hand side, unless he has something to say about it.
Well, he's going to make the rotation over. A lot of damage coming out from Diesel, though, to keep him low, but Diesel's even lower. Forced to ult away. Sybil making a rotation in.
And now the chase on from Heed, but Sybil is here around the back. Fear no evil.
Good kill.
3 beads from Heed there. It was very close, but not close enough to secure the kill on Diesel. And now Spreen was looking for the exit strategy from Diesel, but he was sustained a little bit off that Alpha Harpy. And because he's still hanging around, Spreen has just noticed him, blinks in, can't find the angle, and instead will end up falling down to Sybil and Diesel's Gust.
Sybil's 11-1-9. Are we sure he shouldn't be main roster jungle? Like, I understand where Cope can fit in here, but he's doing pretty well on this Hunbats.
He is.
Granted, they're playing at a much faster pace than I think you would expect from a typical game, so he's benefiting from that. But as of right now, he's been chasing people down. Really good Fear No Evils in a lot of these fights to help save his team. Right now, the question is, can he save Sops?
Sops out of position, jumps over the wall. Luckily, he's not out of position because he got blinked, but Barino is still giving chase and still focused on Sops. Team fight still going on, though. I'm a Monster popped early for the mobility more than anything else. And there's no real opportunity to find the ult, and at the tail end it'll miss, as will Nestfall's ultimate. And now the trade against Diesel is not going beneficial for him. Meanwhile, you also saw Spreen, who's still dead, but it's Shia who also fell, and now Sybil will chase him down. The first gold fear of the game should now be secured.
And along with that Pyromancer earlier, Society Onset turning their eyes to objectives and, well, farming themselves a pretty large lead. 12,000, almost 13,000 experience, 7,000 gold. And that gold is going to be felt, I think, more than anything. That thing I said earlier, that, you know, maybe you could turn into a Charon's coin, maybe you could you know, look elsewhere. It's become a Rod of Tahuti here for Sop, so he is going pure power early on. You don't typically get to see that item as of late.
I'll be honest, I really do think Ratatouille, and I'm not going to give credit to Sops here because of these games, but the Ratatouille is being a little bit slept on for my liking. It's got 160 power on it.
It's a lot of power.
That's a ton of power. And then the effect is technically you deal even more damage.
And for Scylla, who her entire kit is, hey, deal damage really well. It synergizes pretty well in that aspect. Plus, as time goes on, and what I've seen more from the Polynomicon procs, he is in the right position a lot of these times. With Blink, I expect him to continue being aggressive.
Right position, definitely debatable.
Might be a little bit of hard term there.
A little bit debatable. Mando, though, going to take on Nest4, and he's not really winning this trade. He's trying to buy time again. Last time he did souls out like this, he got himself a double kill, but there's no reinforcements really on the way. He does have better mobility, though, in a way to try and get away, but Nest4 still giving chase, and now Bayer and Emi round the back. Mando Warrior could be in trouble. Now the Scythe's down. One basic will do it after the unstable Vortex.
And that's just unfortunate for him. I mean, he was almost completely out of there. Had his ult if he had been able to get it off a little sooner. Could have potentially flown away. But now it's Houdini's in control of the pace of the game. Diesel looking to try and turn that one around if he can find some kills.
Diesel will be able to continue keeping up the pressure towards Heat, but he can re-sustain, and Diesel will fall before he can get the airstrike off. Next on the list is Bossy B, but round the back comes Sops, and of course, Little Sybil looking for the Fear No Evil, which is currently on cooldown, but Sops gets a double kill. Could look for the triple here towards Nesfor as he gets beads out of his ultimate to try and get himself some self-peel. Nesfor now going to get body blocked. Sorry, Sybil body blocked there by Heed. Great little play from him. It's a double kill for the set.
And that was maybe just a couple of misses from Sops that really seal it, but Nesfor reading the situation well, and Heed coming in to save the day. 11-5 now for what was the solo lane set. He's essentially just become the second jungler as he's been rotating around, and he has been essential in keeping his team afloat in this. I mean, 11 out of the 25 kills is huge for him. But it's also been these moments much like that where he chases a couple people out, finds the kill onto Diesel, and then rotates in for Sybil and Sops. And now he doesn't even care about fighting Mando. He knows he's tanky enough to do so.
I believe so. I think he's in a pretty strong position to continue this if he wants to, but he's got to be careful that Bossy B is on the way. However, Bossy B doesn't have his ultimate up. Execute available. Juked out again. Once more by Heed, and now Nesfor is over here, and it's Bossy B who's the one really in trouble at the moment. He needs to hold on as long as he can, hoping really for the help from Diesel, who rotates in from the left-hand side. Airstrikes away from the ultimate out from Nesfor.
Nice kill.
Finds the kill onto Heed, and now it's Nesfor in problems.
He recognized exactly where he needed to go to, and Diesel read it. Gets rid of Heed, then focuses on Nesfor. Crit has the Deathbringer online with the fully stacked Rage now, so Mando ends up staying a little too long, dies off, but Diesel's getting big, so I guess honestly, at the end of the day, that's a trade I'd love to make. My Thanatos, he's not hitting his executes, what does he matter?
I agree. 60 kills, though, in 24 minutes. And the next
5 more and we hit the mark.
What was the mark?
65 was what Mifflin gave us earlier.
Is that what he said? 65. I'm a monster. We'll make sure it's one closer. And now Spring could be the next on the cards. He's trying to buy a bit of time. Will eat that I'm a monster. 1,087 damage for that bad boy. And a nice ultimate out from Bossy B towards a different target there.
And now they're set up. In a normal game, I would say, hey, Fire Giant. They're 4 members down,
Good
and
goal.
you have, well, Diesel, who's huge, has crit online. He's perfect for this. They're definitely going to go for Pyromancer. Shia has time to come in and ward. The question will be if they feel confident enough to grab this Fire Giant with him around.
Gotta be a little bit careful, though, just Shia here. He's the only man really around. Heed now on the way back, potentially. Doesn't have teleport available to him. He did go for the Blink Beads option. We do have 3 blinks on either team here as well, so lots of blink potential. But it's all on Shia, this. What can he do? The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, well, you know, I guess I shouldn't have gone too far with the legend, as now he's going to get rooted and destroyed. Abduct will silence him out. Heed's in, though, and Heed's out. Nice and quick, another kill for Sops. And maybe with the Fire Giant and all members here, Gore, we could be getting towards the end of the game.
Baronary was just turning that around from being 4 members down, respawned, and, well, then immediately they were still 4 members down. Nesfor going to be able to get a kill, though. Trades his life for it, but, hey, gets rid of 1 member's Fire Giant. But again, it's on Mando, so you have to wonder if it's going to be completely worthwhile for them in the long run. Diesel, at this point in the game, is the one where has a huge target on his back. Go for him. Look at this Jing Wei and try to shut her down. It's difficult to lock her down thanks to her ult, but if you get rid of Diesel, you pretty much get rid of Mexide.
Well, with Mando being dead, Sops on very low health here. He's just trying to get away and buy time, maybe get back towards Sybil. Will hit the I'm a monster, but will die for the benefit of it. However, Sybil will find Baronary. Nice little Aegis to buy him a second. A nice little jump there with the help of Spreen. And Spreen will get the kill on Sybil.
Bossy B had ult there. Just going to throw that one out there. Did not save Sybil in time. Was too busy looking for the damage. And Spreen's going to be able to get away with murder once again. And now Bossy B potentially caught out. Only being chased down by Shia, so not in any imminent danger. But still, maybe pushed too far up. And, well, that Fire Giant came and went in terms of how much it's been utilized.
Well, this is the tail end of North America this week. This is the Week 2 finals going on between these 2 teams at the moment. And obviously, both of them have already qualified for the group stages. I'm very excited to see if they perform the same way in the group stages, because it'll make my work days a little bit quicker if this is going to be the case. Because I don't think other teams, you know, will give this sort of performance. As an airstrike will connect, it'll be Bossy B getting credit for the kill at the tail end. And the question is, when will they try and end?
Yeah, Houdini's has spent much of the last few minutes perpetually dead, just depending on which member you look at. The timers have been staggered out the entire time. And realistically, they've only been able to trade most of their kills onto Mando, a little bit onto Sops as well, as Diesel finally going to get aggressive. Still has Fire Giant, and again, probably the member you want it the most on in terms of push capability. This Phoenix looks like it should go down, and they could even go for Titan. You have 2 members respawning, so it's a little dangerous game. Maybe join up with Mando on the right side instead. Play it safe. And try not to throw at the very end.
Completely agree. Right inside though, Mando trying to get a tier 1 Phoenix, I should say, after the Phoenix in the middle is already down. And with only 2 members up to defend, it's going to be a bit of a trickier ask out of Houdini's here. But can they pull the rabbit out of the hat? I don't think that's going to be the case. Thankfully for all involved here today, it won't be. And that should, hopefully, please, dear God, be the end of this set. And tomorrow we'll get some European action.
That's the, the polar opposite, right? You get the NA action, which is this many kills in this much time, although Titan still not going down. They're looking to farm more than they are to kill.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but we don't know what Yu's going to do to us tomorrow, yeah.
It depends. I guess we're in week 2. Europe tends to, as time goes on, depending on the teams, as you pull them into the group stage, will speed up I don't want to call them lower end, but as you get towards the not top 8 that it then would have qualified, but they are typically a slower pace, especially at this level. So maybe not the polar opposite, but maybe more akin to normal.
Completely agree. And I think the one thing you'll see going forward, we've got 1 more week of these open circuits for North America left. Yeah. And then, well, the top 4 teams will go to the group from that. Everybody else, they will be playing in the Combine Open. I can't remember. Open circuit is what I should call it. However, this is all about the group stages for now. Do you think either of those teams have a chance of qualifying for the groups?
Honestly, yes, but not if they play like that. That's going to be the big key. I mean, Mexciety technically just had a reverse sweep, and that's pretty big in terms of what you're able to accomplish.
And without Cope.
I expect we'll see something different when we get to group stages, though.
Completely agree. Let's get it over, though, to Dave and Myth on the desk to close us out.
Appreciate it, Hindu. And this one comes to a close with Mexciety on top. The line was set at 65, and 79 is where we ended up, just 3 short of game number 1. Mifflin, you called it. 65, I think, was fair. I mean, we were hovering right around that.
So close.
And then the last few kills just kind of rolled in there towards the end. A little bit more clean maybe at the beginning of the game. I think some game 2 caught up to game 3 there towards the mid. I think you have to look at Sybil in this one, have to look at Diesel. This is the 2 people who kind of finally pushed Mexciety over that finish line.
It looked like Sybil and Diesel were like, all right, guys, come on, man.
Been a long day.
Let's just close it out. Wash these scrubs up real quick, close out this match. And you know what? They did.
Yeah, I think Hunters have kind of not been the focal point, at least over today. We've seen a lot of solo laners kind of carrying a lot of their weight, a lot of the jungle carrying a lot of the weight. So while there was still some jungle presence, and that's maybe even an understatement, I think it was a refreshing look having a Hunter, notably the Jingwei this time, have a big stamp on this game.
You might be the only person to call that game refreshing to watch.
All right, hold on. We're taking this out of, I said the fact that a Hunter was very fed and carrying a lot of the weight was refreshing.
Yeah, you said the game was refreshing. I agree. Yeah, for sure.
What? How is that? What? No, I said it was refreshing that a Hunter was strong and doing a lot of damage after a day that was dominated by junglers and solo laners and mid laners.
Yeah, you found a particular aspect of this match to be refreshing. However, to pull away from it, I don't know how to analyze that game. It really, at first, it was pretty all right. It was. They slowed it down. They played it normal. And I think Sybil, look at that. Ooh, he was in the shop.
Yeah.
He was truly in the shop there.
All right, what am I going to go back and buy? In a way, he can buy faster now, right? Because he's immediately back at base. So
the item got in his inventory more quickly. Correct.
I will ask you though. We have seen Scylla kind of sprinkled into some of these matches here and there. Where do you think she kind of stands as a mid laner right now?
Scylla is in an interesting spot in that she has huge damage output, and she can also have that escape in her 3. Mm-hmm. It also has the utility of the vision. However, her damage output doesn't really match like what we would see out of like a Morgan or a Hebo. And her team fight potential, although good, she requires a lot more setup than your average mage. You really need someone to set up for that I'm a monster. You can go for the 1 ult combo, but that way you're really relying too much on yourself. It's a little bit more difficult that way. Whereas other mages, they have an easier time of it.
Yeah, she does a good bit of damage. Safe maybe if you're under duress from some ganks. Here's the NA bracket we had for you today. We got to watch that bottom left matchup. Dansland taking the win over to Haiti. They then fall to Houdini's 2-0, Mexciety 2-0's Caden Fan Club. And then we moved on to the finals with, I'm not going to do the math, an 82 kill game 2, a 79 kill game 3. That puts Mexciety on set on top. EU is tomorrow, same time here. And we're going to have just F6 up against FROI. Something about semifinals, the top semifinal and F6s, right? I mean, if that holds any weight, it's going to be a forfeit there tomorrow. I will echo the same question that Graham kind of asked to Gormith. You know, these two teams here today, obviously some cheese maybe in the last couple of games. You know, if they kind of clean themselves up, do you think they'll be pretty competitive moving forward?
I really do think they can be. I think Mexati Onset has a bit more in the engine.
Sure.
You know, they could really push for further. The Houdinis, they made a good showing today, but they didn't really have anyone to contest them so much that it really proved anything to me.
Yep. Well, they made their way to the groups nonetheless. Mexati was able to take it at the end of the day. That was NA, and it was fun. We got EU tomorrow, same time, 1 p.m. Eastern, either at mixer.com/SmiteGame or twitch.tv/SmiteGame. So on behalf of myself, Mifflin, everyone back in production, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.